Welcome, Wildrosers. Just a few
Recording in progress.
Items to clear up. The washrooms are to your left. Follow the signs down a little bit of walk the hallways, and there's one to the right, but occasionally it's locked. Lunch is being provided by the party at noon. We would, however, ask for a donation to offset the costs, and anything under $50 is 50%. Everything over $50 is $25 minus that donation, and over 100 is 75% donation back to get a tax receipt. In the back corner, we'll have PCs there for online voting if your devices are not working or you didn't bring one. And also Jordy back there has a whole slew of charging devices if you need your equipment charged up for the vote. Wi-Fi code was up there, and one more time, it was Baymont 4311 and the SSID Baymont Inn. Okay, thank you. I'll call up Rick Northey.
Oh, welcome everybody to Wildrose AGM 2022. It's glad to see such a great turnout. The only duty I have to perform at this moment is to introduce our parliamentarian, Mr. Todd Brand. He is going to chair the meeting and maintain order and decorum. So please, everybody give a round of applause for Todd.
Sorry about that. All right. Again, yes, my name is Todd Brand. I'm a professional registered parliamentarian and a certified parliamentarian. And I am very grateful for the opportunity to serve as your presiding chair and parliamentarian for this meeting. I have the honor and privilege of serving many organizations in this role, and I can truly say that I am looking forward to assisting you in completing the business of your annual general meeting here today. And looking forward to helping you accomplish the business that has been set out before you through your bylaws and through legislation as well. So at this time, I now call the 2022 Wildrose Independence Party of Alberta General Meeting to order. No, we're called to order. So yes, please go ahead to the microphone and please state your point.
Thank you. The membership needs the opportunity to officially adopt today's agenda. The current agenda does not provide for invitation for adoption of the agenda provided for in Robert's Rules of Order. The agenda needs to be adjusted to include insertion of adoption of agenda. Okay,
thank you for stating your point. Your point is not well taken. So if I can refer you to the bylaws give the jurisdiction of setting the agenda to the Board of Governors. Now, it's not the Board of Governors giving you that, giving themselves that responsibility. The membership through the bylaws have assigned the task of setting the agenda for today to the Board of Governors. So it's through the bylaws. So.
I appealed the decision of the chair.
So, thank you. Unfortunately, when there is a clear decision from bylaws, that is not an appealable point of order. So the ruling of the chair cannot be appealed when there is only one interpretation that's valid. So if you, are you finished with your point of order? We'll let the next person state their point. Yes, please state your point.
The fundamental principle of any AGM is that the assembly itself owns the meeting. The point is being appealed. The word determination in the agenda, in the party's bylaws is ambiguous as to the full meaning. No opportunity was given to any person in this room or online to make any additions to the agenda, and therefore, thank you. And therefore, the point of order being is appealable on those grounds.
Okay. Thank you for stating your point. Again, the chair is, I cannot put before the membership the opportunity to vote something that would change your bylaws. So thank you for appealing. But again, I'm going to restate that you can only have an appeal on a point of order if there are two possible interpretations. The bylaws are crystal clear that the agenda is set. Now, again, this isn't, you have to understand, this isn't me trying to prevent the membership from having control of the agenda.
Point of order.
So listen, I will not have anyone interrupt. I am allowing people to come to the microphone to state their points, and I will continue to allow that, but I will not have people shouting out during the meeting. Okay, so please refrain from shouting out. Come to the microphone if you would like to state a point. Did you say point of order? I'm not sure.
Yes, I did say
Go.
point of order.
Please state your point.
Well, for one thing, do us a favor and don't tell us what we have to understand. And for another thing, the bylaws are quite clear. In number 5 under governance, it says the party is organized and structured to ensure its members provide direction, support, and have the final say toward all matters concerning the party and its mission. And so I think that it's quite clear in the bylaws. There's several interpretations of this, but that is very clear. The party, the members have the final decision concerning all matters concerning the mission of this party. We have all taken a day out of our lives to come here to lead this country forward. And let's be clear who's making the decisions here. I've lost, we have, as you know, we have 2 groups here. We have one group, which I affectionately call the minority group.
Okay,
And
sir, I need you to state, you've stated your point of order. If I understand your point correctly, you are still asserting that it is up to the membership here today to vote on the agenda.
Yes, and I also want to assert one other thing. I want everyone in the room to be very clear on who the members are and who's being represented here. There's actually 2 groups. There's a
Sir,
minority.
no,
group.
we don't, there's nothing to be said about 2 groups. Your point of order has to do with the approval of the agenda. Other conversation is not acceptable at this time, not permitted. So thank you for stating your point. I'm going to
Point of
recess.
order, point of order.
Who stated the point of order? Okay, good. Yes, go ahead and state your point.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate again what the gentleman just said from section 5.1.1 of the bylaws. Ultimate authority within the party rests with and comes from the members. That's very clear. And this particular assembly has one common theme. Are we a down-up party or a top-down party? That's what this is about.
Sir? So the way that a point of order works is you state your point. You do not have the opportunity to add other aspects to your speech in order to, you have to stay on topic with what the point is. So you are correct. The membership has ultimate authority. That ultimate authority, what document, I'm just going to ask, what document is that most cohesively expressed in? What is the way that the membership expresses its will and its desire for how the organization is to be governed?
I would like to answer that question since you've asked the question, sir.
I will allow you to answer, yes.
Yes, ultimately how these things are decided is you have annual meetings and you bring the members together. We've all, like I pointed out, we're all here. We're here to do the businesses of the party. You're here to moderate it. We don't want you to pick sides. We want you to let's have a vote. Let's ask the members if they want to have a vote on it.
So the answer, in my opinion, to the question that I asked was the way that the membership expresses its will is through the bylaws of the association. This is the governing document that you have agreed to and you have set in place. So it is.
Point of order.
Okay, go ahead, point of order. Come to the microphone, please state your point.
Captain Reg, CA, Grand Prairie. You have once already said that there's only one interpretation, and you just said that we accepted through the bylaws. We've had several changes to our bylaws, and we've had no say. So to say that the party and the members have agreed to these bylaws is factually incorrect.
Okay. So the bylaws that I have in front of me are the bylaws that appear on your website, and I believe those to be the proper and adopted bylaws of the association. I am not aware of any changes to those. The gentleman who is coming up, are you, I don't know where you went to, but I'm just going to ask the question thank you for clarification. Are you saying that the document that is on the website is not the actual bylaws of the association?
I am stating that the changes to the bylaws to the one you were referring to has been changed by the board, not by the members. Therefore, your interpretation is incorrect.
Okay.
Can I answer that?
All right, so I can only go with the bylaws that have been provided to me. Does somebody have a copy of the real bylaws that they could share with me?
On a point of information,
A point of information means you have a
for
question
the
to ask.
assembly.
A point of information means you have a question to ask me about the parliamentary process.
I thought that was a parliamentary inquiry.
Inquiry, sorry, point of about the,
Order then.
thank you.
The party board of governors have broken the bylaws numerous times in the last few weeks, which invalidates them
Sir.
essentially.
Sir, that may be true or false. It's not relevant to the discussion we're having right now.
Point of order.
So if I'm not, you know what? I'm not going to accept the point for just a moment. I'm going to hold that there so that it doesn't pause the business, but listen carefully. If the board of directors or any one of you have broken the bylaws at some point in the past, that does not authorize us to break the bylaws here today. That I think is a principle that all of you could accept, that the bylaws are meant to be followed. If you're upset and feel that someone hasn't followed the bylaws, then I'm curious as to why you're suggesting that today we don't follow the bylaws that this membership has agreed upon. Are you, so you're saying that this bylaw, hold it for just a moment. You're saying the bylaw that says the setting of the agenda is in the is the responsibility of the board. You're saying that was not in your bylaws. Okay, on that note, then I'm going to just recess for about 2 minutes because I just want to double check a couple of things with the board of directors. So I'm actually going to just put us standing at ease. Sorry, there's a point of order, so I'll wait to stand at ease. Who made the point? I heard the words, but not sure who said it. Okay, thank you. Go ahead and state your point.
Tammy Tutlock, Lacombe Pinoca. In this book of basic parliamentary procedure, lesson 1, the objective is to understand that principles are more important than rules. And our principle here is that we are member driven. This is a member assembly, not a PBOG meeting.
So the document.
Point of order.
I'm going to respond first. Could you wait till I respond first to the point of order that was just spoken? Thank you. The point of order I believe that you're trying to make is that principle, which is not, a point of order needs to be saying that a rule is being broken. If I understand what you were saying, ma'am, you were saying that in this case, we need to follow the principle, not the rule. My understanding is that the rules that are found in here are based upon the principles that the membership have said we want followed at our AGM. So that you may not, it's true. Some of you individually or even groups of you may not like some of the bylaws. You may not agree with some of the bylaws, but the bylaws are here and they are the legal operating document for the assembly.
Point-
I have
point of order.
excuse me, I have a point of order at the back microphone, please. Go ahead and state your point.
Two things. Number one, at the last AGM, the members were given the opportunity to approve the agenda. This assembly demands the same opportunity or a reason why they do not want us to approve this agenda. Somebody comes up with some answers. Secondly, my people back home just texted me and told me that their screens are blank. The Zoom is not going out to the remote at home homes.
Thank you. So good. So you're, yeah. So I will,
I'm asking a question. Why is the PBOG not wanting us to approve the agenda like we did last time for a reason?
correct. So I'm going to stand the meeting at ease, which will to do two things. One is we will check into immediately the tech problem that has been addressed by this member. As well, I'm going to confer briefly with the board of directors. So this will not be in a formal recess. It'll be a stand at ease. I will restart the meeting in just a moment's time. Thank you. All right, I'm going to end the stand at ease and ask members to take their seats, please. If you were lined up at the microphone before the stand at ease, you should be lining up again in the same order that you were in previously. And my apologies for not mentioning that you don't lose your spot in order. Of course, if you are making a point of order, as you have done very adequately, you simply call those out because those you do not need to line up to. I was going to get to that when we get to the special rules, but we haven't quite got there yet. So in talking with the board of directors, I am, you know what, I'm going to finish talking and then I'll take your point after it's finished. Yeah, I haven't even said anything yet. So
Go to the mic, Steve.
do you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to finish my short talk and then I will entertain your point of order. So during the time of standing at ease, we are checking and I will get a response on the tech issues because I have not heard if that's been resolved yet. So I'll check on that in just a moment. On the issue of the bylaws and the agenda, I am being assured that these are other than some numbering alterations, there is no text alteration other than format from what you adopted and accepted at your original AGM.
Recording
now,
in
I did come to
progress.
understand, I didn't realize this until a short while ago, that a proposed set of bylaws were brought forward at a meeting, I believe was in February, if I'm not mistaken. And those proposed bylaws were rejected by the membership. So that with those rejected, these would stand as your current and valid bylaws. Now, I haven't had anyone come to me yet and say, and if someone is able to present the real bylaws, the bylaws that at that were unaltered, that I'm hearing people say, well, the board has changed them. There's a difference between the board not following bylaws and the different set of bylaws existing. Now, I have a member here saying that they've got a copy of the real bylaws. Is that correct? And are you saying there are other changes in here that were not just numbered? There is wording changes between what you handed me and what's on the website?
No, I'm saying that they changed the number sequences. That's what I'm saying.
Correct. I just said that as well. Yes. So, but there is no substantial change to any of the content of the bylaws. Now, in frankness, in order to change numbers and format, that should be something that was authorized and should be put into the bylaws. What typically one of the last bylaws in a set is that the board of directors has permission to format and change numbering, but not changing the content. However, that is not going to be of any effect as far as which bylaws we're going to be using today to determine how to proceed with our business. So this gentleman here, I know you're lined up at the mic. Was yours a point of order or are you? Yes. So I'll go ahead now and then I'll say a few more things, but I want to give this gentleman a chance to make his point.
The only point I had was that you had said that you had spoken to the PBOG and you didn't speak with every member of the PBOG. We were not involved in that conversation. So
okay. And they weren't making an official decision either though, but I went to the executive just to ask if this was the official bylaws. I don't believe there is any valid contention that the bylaws on the website are not the bylaws of your association. Yes, sorry, point of information, go ahead.
I have here an email that shows to me, at least, that some of the board members, PBOG members, conspired to change the bylaws.
Okay,
without
you know what?
us.
Sorry, that's out of order. That isn't what, absolutely. You cannot make an accusation at a microphone here that the Board of Governors conspired to do anything. If you would like to do discipline procedures, follow your bylaws for the process to do that. But this is not something that is allowed at this meeting.
Well, just to address that, I have sent in ethics complaints and they didn't even make it to the agenda. So that's moot.
Okay. So, well, the ethics complaints wouldn't make it to this agenda. So I'm going to lead to my next part of my conversation. If
Point of order.
yes, go ahead. Please
I'm
state your
sorry,
point.
I'm pretty new to parliamentary procedure. So I do have an email here where they discuss that I can read.
No, first of all, the chair is not authorizing the reading of that unless you can tell me that it will prove that these are not if your point of order has to be related to whether these are the correct bylaws or not. We are still at the place of talking about the agenda and then moving on to the special rules. Sorry, but concerns about something that the Board of Governors did through email is not a part of an AGM. Let me, maybe I can explain one next step that will help people to understand what you as members have said is going to be the parameters of what takes place
in
at an
progress.
AGM. So you can continue to do points of order. Did I hear another point of order? Good. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, I've heard some. I've just reflexively thought I heard one. So we do have one. No? Okay. So yeah, I will stop for the point of order. There's a new person making a point of order, but I could not see who it was. So whoever made the point of order, please go ahead and state your point.
Excuse me, I did, sir. 41.61 in Robert's Rules of Order, procedure for adoption. In cases in which an agenda is adopted, usually this is done at the outset of a session and the agenda is intended to cover the entire session. At a session having no prescribed or adopted order of business, such an agenda is followed as a guide by the chair pending its formal adoption and can be adopted by majority vote. Even if it contains special orders, it is then the order of business for that session. At a session that already has an order of business, an agenda can be adopted by a majority vote only if it does not create any special orders and does not conflict with the existing order of business. Otherwise, a 2/3 vote is required. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have a quick chat about levels of authority. So the number one authority guiding this particular membership meeting, first of all, is the Societies Act and any other related statutes or laws that would govern your association. Predominantly.
Well, my point of order here, point of order first.
Okay, go ahead, state your point.
that's all.
Do you know what? Actually, sir, I'm going to start. I'm answering the other point first, and then I'll take your point. So my answer to the point is to, yeah, sorry. So with the hierarchy underneath that, The Societies Act gives your association permission and the obligation to create a constitution, also called bylaws, sometimes 2 documents, sometimes 1, in order to govern the affairs of your association. That document cannot do anything that would be against the Societies Act. So as much as you would want to go against it, you can't. That's against the law. Underneath the bylaws, if you have adopted a parliamentary authority, which this association has, being the current edition of Robert's Rules, anything in your bylaws can circumvent or go against what Robert's Rule says, as long as it's put into the bylaws. Okay, even at this meeting, we can actually do things not according to Robert's Rules if you guys agree to do it. Through your bylaws, through your bylaws, you have authorized the Board of Governors to make the agenda for the meeting. Now, I will say this. I don't think I've ever served at a meeting where the agenda wasn't going to be adopted, because that's the normal procedure. And that's the procedure that Robert's Rules recommends. But unfortunately, I'm not guided by Robert's Rules over top of your bylaws. The bylaws have a higher level of authority than your rules. And a matter of fact,
No, the people do.
so the people, the membership have final say, but the membership can't do anything that goes against their bylaws. I'm going to let this gentleman state.
Okay, it's point of order.
Sorry, the first point of order is here at the front microphone. Go ahead and state your point.
How is it that our bylaws hold any standing when currently as a society we're suspended?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Mr. Chad Miller knows all about it if he was here.
That
Point of order.
No, until we respond first to the first point of order, no, I'll let you state yours in just a moment. In order to answer that point of order, that is a question that I am not able to answer. So would you be willing to answer that, Vicky? Okay. By the yeah, there's a point of privilege coming in a moment, but I'll get to that one in just a moment. You can go ahead to this microphone. Yeah.
Is it working? Okay. As recently as July,
Yeah, sorry, state your name, please. Yeah.
my name is Victoria McGonigal. I'm the president of Wildrose.
Are you really?
No.
Sorry, the chair's going to interject
President of the Constituency
just momentarily. First of all, my bad. We haven't gotten to the special rules of order yet, but assuming that it's just good courtesy, I'm going to ask each member to state their name before they speak, including on a point of order. So after you've said point of order and I've recognized you to make to state your point, please share your name. Is it the will of the membership that they also state what constituency they're a part of? Okay, so I'll be asking you to state your name, your constituency, and then proceed either with your point of order or in this case, a response to a point of order. Sorry, and one last thing. No more calling out, please. That doesn't lead to a conducive meeting. I'm giving you plenty of opportunity to come to the microphone and make remarks, but calling out just makes it hard for me to hear what's going on and hard for us to understand what you're trying to, the points you're trying to make.
Thank you. Victoria McGonigal, and I'm president of the Livingston McLeod CA of Wildrose. And I did serve for approximately a year on the board of directors, and I did have occasion to respond to a lawsuit from Paul Hinman. In the lawsuit from Mr. Hinman, his very first document was.
Point of order. What are we talking about Paul Hinman for?
I'm
What is
giving
this
you the
going on?
answer.
It's an
The
answer to
very
the
first
question.
document was the proof from the corporate registry that Wildrose is indeed in place. And that was sworn to by Mr. Hinman. So, and that was end of July. So not end of July, sorry, just early in July. So, you know, if he's produced a false document, I don't know about it. It looked like a corporate registry document to me and says we're in good standing.
Excuse me. Is it not the responsibility of the provincial board of governors to do that, not Paul Hinman? As our lawyer, is that not your job? And if it is, then please provide the documentation. Otherwise, your point is mute.
I don't have to provide the documentation at this meeting.
Recording in
The
progress.
documentation is available. Mr. Hinman's right outside the door. Why don't you ask him for his copy?
I'm not asking him. I'm asking
Bring him
you.
in.
I'm telling you, it's in good standing.
Then we need proof that this is a point of order in which I'm stating the fact that your bylaws are moot because we are not registered as a Societies Act. If you can't provide the documentation, then thank you very much. Yes, you do.
Point of order. This is a valid point. So I want to discuss this so we can get some resolution on this. Thank you for raising the point. If the point is valid, and of course I'm trying to ascertain right now and I'm not a lawyer. So for me to jump in on that, make a decision on whether you guys are properly constituted is what's running through my head. But with that said, if you're saying that these are not sorry, where's the gentleman who made the point? I just want to clarify. To make sure I understand your question really clearly, are you saying that these bylaws are not the proper bylaws? Are you saying that the association is not even operating at this particular time? I just want to make sure I know what your assertion is before I have the further conversation.
To my understanding, our bylaws, our board are not approved by a judge like they're supposed to be, mostly because we're in a cancellation status right now as a registered society, thanks to the lawsuit we have with Chad Miller.
So I am under the understanding from the legal counsel who is talking to us here and is coming back to the microphone that that is not the case. And again, this is it's not a matter. I don't see either side having proof on either side of this conversation. Before you respond further, I'll let you comment.
As recently as this month, I've seen the corporate registry search. The society is in good standing. The corporate registry search is producible. Indeed, there was a period of time when Chad Miller had interfered with the registration process. I'm not going to respond to people who holler out.
Thank you.
So that
Sorry,
apparently, that apparently was cleared up, and we now have a corporate registry search that's valid and current, and was provided in Mr. Hinman's sworn affidavit. And so I'm prepared to accept that. And if you think this is not a proper society, you ought not to be here.
Privilege. If I call the point of privilege, you'll probably take precedent.
If you would like me to respond to the tone of that response, I'd suggest you stop hollering out. So let's keep, for board members and anyone coming to this microphone or to those microphones, we need to keep our conversation respectful and unthreatening so that this is a safe environment for us to have our conversations. Point of order. Point of order.
Privilege.
Okay, I'm going to take first the point of privilege. Go ahead.
Yes, and I wanted to thank
Name and
Stephen Breton, Carson Sekseka. I would ask that the members of the Provincial Board of Governors not speak to the Assembly in a condescending manner. Thank you.
All right. Point of order from the back microphone. Yes, go ahead. Please state your point.
Yes, sir. I don't have your credentials. I don't have a copy of the 600 or 700 pages of Robert's Rules of Order. You're well aware of this one in brief.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Chapter 1, first paragraph. When people want to do something as a group, as we do, they must first agree on exactly what it is they want to do and how they want to go about it. They is us. It's not you and it's not the Provincial Board of Governors.
So let me respond to the point, please. That point is absolutely accurate, but it also has parameters, legal parameters around it. Based off of what the gentleman said, that gives us permission, for example, to go against what the Societies Act says. Or it gives us permission to say, we don't care what our bylaws say. These are our moot point. We're the members. We do whatever we want, whenever we want. Unfortunately, that would be an incorrect interpretation. By the way, the book that you brought is a very good book. I encourage everyone to read that one. It is not an authority, so it can't be used as an authority to use in a meeting as being parliamentary procedure. It is a book intended by the Roberts Rules Society as an easier, accessible teaching tool for people to understand Roberts. But the principle that the member made is absolutely viable, absolutely accurate. However, it does not give a membership permission to go against bylaws or any higher level of authority. It simply doesn't work that way.
Assembly?
Sorry?
I think it's point of assembly or.
No, I don't know that term, but go ahead and state your point.
For those of us that aren't exactly aware of everything that's going on, I would like the Board of Governors to stand and introduce themselves because I don't know faces to names.
Good. So you made this point of privilege to me privately over here, and I agree that's a good point of privilege to make. Is the membership okay with at this time having the Board of Directors stand where they are and simply say their name and their title and position? Is there any objection to having each board member do that? Okay, seeing no objection, I don't know an order to do this. We'll start with president and then move through. And just make sure that we won't use mic, but be nice and loud, please. Can't hear? Okay, so guys, let's take the time. I think it is important for the membership to know who you are. So do we have, which mic? Oh, there we go.
So my name is Rick Northey. I am the president of West Caldwell.
Wes Caldwell, Regional Director Central, and I've been filling in as secretary.
Bill Jones.
Excuse me?
Point of order.
You know what? I'm going to let them go ahead. State your point quickly.
The point is that he's not the regional director central. He's the secretary. We've got a whole host of letters from.
Sorry.
That's in the thing.
Sorry.
There's no point in them introducing themselves if they don't tell us the truth.
Okay, so hold it. First of all, all of you know the fundamental aspect of decorum is you can never accuse someone of being dishonest or lying. That is, you read it, go ahead, those of you with Roberts, flip to it, you'll see it. Okay, you cannot make an accusation of dishonesty. That is not acceptable. I am not about to debate whether they're going to stand and state the position that they feel they're holding, and that we're going to leave it at that. Go ahead, please.
Bill Jones, Chief Financial Officer.
Sandra Kim, filling in for policy and governance.
Sorry, they didn't quite hear. Could you say it again, please? The previous board member, could you please restate it?
Sandra Kim, and I'm filling in for policy and governance.
I assume you mean appointed to that position, correct? Yes, appointed. Excuse me, we had a point of privilege where someone asked for this courtesy, and we're going to courteously let them introduce themselves without anybody shouting out.
I'm Floyd Langenhoff, Director at Large. I'm also the VP of Policy for Livingston McLeod. My name's Bob Lafergie. I'm the Regional Director for Southern Alberta.
I'm Cameron Park, VP of Membership from Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Glenn Dundas, Governor.
Are there
Recording in progress.
My name is Steve Goodman. I am the
Director at Large,
also President for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you.
Todd Brown, I currently sitting as Director at Large for VP Policy and Governance. I also sit on the Rocky Rimby Sundry Board as well.
Thank you. I didn't see where she was. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Are we any that we do? Good, thank you. Good point. Good point of privilege. Well taken. Good point of order. Yes, let's take your point.
Alan Wesley, Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville. Just like to note that the agenda for the AGM, the bylaw says the agenda for the AGM is set by the PBOG. Doesn't say that it is approved by PBOG.
The words that I see in here, I'll read it from the bylaw, says that the date, location, chairperson, and agenda of the members' assembly shall be determined by the Board of Governors. Are you seeing a different wording than that?
Yeah, but we've got so many of these bylaws floating around that it's where it's ambiguous. But even determined does not mean approved. They determine the agenda, and then approval of that agenda is then left to the assembly.
I want to go one step further. So if you can hold that thought as I rule on your point. Should we, let's say we go down a different pathway, and let's say we were to say, let's not go with what the bylaws say. Let's allow you to set the agenda. There's another parameter that makes it very clear that there's going to, just to be as crystal as I can on this, the only things that this assembly has the power to do.
Recording in progress.
If you take a look at 6.1.1, again, not my rule. You want to look at my rules, go to your special rules. Those are the ones that I cooked up. They're not viable yet because you haven't approved them. I haven't been able to talk about them yet. I haven't been able to get to any Trudeau jokes either, but nonetheless, actually, I don't have any prepared. The subject, so if you take a look at 6.1.1, subject to the provisions of these bylaws, the members' assembly has the power to do three things during an AGM. They have the power to amend this constitution. That, of course, requires notice. That requires submissions so that you come prepared to vote on those bylaw amendments. So that won't happen today. The second thing that you as a membership assembly have the right to do in this room today would be to adopt policy. However, again, just like the amendment of the Constitution or bylaws, that requires notice. It requires a process to be followed that you laid out in your bylaws. The third thing that you have the right to do at this assembly is to elect your Board of Governors. Obviously, again, following the rules that are in here in terms of terms and positions and all the different, you've got some that are done by plurality where it's most votes wins, others are by preferential. following all those rules, you have the right here today to elect your board of governors. Those are the things that are on the agenda. Now, your board went a bit further than that. They wanted to have a chance to do Q and A's. I was quietly a little bit reluctant on that, but they wanted to have a chance that members would have at least 2 opportunities during the meeting, not just with points of order, but a chance to ask questions of the board, to ask questions of those making presentations. So they went a little bit further to add in those particular segments of Q and A time. And of course, because Q and A is not a business time, it was appropriate for them to suggest that, and they wanted to honor the fact that they knew there was a lot of opinion that what needed to be expressed. More important than opinion, really more questions to be asked, because that's really what a Q and A is about. So if I were to turn this back to you and say, okay, let's have you approve the agenda, I guess I'd be asking what things could we legally add to the agenda in the first place? Because your bylaws are ultra specific. Is it normal for bylaws to be this specific? No, I haven't finished answering the point. So just hang on 1 second. So most bylaws do treat agenda differently, and there is more open areas in an AGM for other business items, but here it is very clear. That's my answer to that point. I believe someone wants to make another point of order. So
Point of order.
Okay, so I could hear, but I'm not sure where sorry, back microphone, please.
My name is Gary Proctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm requesting that the general membership be given the opportunity to vote to approve or reject this chairman. Approve or reject this chairman.
And sorry, the point is not well taken. Again, the appointment of the chair.
Point of order. It is clear that you are attempting to defend this agenda. You are attempting to defend this agenda.
When I'm responding to the point of order, when you made your point of order, sir, I quietly listen to your point. When I respond, you will quietly listen to my point. When I respond, you will quietly listen to my point. Now, the reason I'm answering a point of order, so we can't have another point going at the same time. The reason that I'm doing that is not because I am trying to hold some level of authority or trying to be bossy pants, but I'm not going to allow you guys to go against what your bylaws have stated is the proper way to run the meeting. These bylaws are not the board of directors bylaws. They are the members' bylaws. Whether they follow them, whether you follow them, that's up to you. But I am here, I am going to follow them, and I am not going to state motions or invite you to vote on things that are going to put you in violation. I have to walk away from this meeting.
Point of order.
No, I am not finished stating my answer. When I am finished, you can make your point. All right. So my obligation is to uphold the bylaws, to uphold Robert's rules underneath the bylaws, and that's what I'm going to do. We have a point of order, back microphone.
Hi, my name is Deborah Murphy.
Recording in progress.
The only reason that I became a member of WIPA is because of Paul Hinman. The only reason that I became an honest individual. A trusted leader. My question is.
There is no time for questions.
My question is, I'm asking a question. I want to ask the question. I'm asking a question. Grassroots up or dictatorship down? Grassroots up or dictatorship down?
I'm going to warn the member that if you have an outburst like that again, I am going to have to ask you to sit down and not come to the microphone for a period of time, and then I will begin disciplinary procedures.
Okay, I'll stand in the
Sir, I have a point of order. I've been waiting patiently. I'd like to make a point of order.
We're going to take a different tack with the points of order because everyone coming to the microphone has a point of order. I want to recognize you in the order that you come up. It's not the normal procedure for points of order. It's usually, but it's very, I want to be fair to all of you, so you're not just waiting for the first person to shout out. So I'm going to alternate microphone to microphone. And I do want to ask, I have been totally negligent to welcome our friends who are online, but I never got to the welcome part for very long. Are there any points of order coming through on the online?
A point of privilege relating to the online. Point of privilege.
If it's related to online, I will allow it. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a comment. Daniel Jeffries, Lacombe, Pinoca. Been a request. Will someone stand up and make a point of privilege to enable the online chat, please? So the members who are attending virtual are not able to communicate with each other because the online chat's not available. And so would that please be made available?
That will be potential, yes, but not until we get to the special rules. So that will have to stay off until, because in the proposed special rules, which. The answer will have to stay off until, because in the proposed special rules, which are a motion coming forward, it is, the chat is left off, and I'll explain why. You have the right to return that and put the chat on, because that's up to you to decide that. But I'm going to leave it off until we get to the special. Or do we have anyone making a point of order coming through the, and I haven't been able to explain yet to those online how to make a point of order, so I'm not sure if they district. Or do we have anyone coming through the, and I haven't explained yet to those online, I'll get to that momentarily. So I'm going to go front microphone, back microphone, please be lined up, and I'll start with the front microphone. Please state your point.
You might be surprised to hear that I agree with what you said just a couple of minutes ago.
I am, you are, and encouraged, and excellent.
What we're making is that we have bylaws and we have to live by the bylaws. But even in bylaws, there's a priority. The point you were making is bylaw, and point 5 comes before point 6 for anyone who missed that. Anyway, point number 5 is part of this earlier. It said the party is organized and structured to ensure its members provide direction, support, and have the final say toward all matters concerning the party and its mission. 5.1, authority, responsibility, accountability. Ultimate authority within the party rests with and comes from the members. And my point is, you said, well, it's clear in the bylaws, there's no discretion on this. Sure, there is dispute about can we determine the agenda? Well, that may be so, but that could determining the agenda comes in our bylaws, and I would say has a lower priority than 5.1.1, which says the ultimate authority comes from the members. And I'm beseeching you to let those of us who came here as members to try and lead our party to have a discussion.
I think I have a way forward that may be helpful. It may not, but I'm going to try to see if it'll work. So first, to answer your point, I'll officially say the point's not well taken, but I'll explain why, and I have an answer that may be helpful to you on it, a way forward. The reason it would be not well taken is when in the interpretation of bylaws, first of all, the order can sometimes be indicative of a certain level of priority. So that is one factor to weigh in. But typically, one of the key criteria for saying, how do you read your bylaws is anything that is more specific always has authority over something that is more general and vague. So when you have a preamble, a statement that talks about the fact that the membership has the final say on all matters, that is a generalized statement, very true, very valid. It's in your bylaws, but then there are other bylaws that are much more specific that put parameters around yourselves. You guys, when you voted this in, and I recognize not all of you were at that meeting that voted it in, but nonetheless, you are the ones who own, you and everyone who's not in this room who is a member, you own this particular set of bylaws. In those bylaws, rightly or wrongly, to your benefit, sorry, there's conversation happening. Okay, thank you. So rightly or wrongly, you built in and baked in certain criteria that you now have to abide by. Or of course, you can work to change it. In brackets, you might really think hard about changing. Anyhow, I'll just leave the brackets there. There's some things that you might want to propose that will allow you to do more of the things that you want to get accomplished. That's for you guys to think through and put a proposal on. With that said, I'm going to ask a way forward, and this is a bit dangerous on my part, but I'm going to ask the question, what if we were to say the agenda is just wide open, you guys can now, within your bylaws, add or delete things from the agenda? Could I ask a couple of those of you who have suggestions, what would be the things you would want added or taken away? Because maybe some of them can be agreed to, or I may not go that way.
No.
Go. You have the floor. Yes, microphone, front microphone has the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity because we do have answers to that question. And we did have an alternate agenda that we wanted to suggest. Can I share some of those things with you? Is that what you're asking?
Absolutely.
Okay. So for example, because of the amount of business that we have to deal with today, we would strike with respect Dennis Modry and Bill Jones with their speaking to us today. This is not an APP meeting, and we have the opportunity. If we want to hear Mr. Modry, we can go to any one of his meetings. This AGM is not an APP meeting. I'll try to keep this brief because I know we're short.
No, it's fine. Sure. You're doing well.
Mr. Bill Jones was going to speak to us on the foundations of independence. I would argue that the whole reason that we are all in this room and part of this party is because we already have an understanding of that. So while I'm sure he has a lot to share, in the interest of time and the business that we need to get to, we would say we would strike that. We would insert, of course, the adoption of the agenda, which is we were already talking about. We would also insert, after the approval of the previous AGM minutes, we would like to hear a Board of Governors minority report and related proposals. The fact of the matter is we have had a lot of communication from the party board of governors through emails over the last 4 weeks. Many of them have been signed party board of governors. But the fact of the matter is that not all party board of governors have been in favor of those communications and have actually agreed with them. As a membership, we have the desire and we believe the right to hear the other side of those folks that are duly elected. These folks were duly elected onto the board. We want to hear their side of the story. So that would be the Board of Governors Minority Report and related proposals by Kathy Flett. The other one would be a rebuttal to the board and related proposals by Paul Hinman. As a membership in the AGM, as part of our bylaws, there is always a leadership review. The membership has the right to hear and to judge for themselves. Now, unfortunately, maybe shamefully, however you want to put it, the party board of governors took it upon themselves.
So I'm going to stop you there just because you're going a bit deeper into the weeds.
That's fine, but I can just
I've got the
be more
context
surface
there.
level.
Yeah.
The other thing would be, we want a review of the disqualified candidates and proposals. And we would also insert that we want to announce the results of the leadership review. There are a few small amendments that we would also make, but I won't go into that right now. But these are the ideas, and in answer to your question of what would we propose? What would we do? This is the answer.
Good. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. So let me break that down into a couple of little segments. So I think by the fact that you guys are very vigorous at making points of order, the presentations by either of our two members may go by the wayside anyhow, just by the nature of time. So we'll figure out where we're going to go with that, because obviously it's taking a while to get to this point. I will have a chat with the board during our recess, which I want to give you guys a recess, a chance to stretch your legs in a moment. Before we get to that, talking about the other items of business. Some of those items of business, I know just from getting, I haven't dug deeply into I haven't seen the reports that the executive or the different reporters are making. I haven't seen the content, but I've heard bits and pieces as we had our preparation meetings to have a little bit of an idea of what is going to be included in those reports and what is going to happen during Q&A. And a good number of those things, concerns about the suspension of Paul Hinman, you're going to have a chance to ask questions about that. You're going to have a chance to ask questions about why particular members nominations were not accepted. It can only go so deep due to obviously for privacy and all that, but that is one of the things that was already coming up under the Q&A time. The Q&A time is a very powerful time. Sorry, again, I've got a few conversations. I think it's my board table here. I got to get you guys to clamper down there. Sorry. But it was you guys before that. So now anyhow. So most of the things that you brought up are ones that definitely are going to come up, and you're going to have a good opportunity to ask those questions. The ones that I'm just going to say very clearly are not going to be accepted by myself as chair are actions that are not that such as binding decisions, binding motions to say we want a different leader. You can't choose a leader here today at this particular assembly. One thing that we have omitted on this, just a quick aside, just to help you understand the meeting structure. One of the things in designing this agenda was to make sure that all of our legal obligations and all of our bylaw obligations are included in here. One was omitted, but it was omitted because it was a moot point. I know this is a contentious issue. I get that. But from the one perspective is voting whether to have a leadership review would not take place today because there is a leadership review that is going to happen. That's already a guarantee at this point. So that's the one and only thing that the bylaws are omitting, because it would be, you don't do a motion when the motion has no merit. And if you voted against it, it would still happen. So with all of that said, I believe you're going to have ample time to answer those questions. I am going to
Point of order.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Microphone. Sorry, you know what? No, I'm only doing points of order. It was your turn. Next, yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, it's your microphone. Yeah.
I believe you would understand that as the presider, I can't quote the exact section. It might be 4211. That as a presider, you are to determine that there is a quorum in this particular meeting.
So we got the quorum question. So I'm going to do my best to answer it the best I can. Your bylaws don't have a quorum listed. First time I've ever seen it. So in your little jot list of things to add to your bylaws, you might want to put quorum in there. So I'm going to put it out to you guys at this, the best I can do in this. Without a quorum in place, the Societies Act is silent about quorum for its societies. You have adopted Robert's rules. The only interpretation I can go with is the fact that you would then need to have a majority of your entire membership here in order to proceed with the meeting. meeting. I am not convinced that it's going to be possible on short notice to go through the membership list, get it fully accurate halfway through a meeting. If we did find that we did not have that half, we could call the meeting adjourned and go home. But I'm not sure that really meets the will of the group that is here, because it would mean that you wouldn't get to elections. And if we don't get to elections, you don't get to vote those 8 members in. So talking briefly with the board about this and with Vicky in terms of legal advice on this, and I don't want to speak too many words for her, but I believe there is reason that we could justify continuing this meeting if it was the will of the assembly to do so. But if you guys would like us to take the process, we could probably take an hour or two to figure out membership counts and figure out whether we need to shut down.
But you did say, sir, that you follow the bylaws, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you do. Okay.
Could I make a point of order? And I think the board might agree with me on this. We had a special general meeting. You're right, quorum is not mentioned in our bylaws, but we're a new party and we agreed that 200 people would be for our special general meeting. We agreed that 200 would be a significant amount of people to be involved in the decision. We have, I don't know what we have, between 200 and 400.
Over 400,
people.
I believe.
I would like to suggest that where there's enough of us here, everybody had proper notice of the meeting. Everybody knew we were going to be doing the party's business. Anybody that isn't here, it's their fault. The people who are here, the rules are made by the people who go to the meetings. We're here. Let's carry on. Let's not worry about quorum. Let's worry about deciding the business and the future of our party and our province.
I sense that's probably the will of the meeting, but this one to me is hazy. And so I will put this to you guys to get your will on this. So we have not gone over the voting procedures in terms of how to vote online and in person. But what I'm going to do, and if there is an objection, I'll switch to a second way of doing this. Is there anyone based on quorum issues who objects to the meeting continuing today? Sorry, and the way to indicate that, sorry, if you do object to that, you simply shout out the word objection so that I can hear it. If you're online, we haven't gone over this with you yet. Remind me, is it the thumbs down icon online? Yes, correct. Well, at least if we get to the special rules, it's the thumbs down icon. So by saying objection or thumbs down, is there anyone opposed to continuing this meeting despite the question on quorum? Okay, since there's no opposition, and I'll double check with this is the first time we've asked online, so I will give them a moment to double check. Seeing any objections? And sorry, this would be smoother had we got to the rules, because I would have explained this to the online members. And online members, for those who can hear me, which hopefully all of you will get to your chat concern momentarily as well. Okay, I will still let that objection stand later. We'll let you guys look for that, and they can, if they get a hold of you on that, we can come back to that, but not thumbs down. Okay, so we're not seeing any objection online either. So I believe we're at the front microphone only taking points of order right now. Try and keep it to a point where we're saying, again, which most of you have done perfectly, is keeping it to a rule that you feel is not being followed.
Mine may be a Kenton Riggs Grand Prix CA. Mine actually might be a point of information and not necessarily a point of order, trying to clear something up. Can I proceed with the question?
I'll let you proceed. Yeah.
So you mentioned that we're not necessarily bound by Robert's rules of orders. You just mentioned that. You also said the only power we really have is to change policy. So my question is then does unanimous consent for 2/3 of voting proceed with that? And as a body, can we have a motion that the power residing with the membership overrides all motions, and therefore we can have a 2/3 or unanimous vote on approval of the agenda before any other business is done?
Just try and unwrap that. Yep. Let me think on that for a second. Yeah. So if the answer to that, unfortunately, is no, because this is not. So the way that it could be suspended is if that was in the nature of a rule of order, which setting jurisdiction to the board to do certain tasks is not something that can be taken away. It definitely can be taken away permanently through a bylaw amendment, but can't be taken away temporarily during the course of a board meeting. So the only things that could potentially be suspended within a set of bylaws are a very rare number of rules of order themselves. So for example, speaking times, if they were listed in the rules of order, could be suspended for a period of time, but not something giving power to do something for a particular body within the organization. That would not be suspending a rule of order. I'm going to go to the back microphone for a point of order.
So you earlier stated that the procedures were in place for agendas and that to be submitted earlier so that they could be here and the membership had an opportunity to make those submissions. So that would also be when the Board of Governance states to the membership that something is going to be on the agenda, that we would not submit it because we have a state that it's going to be there. And in their email to us, I'm going to quote, it says, in particular, Mr. Hidman's approach, we will give a full accounting at our AGM as required by our bylaws. But for now, that is what we can offer in terms of providing some content at least. End quote. So that is not on that agenda that you're asking to.
Correct.
But yet we were led to believe that it would be.
However, that is planned and intended to happen. And I'm going to double check, but I believe that verbally. So you're correct. That is coming up under the reporting period. So the content of the reports isn't listed out for you, as would be normal, although some associations give out the contents of the report as well. All that is listed in the reports, although you wouldn't know this coming into the meeting, I can let you know that that is the plan and intention for them to give a response to that exact concern. So that is something that will happen during the reporting period. And if it doesn't, you can simply ask it during the Q&A. So the Q&A part is going to be an important part for you. You've got some really powerful things coming up in the agenda. You have a chance to vote 8 members to the board. Some of them are uncontested, so you have a chance to either say yes or no to those individuals because they still need to get a majority. So those ones where there's no contest, you have the authority to say yes or no to those members. They're not acclaimed. You also have 2 Q&A times coming up that are going to be very important opportunities to respectfully ask difficult questions. All right. There is nothing wrong with asking hard questions of your board of directors or of any of the other people presenting. That's totally within the parameters of what is fair and expected. So I am going to encourage us to, in terms of just to quickly mention a few of the other items, such as having certain votes or motions to do certain actions. Your bylaws are crystal clear that it has to be around those 3 things. I would, probably going to take a hit for this one somewhere down the road, but I'm going to say that your bylaws probably should permit you to submit new business items, okay, with notice, because bombshell items coming to an AGM are usually very counterproductive. But an important decision to be made, I believe as members, you should have a right to put that into your bylaws to say, with 30 days notice, we can have a proper non-violating bylaw type motion brought forward to our AGM. Okay. That's something that most assemblies, I honestly don't think that was probably neglected on purpose. I'm just being blunt. It gets neglected on a lot of bylaws. There's a few really unusual things in your bylaws, but that one I just mentioned gets missed by a lot of bylaws. Okay. And it's a really important tool for members to have. So I am wondering, we've got about 6 more people at the lineup, but we have been sitting for a long time.
A point of order, like something.
It's not your microphone. Sorry.
It relates directly to what you just said. Okay.
Will the back microphone, will you yield to the front for this question?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You just said you should have given anything that was going to be discussed should have been given 30 days notice. We actually got 60 days notice for this. Some of us put in hundreds, if not thousands of hours to prepare stuff to send here. We send it in with it to be sent out to the members with a 30 days notice. This is another place where the PBOG refused to do what the bylaws say they're supposed to do. We did our work and they wouldn't send it out.
Sir, are you saying it had to do with an amendment to the Constitution or adoption of policy?
Yes, absolutely. There was 20 resolutions to do with the bylaws and 6 or 7 or maybe it was 9 resolutions to do with policy. We did a lot of work on them. We spent 30 days ranking them and then we sent them in. They put them into an order. We had them in ranked order and we sent them to Todd sent them to Kathy. Kathy sent them to Cam, and Cam said, well, I can't send them out until the recently appointed Sandra Kim tells me to, and they never sent them out. So don't we did everything.
Sorry.
No, we did everything our bylaws told us to do, but they failed us by refusing to send the information out to our members.
So obviously I don't know whether that's accurate. I'm not saying that you're not being accurate, but I'm saying
It is.
No, hold it a minute. Hold it just a moment. I'm not. The opposite. No, the exact opposite. I'm saying I don't have the knowledge to know whether if they were to come up and say that it was not submitted. No, excuse me. Thank you. What I'm trying to say, opposite of calling you a liar, I'm saying that I don't have the information to validate anything that is being said on that particular matter. No, I'm not finished yet answering this point of order. So that is a really valid question to ask, but here's the point I want to make on it. Let's assume that you are completely 100% accurate on that and go with that for just a moment. Okay. In that case, those bylaws still can't come forward here today. That is a serious issue that you're raising. And I would ask that question politely, firmly, but politely to your board when they're doing their question and answer responses, because they may have a response as to why they didn't let those ones come forward, whatever the reason, but I can't answer it. Okay. But even if I could, the answer is we still wouldn't be able to submit those today because proper notice wasn't given for the membership to vote on those. Okay. So, but a valid question to raise, and I hope that you do raise that question during the Q&A time. So the point of order has to be directly related to my ruling that on this particular issue only. Okay, and I've got the back microphone next. Is yours a new point of order on a different topic or related to this one? Sorry, back mic.
It's still to the agenda.
Okay, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Since the provincial board are the only ones who can choose the direction of the agenda, may I request that the provincial board adopt some of, or at least review some of the proposed agenda amendments?
So if I understand correctly, you're asking them to review them now to consider whether to make changes to the agenda. No?
Yes. Yes.
In
Since they are the authority on it.
Yeah, I'm going to informally talk with them during the break about that because I'm hearing different concerns that we may be able to come to an amiable agreement on that might help further the meeting and get us to the business. My goal, well, trying to follow the rules, is also to get you guys to where you can make your votes and can get the business done that you are legally entitled to do in your bylaws. So with that said, I want you to remember where you are in the lineup. If I keep the order in the lineup, is there any objection to taking about a 10-minute recess so that you can stretch your legs, have a conversation with each other, and then reconvene in 10 minutes? Do I have any objection to recessing? I can't call it myself. Okay, objection. I'm going to formally put the recess to a vote. We'll now do a formal vote on recessing the meeting. So the chair is proposing a 10-minute recess. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, is opposed, we will continue the meeting. So I'll recognize point of order at the front microphone.
Point of order on agenda, please. I understand that this is from the party board of governors. Is that
Sorry, the
correct?
agenda, yes.
Yes,
correct.
okay. Note, agenda is subject to change. Interesting point. Change on what aspect? The grassroots party here or the stonewalling? Maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm going to take that back. Or the board of governors that appear to be stonewalling this whole thing. And I'm asking the question, what are we doing here? My name is Anthony Stefan Carson-Sitka. I'm just a member, an ordinary person, but I've never seen this before when you have a board of governors that's resisting everything coming from its membership that puts it in place. One more point. One more point. Good. One more point. We put these ladies and gentlemen here in a position of authority to govern, not to rule.
So the chair recognizes the back microphone, please.
Thank you. My name is Gail Parks. I'm from Panoka, and I too was reading the bottom of the agenda presented by the board that says, note, agenda subject to change. We can't change something that isn't accepted. So when are we going to get to the position where this committee, this room, these members set that agenda?
As soon as your bylaws authorize you to do so, ma'am.
We have them.
So if it says at the bottom, which it does, it says at the bottom that it's subject to change, who in your bylaws has the authority to make that change? Let me ask the question. Who in your bylaws is authorized to make the change to the agenda?
Members.
Absolutely. Members have ultimate authority under specific provisions in the bylaws. So let me ask you this. If you guys decide today that you want to add 7 board positions because that's the will of the membership, can you add 7 positions to the board of directors today? If so, why not?
We're not going to be silly.
Nor am I. But
you're making a hypothesis that is not.
The only reason that you can't add 7 board members is because your bylaws tell you how many board members you're supposed to have. Otherwise, if your bylaws didn't dictate that and you were allowed motions at the here on any of the aspects of the bylaws, you could make that change. So I'm going to recognize microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Everyone, please, let's just remember, keep our heads. Let's all be civil, but I am going to point out, I want to echo the new agenda agenda is subject to change. Yes, it is definitely subject to change, subject to the approval of the member of the assembly, of course. The other point I want to make regarding the bylaws and regarding the order of precedence, I suggest that the principle of 0.6 whatever it was, 12122, whatever it was, which you're referring to, is subject to the guiding principle outlined in 0.5 because that is the fundamental guiding principle expressed in the bylaws. Therefore, I suggest that while it says in 6.2.2, they are there to determine and propose the agenda subject to the approval of the ultimate authority, which is here.
So I understand your point. The point is not well taken for the very same reason that you can't, though, make a change to your bylaws based off the will. The members have the right to change it. Yeah. No, but again, and I don't. Point of order. I don't see it that way. The chair will recognize the back microphone, please, for a point of order.
I see you're really wrapping yourself around these bylaws as your defense. I would point out that they were approved on January 23rd, 2021, and they were approved as an omnibus bill. There was no opportunity to amend.
Sir,
we
point of order.
let me finish.
No,
let me
sir,
let me finish.
I
Let
will
me
not.
finish.
Sir, I am not letting you finish. No, I don't have to let him finish. I am not letting you finish because your point of order is not related to the agenda for
No,
today.
I wanted to say they approved it without amendment.
You're-
What number 5 is paramount above all the rest. It's a bedrock principle. Does anybody understand what bedrock means?
So
That's what it is.
absolutely do, sir. The bedrock principle is that the members have the ultimate authority to make decisions for your association under the rules that you've set out in your bylaws. Like I had some pushback saying I was bringing up a silly hypothetical. What is stopping you today from adding new members to the board of directors? What is stopping you from changing just add at will to anything here, change it to, you can't do that. That's why bylaws exist, so that you have protection. The members who didn't show up here today were not aware of any potential changes to your bylaws. There was no notice. I know there's an issue about whether stuff should have been, but that's a different issue.
I've got it here. I want to comment on that.
No, well, it has to be related to agenda. Right? We don't have an agenda or a special rule. So unless your point is about those, we have to hold on to those for now.
My point.
Sorry, we have an agenda. We haven't got started on the agenda. Would be a better way to put it.
Sir, my point is about your point about there had to be 30 days notice. And
I'm just saying, sorry, sir. I just said you could put that into the bylaw. I did not say it said that at all.
Well, it actually does say that.
Well, I just
And,
guessed.
Well, that was a good guess.
Yeah.
And so we had 60 days. We had to have 30 days notice. As I pointed out earlier, we did all the work. We sent them, no, just 1 second. You said, I'm not aware of this. I'm bringing you some information, which hopefully it'll help you in your decision making as we move forward here. So here's the information that you told me 5 minutes ago you didn't have.
So if you convince me that you sent it in properly, they didn't send it out to the members.
Yes, that's
so
right.
it can't come forward today.
I know, I agree. It can't
Okay.
come forward today. But the point I'm making, and this is the point that everyone is making, is that the PBOG have been negligent in their duties. We haven't been negligent in our duty. They've been negligent in theirs. And so we did our duty. We did as what the bylaws told us to. We had policy submissions. We ranked them. And let me just finish. I'm only 3 lines away from being done.
Okay, I'll let
So
you
anyway,
finish.
we sent an email. Todd Brown, who had been taken out of his committee, sent them to Kathy, who'd been taken out of her committee, who sent them to Cam, who still had his committee. But here's what he said back to us. Sorry, I guess this is where I'm confused. The designated chair of P&G committee is now Sandra Kim. And my impression from Sandra is in the last meeting was that not all the CAs received equitable assessment, whatever
Okay,
that
sir,
is.
that's more than
No,
3 sentences.
Okay,
Sir,
well, no, it's,
sir,
if Sandra
have
acknowledges
to
this is
ask
no
you to-
longer the case and has
could
her
you
approval-
mute the microphone, please? Thank you. Sorry, sir, what you're saying is appropriate, but not at this time. Sorry, folks, AGM doesn't mean a free for all at the mic. All right. It is important that you stay on topic and focus so that we can move the meeting forward. Right now, the business that you've come to do isn't being accomplished at all. So the business that you've come to do is outlined in here and is the business that has been put into the agenda with the provision in addition of Q&A times, which is a pretty normal aspect of many assemblies. I will continue to take the points of order. I believe I'm on microphone 2, please, or the back microphone.
Roger Snow, Tabor Werner.
And thank you. Sorry, others have not been giving their name. Please do that again. Thank you for remembering, sir.
I'm reading the bylaws, and I'm reading especially 7.3.3. The president shall
Recording
preside over
recording
all
in
business
progress.
party at which the president is in attendance. You're a hired gun working for the president. You have no place here. You should leave. The president himself.
Hey, so on that point of order, I believe that when it comes to the specific instructions for how, that is a conflicting bylaw. There's no question, which again, there's numerous ones in there that need to be weeded out. However, when it specifically talks about the governance of the AGM, it puts it at it says specifically that the chair gets to determine, the board gets to determine who chairs. whereas the other caveat is simply in a listing of duties of an officer. So it would be then considered an interpretation fair for me to chair the meeting. Microphone one.
Is it turned back on? Vicky McGonigal, Livingston McLeod. My point of order is that the people who are monopolizing these mics are neglecting to understand this is a hybrid meeting. We have, as far as I know, over 200 people who are joining us online. So they don't have an opportunity to be involved in all of what you're talking about. And that's important.
Okay, so the point is not well taken in the sense that they have the right to make a point of order. If they're lining up to speak, it needs to be for the purpose of making a point of order. And I have not had an indication yet from the table that they're trying to make a point of order. No, let me give the instructions for that now because, yeah, so if you'll bear with me because we never got to those instructions. For those of you who are joining us by Zoom, the use of your putting your hand up will come up when we actually get to any discussion on Q&A or any debate on any motions, of which there really aren't any. But when we do have those discussions, hand up. When you're making a point of order online, you need to put in the, what did we say in the special, the ta-da icon, okay? So it's the horn with a little confetti come out. So it'll be much nicer than the way you guys are very loud with your point of order. They get to do it with a nice little ta-da horn. So when those come in, we will alternate between the ta-da horns on the Zoom and the two microphones here. So I'll alternate between all three. All right. I will do microphone. I don't think we have anyone yet for Zoom. So we'll go to microphone 2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know if this is called a point of order, but I did dig up an email that I received from Ponoka Registries on June 29th of this year, which has included in the entire package our bylaws that are listed with them. And if you refer to the Societies Act, 15.2 says no rescission or alteration or addition to a bylaw has effect until it has been registered by the registrar. So unless somebody has proof, like since June 29th, that these are not bylaws, I would say these are the bylaws.
So that is on topic because your point of order has to do with the establishment of whether this is a legal meeting or not. So it is in order. I'm not sure, I apologize. I'm not sure if I understood the last sentence. Which one are you saying then is the proper bylaws? The original one at the first meeting?
These ones filed December 15th, 2017.
2017. So I will ask if we have legal advice on that because again,
Let it not be Vicky McGonigal,
I'm sorry?
not Vicky McGonigal.
Well, I don't believe we have any other lawyers here. I cannot, and obviously not being a lawyer, I can't interpret law.
Like a neutral lawyer.
The chair will stand the meeting at ease. This one's not debatable. The chair will stand the meeting at ease so that I can work out an answer to that concern. All right. So not a formal recess. It's a short stand at ease.
You'll hold my spot here?
All right, you guys decided to take a full recess that you voted down earlier, but you still went on one. So I'm going to try and get you guys back to your tables here so that we can give you an update on a little bit of information. And then you guys can decide how we are going to continue. All right, I'll get everybody back to their tables and we will end the stand at ease. Good. And just for your own parliamentary information, you cannot stop the chair from taking a stand at ease, but it is in your power to call the meeting back to order if you feel the stand at ease has gone on too long. So if that does happen, although I appreciate it if you give us the time because it will actually help speed things up rather than slow them down. But just so that you understand how a stand at ease works. Okay. Full recess is always at the discretion of the membership. All right. In talking with several people, it is my understanding that these bylaws are the official ones recognized by the registry. I don't have anything to tell me otherwise, but that they are the listed ones on the Service Alberta site, showing as the official bylaws of the Wildrose Independence Party of Alberta. No, the current ones that are on the website are listed as the current ones on the registry.
On a point regarding.
Sorry, I need to. What I'll do on this one is I'll just take questions or comments or questions related to this one specific issue. If yours is something else, hold your thought. Who with their hand raised at the mic wants to talk to this specific issue? Okay, microphone 1.
I would like to see proof of that. Show me a screenshot with a stamp stating when those were received and approved by the registrar. And I think that's quite a reasonable request.
Okay. So what I can do on that, that is a reasonable request. I think I'm just processing it in my head here to see if there's any reason we can't do that. Obviously cannot be on the demand of a member. I don't know how long that process will take. It could, I honestly don't, because I have no idea how to work that. So I will, I believe that to be a fair point of privilege for the membership.
Point of order?
No, no point of order. I'm answering this point of order. Or this question first. So you know what, in case it helps speed up, I'll go to your point first. It may speed up the conversation and then I'll come back to yours. I haven't forgotten yours.
I would just like to clarify that my
Sorry,
email.
name and
Oh,
constituency.
sorry,
please.
Tammy Tatlock, Lacombe Pinoka. I would just like to point out again that my email came from registries on June 29th, 2022.
It's not up to me to determine whether you guys, what your proper bylaws are. These are the bylaws supplied to me. No, I can't rule on that. I can't make a ruling. Well, no, but I can't do that. It's not something I'm qualified to do. What I can do is I can ask the membership, so let me think this through to make sure I get this correct. The best I can offer at this point, I think, is for the members to vote whether they want, before the meeting continues, to have proof that these are the adopted bylaws of the not adopted, you have adopted them, that they are the registered bylaws of the association. I can't guarantee that that proof is actually going to, I have never done corporate registry, so I'm not making this up. I don't know if it's a 5 minute, I don't know if it's a 5 minute job or an hour, whatever, but I'll talk to the board and we'll obviously need to pause the meeting.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I will put it to the membership. If it is your pleasure to have that proof, keep in mind, my understanding would be, in all likelihood, that we would likely lead to the adjournment of this meeting if we find out that because I don't believe we're going to have time to prepare. I know we would have to then be able to prove that the other bylaws are still actually, this is going to be a tough one.
Sir, could I please comment?
If it's really on topic.
I think it is. Bylaws, whether they're registered, whether they aren't, it's sort of a legal thing. You know what I mean? But the point of the fact of the matter is, we're here. You know what I mean? We've all taken a day. Like, as much
Recording
as
stopped.
some of these people on the board,
Recording in progress.
to making this work.
Yeah.
So so why don't we you suggested this earlier and you said, well, okay, in the interest of making this go forward, why don't we agree to open up the agenda and then then we can, instead of having point of order till we eat the prime rib, why don't we just open up the agenda and then let's debate the things we want on the agenda. We'll maybe disagree on some things or not, but at least we could have a productive meeting. And at the end of the day, we would have solved some of our problems, if not all of them.
However, if we do that, it would likely invalidate all the further proceedings of the meeting because we would then be operating improperly under the bylaws. You have to be operating under bylaws, so it would likely negate the validity of all the elections and other things going on. You can't operate a meeting unless you're in a formation meeting until those bylaws are adopted, and then there's a specific set of rules for what's called a mass meeting. You can't operate an AGM outside in the absence of bylaws. You have to have an agreed upon set. So I will go to the person behind you to state name and.
Stephen Britton, Carson Siksika.
Thank you.
My understanding is that should we discover, in the event that we discover that the 2017 document is the one that is in effect, that it does not necessarily lead to the adjournment of this meeting and the loss of the prime rib. What I do suggest is that immediately this meeting reverts back to straight Robert's Rules of Order and can continue under those, I see you're shaking your head, under those rules, under the societies, not necessarily under as a political party, that is not registered as a society.
So point understood, but not fully, partially well taken, but it would not revert to Robert's rules in its entirety because there'd be nothing authorizing Robert's rules to run the meeting. So when I'm going to ask a question that maybe I'll ask board first and we'll see, but what bylaws did the one that I'm using right here, what did this replace? What bylaws did this document replace? What bylaws were in existence before this one replaced it? The 2017 ones that the members are referring to? You want to come up to me? Yeah, thank you. Yes, we'll get them up to the mic.
Bill Jones, Edmonton, Rutherford. To be clear, this board was elected under the.
Excuse me, whoever shouted out, Please, can I see who that was?
This board
Okay,
was
so-
elected.
Excuse me, pause.
under- Yep.
This is a warning. If you shout out again, I'm going to start disciplinary proceedings. Understood? Thank you.
This board was elected under the 2017 FCP root law bylaws. At that meeting, these bylaws that are currently in place were voted in. So you can take that as it is. So this board exists under the 2017 bylaws that were in existence at the formation of the Wildrose.
So on that note, before we take the next point of order, I think that's a really important point that was just made by the member. The bylaws that most closely represent the will of this particular membership are the ones that you approved in 2020, get my years right, 2020, 2021, thank you. The ones that are up here on the desk. Certainly they are closer. I mean, there obviously is way more of you that voted in and put these ones in that were wanting these to be your new bylaws as opposed to the ones that were coming back from 2017. It would seem really unusual and odd to me that this group would say, no, that they're not valid, that we don't want them to represent us. I don't have any concern with, I believe that they're fully registered. At least that's what I've been told. I don't have proof otherwise. We can go back in a minute after further conversation and see if we want to take time out of the meeting to get proof whether they are registered as best we can, if that's what you guys would like to do. I think that if we were to find out they were not fully registered, okay, which to my knowledge at this point they are, but if we were to find out that they weren't or not able to prove it, I believe the only option would be is to run the meeting off of a 2017 document, which is extremely challenging to do. And it, of course, would mean all these positions we're talking about to be elected. None of those elections can happen. All of those elections are designed online through the voting service, Simply Voting, all designed around these particular bylaws, right? Those positions don't exist in the old bylaws. None of that election will be able to technically, dysfunctionally will not happen today. So I'm going to caution the membership. Again, this now is going to become your decision on this. But I think you stand to lose a lot more opportunity to speak into this meeting than what you stand to gain on this. But if I clearly knew that they were not authorized, that would be a totally different story. But everything I've been told is that they are registered. I will go to microphone. I honestly don't remember. So I'm just going to go microphone 1 and then 2. Sorry about that.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Daryl Moran from Strathcona County, Sherwood Park District. I just have a quick question. You're supposed to be impartial, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if the board wrote down the agenda is subject to change, everybody here wants a change. You've asked what kind of change we want. Why are you not letting it happen?
The board has authorized the ability to change this agenda. It's still in there. And I've actually talked to them about
they're
that.
allowed to do it, but we're not.
Sorry?
They're allowed to do it, but we're not.
Correct. They're the ones who are in charge of the agenda. Sorry, I don't understand the concern on that. If your bylaws said that the agenda is adopted at the beginning of the annual general meeting, who would be in charge of it? The members. So this isn't something nefarious or seeing. This is what the bylaws have said. Now, your board does, because they put that caveat right on there, which I think is helpful, they can, and I'm not sure the exact parameters of how to do this because they're not in a formal board meeting. But in their board meeting, they put this down as part of their approval. I believe that they can change the agenda and drop some things. I believe they're already willing to drop at least one of the speeches, if not both. We may not get to them anyhow. So that may happen just by default. But in terms of adding items to the agenda, it still has to be that the board would want that to happen. They've given permission to change it in here. That was rightfully brought up by whoever pointed that out. They would have to agree to that. And again, it would have to be consistent with the bylaws. So a motion, let's say, to reinstate a former leader could not be entertained today. There's no possible way within your bylaws to do that. A motion to have a hearing about something cannot be brought forward today. There's no mechanism in your bylaws to do that. So even if I said to you right now, you've got full control of the agenda within your bylaws, there is literally almost nothing I can think of. Let me rephrase that. There's nothing I can think of that can legally be added into the agenda. Deletions, that's something that could be done. No, we can't delete anything that is part of the requirement of the Societies Act. For example, if you said to me today, we want to delete the report of the interim party leader, that can't be. It's in your bylaws that has to take place. I'm going to let you line up for that one if you. Yeah. Okay.
Point of order.
So point of order to microphone 2.
Gary Proctor. It's clear that despite the fact you're supposed to be neutral, you are attempting to advance this AGM. It's clear that this congregation wants to vote on this agenda, let's have a vote. We've got a small group on the PBOG that is saying no, and we have a huge group that is saying yes.
You have a bylaws that is saying no, not a board of governors. Sorry, there's no other way that I can interpret this. If there is, when I have not interpreted something clearly, or where I feel, have I not already gone to you guys to ask what your will is on that? I think I've made that. I think I've been very consistent to do that. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, so we have determined that the PBOG has the right to change the agenda. So right now, this meeting is getting held up by the PBOG who is not listening to the membership. So we can sit here all day and argue back and forth. We're hearing the same things.
Right.
Or they can open it up because they have said, if we're following our bylaws, they have the right to determine it. They could say, that's fine. We will listen to the people. It's very, very clear that they are the minority in this room. I do not understand what the problem is.
So okay, so I'm not sure. That's a very valid point. Point is well taken, but I guess I'm a little bit, I'm confused as to what it is they're stonewalling against. They're going to give time to answer questions.
30 minutes. We're given 30 minutes.
That's
on
for the
agenda.
report questions. There's a whole nother, there's another half hour there. In a 6-hour meeting, an hour of Q&A, that's probably the most I've ever seen in an AGM ever. To have an hour worth of Q&A, probably unprecedented in any meeting I've been
We
a part of.
are asking, again, going back to our bylaws, it states in there that with every AGM, we will have a leadership review. Now, they jumped the gun on that and have said there's no need for a leadership review because we don't have a leader.
There is no leadership review at the AGM.
the
The
fact
question
that-
gets asked at the AGM. There's not a leadership review at the actual
Okay, fine.
AGM.
But the fact of the matter is that as a membership, there's information that we want. And I already laid those out with the different things. There's information that we want, and we want to give the opportunity to other people to give that. This is in their hands. They have the opportunity. If we're following the bylaws and they determine it, this is in their hands. This is up to you guys.
They can,
100%.
sorry, talk through to me, not to
Sorry,
them.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. You're right.
They have the right to delete items on here, move the order of them around, and they also would have the right to add any item that is authorized in the bylaws for inclusion into the agenda. Your agenda, I'm not sure how else to emphasize this because it's critical. Your bylaws only authorize 3 types of business to take place at the AGM: bylaws, policy, and elections. That's all that you guys have allowed yourselves through your bylaws to accomplish at the meeting. We're not going to do bylaws or policy because none have come forward. We can talk about the issues, whether they should. That's a whole nother issue. That's an important issue. But even if we could 100% prove that something should have been sent out to you with notice, and I'm not implying that it should have, they will have a response as to why it wasn't sent out. So they'll respond to as to why those ones weren't sent out. But even if we were to say that wasn't a valid reason, those ones can't come forward today. The one thing we can do for business is do the elections. They can't. They put down the little caveat on there that they can change this. It's subject to change, meaning they can still change it. They can't add things that are against the bylaws. They can't give themselves permission to do that. Okay. They just simply can't do that. I hope that helps. Sorry, microphone 2.
So, Mr. Chair, you've said that it is abnormal for an agenda to be set and not be debatable in this sort of a setting. Is that
Not unheard of, but it's less common for sure.
It's quite rare. And as a chair, it is your responsibility to determine whether or not, or to determine the will of the House. Is that correct?
Through vote, yes. On anything that is debatable. It's up to me to conduct a proper vote and find out what the will of the assembly is on any debatable issue. Yes, correct.
Yeah. So, and then you also said that this whole holdup is preventing us for the business that we have come to do. We, as the people who have been gathered here and who are gathering online, who quite honestly expected the agenda to be voted upon and amendments and additions to be voted upon and determined by such. So is it possible? Can you propose a way? Is there a way that works for us to be able to open this up for the vote? Because the will of the House here is to vote on the acceptance of this agenda. We would like to make some changes to it.
So the answer to your question is, if that, for example, if that were a bylaw proposal that had come through properly, I'm going to guess this particular group would vote overwhelmingly in favor of switching the authority for the agenda setting from the Board of Governors back to the members. But no, there is not a viable way to do that. There's not a viable way to do that without proper notice given. It's certainly one that I think you guys should strongly consider and look at for your next AGM. But this, and even that one will still be following this because there can't be any changes until after that next, if you
So there-
understand where I'm heading.
There would be no way
We're
to,
doing points of order lined up at the mic.
Yeah.
We have to. Yeah.
We're all
Thank
have a
you.
point of order.
Yeah.
and we've also heard accusations and things flying back and forth about bylaws not being followed in some circumstances. What is to stop us from violating this particular bylaw that then puts control of an annual general meeting into the hands of the people who have gathered for that annual general meeting? Can we not suspend that bylaw at this time?
No, this, because it's not in the nature of a rule of order, it's not a suspendable bylaw. Yeah, so again, you're on the right track with the sense, if something is in the nature of a rule of order, so which is very limited. Most bylaws, yours, I'm not even sure they have any actual rules of order listed in them. I'd have to look again with that lens to look at. But if it's specifically a rule of order, that can be suspended even if it's in the bylaws. Something empowering a certain group of people to do something, such as assigning a task to the Board of Governors, which you guys assigned. You said, last time you guys approved these, you said, when we get to the next AGM, it's your job to come up with the agenda, bring it to us. And that's what, I'm not saying that's great. I'm not saying that that's what you thought it was going to mean, but that is what you empowered them to do. And they have done their best job, in my opinion, to bring an agenda that meets the requirements, but it's a very tight parameters. There's almost like, honestly, we could probably even say that even having the speakers is pushing a bit, but they did that trying to do something that would be a benefit to you guys. There's not a lot of, that's my opinion anyhow. Obviously, I may have misunderstood that one. So if anybody has Trudeau jokes, type up a couple for me and pop them up here, and I'll start. I'm sure you guys have some. All right, I'm going to go to microphone number 1, please. Point of order.
Just as a point of curiosity, how many times do you have to agree with the chairman before you get a share of his honorarium? But you can answer at lunch. But
there we go. Thank you.
But my serious point is, you said there's only 3 things that we can do here. 2 of them we've already sort of ruled out. The third one is we can conduct elections. I'm trying to help you come to a path where we can move forward, and we'll both get paid at the end of the day, I'm sure. But nevertheless,
that's all.
We all agree. It says right here, the board has the right to change the agenda if they want to. You know, just hear me out. Hear me out. And so we have the right. They have the right to change the agenda. Clearly, there's 2 choices here. We're either going to stand here at the mic and make points of order till we eat the prime rib and then go home, or we can actually come to a consensus of moving forward. And I think everyone here wants, at the very end, we've all agreed now that the board can make it change the agenda if they want to, and we're all here to see that the elections work. So how about if we ask the board to change the agenda, and all we'll have on the agenda is the elections, and then we will talk about the people who qualified, the people who didn't qualify. We'll give the people who subsequently end up being able to stand for election, we'll give them an opportunity to speak. And at the end of the day, we may have had some harsh back and forth, but we will have done some very productive work for our party and for our province. So I'd like you to take sort of I'd like you to go and counsel with the board, and say, look, what about this compromise? But having said that, or maybe we should put that to a motion to the floor where we just say, look, how many people want to just do the elections today? And then we'll stop all this arguing. Let's just put only thing left on the agenda is the elections. Let's at least get that done.
You know, I think you may be, yes, I think you may be onto something. What you're asking me to do is a straw poll, and straw polls aren't allowed. So yeah, somewhere there, someone will find the section, but it might do it anyhow, as long as there's no objection. Only breaking that's like Roberts, not bylaws. And we're allowed to break Roberts. That we're allowed to, as long as you guys 2/3 or more agree. So I can't do it on my own. I want to pitch that a little bit differently. I like the concept of what you're saying, but I want to pitch it slightly differently. I have a feeling that would get rejected because what you're suggesting, I think you may have forgot about the Q&A times as well. And so I think if we only did the elections, but didn't do the Q&As, I can talk to the board, and if you guys are willing to let me take a break here in just a moment, I can talk to them about the idea of removing the speeches or one or both or whatever, and then moving on to the Q&A times and the elections. The elections follow a strict timeline. We'd like to try and in order for us to get there and have prime member and all that, that's what we want to get to. I'm just going to, I guess the way I'm going to process that question, based off of what I just said, would there be any objection to having about a 3-minute recess so I can discuss this idea with the board? Or is there still too many concerns about this?
Can I raise my parliamentary inquiry first?
No, let's let him take the 3, let's take the 3 minutes. We're making progress here. Let's take the 3 minutes and see what happens.
Yeah. If there is an objection, I'm not going to be deciding anything. All I'm going to be doing is getting some information. So you won't have lost anything, not seeing any objection. So we'll reconvene in about 3 minutes time. Thank you. All right, my apologies. I was a little longer than 3 minutes. I apologize. I try and stick to my times, but I did go a little bit longer. So I want you, if you had a point of order, I want you to line up at the mic in the same order that you were in. Now, before I take any of the points of order or comments, I will get to them in just a moment. But I will say, because the reason that you allowed for the short recess was for me to get some information informally. Wanted to present that to you. The board gathered over here. I told them my interpretation of what was on the agenda gives them permission and authority to make changes to the agenda based off of what's on here. And obviously, to me, it wasn't intended to be at a board meeting or some other formal meeting. It was meant as the meeting is going on that they reserve the right to make some changes to it. They have said to me they are fine with dropping the 2 speakers. If that, and I'm going to put this, I'm going to do a very strange vote here in a minute to find out if you want to go this direction. But they're willing to do the drop of the 2 speakers. They're willing, I didn't get, some had walked away after, but I believe that the majority would be willing to drop the Q&A times. They're not interested in that, dropping them. They're not asking. I just asked, would you be willing to? So it would, the only advantage to you for that, I'm supposed to advise. Yeah, I guess I am. I wouldn't advise dropping the Q&As, but I'm just saying that that's an option that you have. And the suggestion is that we, as soon as we are able to process any last points of order, that we try and get onto our schedule from 11:30 right through to the end of the meeting and process all the business that's in front of you in order to get your business done, which is mainly the elections coming up. So I will go to microphone 1 first and then microphone 2. You know what? I think mic 1 might be off for some reason. Maybe it got disconnected or just turned off. There's someone saving batteries.
Hello. Yeah, there we go.
Good.
This is from members on Zoom, and I'll just read out exactly what the text says.
No, sorry, you cannot.
My name is
no,
DeBoer.
sorry.
No. It's regarding they're not getting
I'm
permission.
sorry. My
Yes.
apologies. Sorry.
I show only 3 controls: chat, raise hand, and Q&A. Sorry, this just went off. Just ask the board of directors to add approval of the agenda into the current agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so that they did not agree to do because again, and I wouldn't process it even had they said that because that's against the bylaw. So I would not process that. They don't have the right to give away a bylaw right here at a meeting. So I wouldn't process it, but this leads me to an important, I won't say I messed up on this, but I will say this, that before we were to get to the 11:30 Q&A, we would also need to have time to at least talk about the special rules of order and either just, I've got a way to process that and move forward on that one. And then of course, we still have not done the adoption of the minutes. And I need to clarify, were the minutes sent out to the members by email anytime in the last?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
So if they weren't, we need to get those prepared and ready to show on screen or make physical copies available to them because we can't adopt those without them having been sent out. So I will get that. They will work on getting those to you in one form or another. And I will now go to microphone 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norm Thiessen, representing Sundry Rocky Rimby CA. I am the Communications Event and Fundraising Director. With all due respect, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say that I am respecting your authority and I'm listening to what you're saying. And I'm taking that in very, very clearly. On numerous occasions, you have said that since we've shown you our agenda, you have repeated numerously to the members in the House on the floor that this agenda is very similar to the agenda that the PBOG has put forward. What I'm asking is, why are you asking, or why is the PBOG asking us or demanding us to accept theirs? But when you've already said ours is very similar, I'm asking the PBOG to accept our agenda on the same reasons they're demanding we accept theirs. We're asking for them to vote publicly on accepting our agenda because, Mr. Speaker, you said it yourself. It is very similar. We should just move on. Why have they not accepted ours?
So I believe they are accepting parts of yours. They're, so do you know what? For one reason in particular, there is almost nothing on that proposed agenda that I would allow to be put onto here because it would be against us. Most of the things that were on there in terms of, I won't read out the specifics, but they're things that cannot properly come before this assembly. Even if they said, you know what, Mr. Chair, we would love to add those 5 things, I would not be able to legally bring those ones forward because your bylaws prevent it. It's again,
Excuse me, in response to your answer, Tim, I'd like to rebut your answer.
You can appeal it, yes.
Right here on this bottom of this paper that the PBOG claims they have authority, says they have the right to make changes as we fly. I'm asking them to stand up for their word, what they say they claim to be, and listen to the members. And I'm putting these words right back in your plate. You said you have the right to make changes. Either you make changes now, or you will show us that you're not willing to listen to the members.
Sir, you have to speak to me, not to them. Thank you.
They are not listening to us. Whatever I just said to them, I'll say to you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for not listening to your chair, your respect.
No, that's fine.
They have asked us and they're demanding us carte blanche without ever sending us an agenda to approve to begin with. They've never sent us any minutes to approve to begin with. They're asking us to hold back and just approve their agenda carte blanche.
Okay.
We're asking them, seeing how you yourself, and they have agreed that our agenda is very close, accept our agenda so we can move forward and get this meeting done and be the directors we asked them to be. Directors, not dictator.
Thank you for that. Which agenda, we can take time to go through your agenda list and I can tell you which ones I can recommend to them to be added or which ones that I can, or not recommend, but I say would be up to them to allow that.
My question, sorry for interrupting. My question is, you have said that our agendas are similar. Adopt the whole agenda. Let's move forward. You have the ability to do so right now as the board of directors. Listen to the room.
Okay, sir, you
Sorry,
need to end
they
your
need
comment.
to listen to the room, Mr. Speaker, and adopt what we're saying is we have a proposed
Sir, I'm
agenda.
asking you to stop your comments.
Recording
Thank
in
you.
progress.
Okay, I have heard your comments. You're repeating them. I have got the point of what you're saying.
Okay.
The point is not well taken for this reason. The fact that they're similar, that's what we're trying to get common ground on and make sure that as much of what is legal and eligible to be on here. Could you give me one example of one of the ones that's on there that isn't on theirs?
I'll turn my mic over to mic number 1 for that answer.
Okay, could you answer only that question?
There's a few reports that are just not necessarily motions per se, but there's a couple of things that we want to hear from speakers. We could treat them as like for example, the minority report. We could treat that as a guest speaker. I don't see anything in the bylaws that prohibits that from that kind of reporting back to the assembly. As in one example, I can think of another, but I'm going to hold off on that for a moment.
Okay, so if you're talking about bringing in non-members into the meeting,
it's a member.
It's a member.
It would be a member in this case.
Okay, so you're wanting to add a report to the meeting.
Or even if you want to use the word report, even in the informal.
Could that person not
context.
simply ask a question during the Q&A time?
It would take longer than that would be necessary, than required in the form of a question. And that's part of the parliamentary inquiry I want to make to you in a few moments.
Okay, so again, I can bring that to the board with specifics. Do you have specifics on the content? Because if I'm them, I'm going to want to know what this is referring
Understandable.
to and all of that. It's part of due
We'll have a
diligence.
conference and if we stand at ease again, we'll have a quick talk and then we can talk about that privately.
I'm going to mention to you, this will sound, it's not meant to sound threatening in any way, shape or form, but just keep in mind, the more that we work through these things, the less time we are going to have for Q&A and to properly run. So just make sure that you're clear on that. Okay.
Okay.
So do you have a different point of order?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Stephen Britton, Carson.
I'm sorry. You know what? Because I asked you to respond to it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Stephen Britton, Carson Siksika. I'm getting used to this microphone too. As a parliamentary inquiry during Q&A time, is it in order? This is one of a couple of questions regarding things. Is it in order to bring in a resolution, which is the official opinion of the assembly, that which is not policy, it's not a motion to change bylaws, it is simply the official opinion of the room of a certain situation.
No.
Is that in order, and why not?
No, it would not be in order because it is not authorized in your bylaws to do that.
Which bylaw prevents that?
The bylaw that gives very clear parameters, it is number, sorry, let me flip back my page. It was the one that I read a couple of times before.
Mr. Chairman, if I may give my rationale.
Do you know what so the subject to the provisions of these bylaws, the members assembly has the power to amend the constitution, adopt policy, and elect the board of governors. So even if we were to have other new business coming up, there would be other parameters in terms of giving notice. You can't make an official statement of an assembly that no one else had notice of. That's all irregardless. That would be just good governance, but it's still negated by this clause here. Your bylaws have made it clear, for better or for worse in your minds, what can take place at this meeting.
I suggest that if a bylaw specifically says that we cannot do something, it implies that we can. And therefore, if it does not specifically
I would
imply
argue,
that
sir.
please let me finish, sir.
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, my
If it
apologies.
does not imply that we may not pass an official opinion of the assembly, which is not binding on the policy and not binding on the bylaws, then it would be in order in that specific situation.
So the point is not well taken. That is not how I interpret bylaws, nor is it at all an acceptable way to interpret bylaws. So it's not the way you can conduct business, and I will not process that. Microphone 2, point of order.
Yuri Proctor, point of order. Many of the nominees were disqualified by the PBOG for signing a letter. This clearly is contrary to the Constitution of Canada.
Sorry, we're only going to talk about the agenda and possibly the rules
This
of order.
is in regards to the agenda. These have to be put back on the agenda, all disqualified nominees.
So that has.
You can't pass a policy that contravenes our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada. This is not Russia.
Sir, your comments are out of order, and I'm going to ask members to keep your comments on order to what we're talking about. That simply had nothing to do with what we're talking about at this particular time, and not going to give much leeway for that. So I would love to, but I've got people lined up, and points of orders take priority over me wanting to do a vote. So unfortunately, I will process the points of order. So microphone 1.
Thank you. Kenton Riggs, Grand Prairie, CA. It is a point of order, but it's also a point of information to make sure I get this right. You have stated this is the agenda. The only thing that's on the agenda is the elections. I gave you the list of all the amendments to the bylaws and things that we wanted to talk about. The board simply rejected it, didn't put it on there. And you've said several times that they've done this and all this work for our benefit. We should get these in bylaws. We can change them. We've tried. They keep tossing them, changing them. Don't let us discuss them. This will just happen to SGM. So knowing that they're purposely submarinating the body, well, can you say with them in good case, they're doing this for our benefit?
They're going to answer the question as we get into the election. They will answer the question about why some were not accepted and the nominations were.
I'm sorry, Chair. That was actually directed right to you as a point of order. How can you say that they're doing that for our benefit?
I didn't.
You did.
Sorry, no, I did not. I said that they put on. I said that they put, in my opinion, and I can be wrong, this is just an opinion, that the speeches and the Q&A times on for your benefit. I said nothing about the nominations or about any of the other aspects of the work. Those were the only 2 times that I said that. And you know what, sir? It's just my opinion. That's all.
Rebuttal.
No, this isn't a debate. There's nothing to debate here, sir. Excuse me, if you have a point of order to make, line up at the microphone. Others have waited patiently. I will take microphone number 2, please.
Would it be at all possible for us to proceed with the Q&A at least half an hour before we continue with the meeting? Because clearly we have a disconnected communication with the board, and we don't want to proceed with the agenda if we can't enact our changes.
So I would like to. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't have the ability to do is to ignore points of order. So as soon as there are no further points of order, I will be glad to get everything rolling and moving ahead. We've got some business that we need to process, but unfortunately as a chair, I can't ignore a valid point of order. I'll let you finish. Yeah.
But could we not do a Q&A outside of the meeting? Because the second we go past our not wanting to approve of the agenda, we can't do anything after that. Could we have a a QA that is not part of the meeting.
After the meeting is adjourned, is that what you mean?
No, like can we
Oh.
put an easement on this meeting and have a question and answers with our board and then return to the issue of the agenda?
So, well, yes, if there were no, yes, the answer to that is yes. We could start Q&A probably in about 1 minute's time if we have no further points of order. So yes, the answer to that is, but let me back it up one step. I still think we need to also deal with the special rules of order. I'm just going to encourage you guys to either vote yes or no without debate. And I'll quickly explain that. The minutes aren't out anyhow, right? So we're going to have to delay that. They're up there. So I would like to do those two bits of business. If we're amiable on it, it will take about 1 to 2 minutes. And then we will get into the Q&A right away. But if there are anyone else who has a point of order, I'm going to take those first, and then we'll get as quickly into Q&A. I think I got the question right. Microphone 1, point of order.
Deborah Murphy, Cochrane Airdrie. A question so that I can say what it is I wanted to say that you said I had to come up and say it here is, are you a WIPA member?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. So we're not interested in your opinion. We are interested in the grassroots opinions. So you are hired today by the grassroots. It is their donations. I would like to see you not taking this Board of Governors direction to the fullness where you are not listening to the grassroots. We are a grassroots party, not a dictatorship down party. We don't want more Trudeaus.
Thank you. So in response to your question, I was not, my reference in terms of saying my opinion of why those were included were directly related to our discussion about what we're going to approve and not approve when it comes to the agenda, trying as much as I can to get information from what you want to see happen with the agenda over to them within the context of the bylaws. And quite frankly, I don't feel that was out of line. I will refrain from saying any comments further to that, but it wasn't an endorsement of your board and it wasn't a chastisement of you at all. It was simply responding to a part of the agenda that I was trying to explain why it was included in the agenda that the board put forward. So don't feel that at all was making a statement about any aspect of their governance or any aspect of WIPA in general or any aspect of you as a membership. But because just to honor the sensitivity of that, I will be careful with my comments. Microphone number 2, please.
A point of information. I understand you're not doing this for free. Can you tell us how much you were paid by the PBOG to do this?
The gentleman who is yelling out, that's your official warning. If that continues, I will start disciplinary action to have you removed. Understood? Thank you. So again, I think I've been very fair to answer and respond to your questions that I don't need to have people yelling and hollering. Okay, come to the microphone. I've been very fair with that. I have no problem, absolutely, because compared to all the other contracts I do with this one is probably been about, can't count the number of hours more that this one has been. So I don't mind telling you, but I don't have any idea what freedom I have to say that or not say. I have no clue.
Is the board deciding again?
Is it? No, the board, does the board care if I say how much my honorary, will it eventually be in the documents anyhow? Okay, yeah, so $2,500 is my honorarium for doing the AGM.
Thank you very much.
For the day and about 4 days, 4 to 5 days probably of preparation work, yes. Yeah, I mean, I've added up my hours, but I don't remember the title, but yeah, it's multiple days of preparation, yes. So, and again, guys, we can do this. If that's like, this is your meeting. We can spend lots of time on this if you wish. Microphone 1.
I think we're getting value for our money, if that makes you feel any better.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But I have a question from an online person saying, Danny, we have Q&A, chat, raise hand and settings on our Zoom. We have no way to vote and chat has been disabled. Info for your file. Is it set up that way on purpose? So
yes.
Could you comment on that? Well, but I mean, are they going to be able to vote? Like, could you at least say to the people watching online,
voting for sure,
getting a link to vote
on all motions and all elections for sure.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Okay, so that now
I can't get to the chat one until we get to the special rules, and as soon as I can get there, I will explain that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
it's 11:55. Like, is this crazy? It's like, if the voting is going to start at 1, I suggest that we stop for lunch and then come back here at 1 o'clock and proceed. Like, I don't know what we're going to do here, but I think
I'm with you on that. So I'll propose a suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of interrupted, but I think I'm on track.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got 2 more. We got at least 2 or 3 more people on the mics. points with points of order. I would like to propose again, continue to try and move you forward. And I'm not saying that we can't have a point of order, but I'm just saying I will not be able to do that process until the points of orders are dealt with. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Barry Canodal, Cypress Medicine Hat. I'm the CFO and fundraiser. I don't know if the board is cognizant of what's happened to fundraising since this turmoil began, and perception is reality.
Sir, is your question related to the agenda or the plan for moving forward? If not,
It is to the
okay,
agenda.
okay.
Common practice in every meeting I've ever been in our own board meetings, we always vote to accept the agenda. That is common practice. So I asked common practice applies here in front of all these grassroots members that the board allows a vote on the agenda so we can go forward with this party and build membership out in the grassroots. Thank you.
So in ruling on your point of order, I'm not sure if you actually stated a full point. I guess I request to the board, again, the chair will not allow them to do that because that will be putting them in violation of their bylaws. Again, you may not agree with that, but that is my clear interpretation for that. Microphone 1.
Ron Adams, Cardston Sixa. You've mentioned the bylaws numerous times. And I do believe our provincial board is breaking the bylaws today. Let me finish. The reason I'm saying that is in the bylaws to call a special meeting, they have to get a hold of all the members in the provincial 7 days in advance.
Sir, you can ask a question about that during Q&A, but it's not directly related to the business at hand.
It is because, let me finish, please.
Well,
It is because they've had numerous meetings on the side of this room.
So sorry, sir, I don't need to let you finish on it. That is not in order at this time. It is not related to, you can't just come up and state an opinion on that. A point of order has to be directly related to the business at hand. Saying that they didn't follow a bylaw at some other time doesn't make any impact on whether we're going to follow bylaws right now.
This is now. They're breaking the bylaws today.
You're saying this is an improper meeting and this meeting is being held illegally. On what basis?
That's correct, because they never sent out the proper information. You can ask them. They all know it's
what
7
information
days.
was required to be sent out other than the notice?
The notice and exactly what the meeting was about.
Should have, yes. It's not required at all to send any of that out ahead of time. Should have, absolutely.
It is in the bylaws. It's required.
It is not in their bylaws. The only thing that is required to be sent out in your bylaws is notice of when and where the meeting is taking place. It's good practice to send out as much information as you can.
I think if you realize the bylaws, if you read the bylaws that the board has to abide by, it's right in there.
Okay, if you're correct, and if I go with that, that is going to, which I'm not, I don't believe that's what the bylaws say. But it would, if you are correct with what you're saying and the proper notice wasn't given of the meeting, then this meeting will have to adjourn soon before the elections or any other business takes place.
That's right.
Okay, so.
But ask them.
No, I don't.
If you've got the bylaws, it's right there.
So I will ask the board, was proper notice of this meeting sent out?
For all four?
Well, I'll ask the membership just by show of hands. This is a really unusual measure, but I'm going to do it. Show of hands. Do you feel I just noticed that the meeting was happening within the right time frame. I didn't even look to see the number of days. Does anybody know the number of days? 60. How many of you feel that notice was sent out 60 days or more in advance for the meeting? No details have to be given. Hands up if you feel that notice was sent.
They didn't give the notice for the meetings they're having today that you've
Today,
been
that's what I'm
part of.
talking about. Yes.
No, they've had what, 4 or 5 separate meetings?
I have no idea how many meetings the board
You've
have had.
been in them.
Oh, I've been in on the committee planning meetings, not on board meetings.
Let me help you out, please.
Yes, please.
These are not board meetings. You pointed out these are not board meetings.
Yeah, I've never attended a board meeting.
I think we got 60 days notice.
Yes, I think so
I don't
too.
think we're arguing over that.
Okay.
We got our 60 days notice and we're here.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
that
Yeah.
point of order is off topic and we're done with that conversation. Let's go to microphone 2, please.
Roger Snow, Tabor Warren.
Will the members at microphone 2 and microphone 1 be willing to let us recess for lunch and hold your points till we get back? If you don't, no, I hear an objection from the room. So go ahead, microphone 2.
I'm Roger Snow, Tabor Warner. Most of us are here today to vote. But the people that we wanted to vote for were illegally by the bylaws, not allowed to
I'm ruling
run.
your comment is out of order. We
Oh,
will
just
get to
wait.
the, no,
Just-
it has
I
to
got
be
another
directly related to, that is out of order. I will get to that when we get to the elections. I
Oh,
will
well,
move to
I'm-
microphone number one, please. Point of order.
Point of order. I'm Joy Wesley. I'm from the Fort Saskatchewan Vegreville CA. So you're saying notice, and you said something earlier that implied notice included location. Does
Date,
it-
actually, sorry, you know what? Whatever your bylaws say has to be in the notice, and I did not read, I don't pay attention to notice because that gets done well before I'm usually
Well,
involved in the meeting.
I would like the notice issue to be addressed.
Okay, so are you making a point of order that you're contending that this note, that
The
proper notice was not
proper
given?
Because the location was not provided in a timely manner in order for people to have gotten the hotels and such to be able to come here and plan their lives. So
It either was sent out 60 days in advance or it wasn't. That's
it's
the
not
only
the
two
timing,
options.
it's the content.
The
So-
content has to be when the date is of the meeting.
Yes, but you were saying proper notice includes a place.
I will have to read in the bylaws. If you want, we can recess and I'll keep you here until I am done the research, but you'll have to give me about 2 to 3 minutes to research the bylaw. I'm not sensing I'm going to ask the will of the room. Do you want me to research whether proper notice was given? I'm going to do a bit of a straw poll. Hands up if you want me to take the time to research whether proper notice was given. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand, please. And we'll do this by formal vote then. All right, so the request has been made by a member that we research and find out if proper notice was given of this meeting. I want to let sure that online, they're just raising their hands and then they lower their hands for the second part of the vote. Okay, so all those in favor of that research being conducted during a recess of the meeting, please raise your hands and keep them up now, please. Okay, please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Okay, it is clear to the chair that there is more opposed than in favor. Would that be consistent online? Correct, thank you. All right, so that motion is defeated. Again, I'm going to ask the ones who are at the microphone, again, with points of order, I can't recess the meeting when there's a pending point of order. So I will go to microphone number 2 this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Norm Thiessen, Sundry Rocky Rimby, Eckville. We have what I consider at this point, I guess we're projecting we may have a bit of a stalemate in acceptance of the agendas, whichever it may be. What I heard was your proposal or a proposal from the floor about moving towards Q&A, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to revert back to your comment on the bottom of this paperwork. You're asking us to trust this provincial board of governors decisions to move forward to questions and answers fairly. And you just said they are the only ones that have the right to change. So while we hit these meetings, if we were
Sir, your point is
my
already
point
been made.
is-
So if you have a new point of order, please make. You cannot repeat your point of
no,
order.
I am not. And please give me credit, the same respect that I
I
give
am
you.
allowed to interrupt you as chair. If you are off topic, I have the right
I'm
to
not off.
interrupt.
He does. You're right. I'm asking you if they're the only ones that have the right, how can we move forwards when you said that at any given time they could change this and tell us to sit down and shut up? We don't have any authority in this. Only they do. You want us to move forwards, but you're saying we don't have the right to change anything. They'll make a concession until, of course, we stand up and then they can say, we don't want to hear that.
The authority the board has is to set the date, location, chairperson, and agenda. I
Exactly,
didn't
sir.
say they were in charge of everything in the meeting.
You
The
said
members-
right here
Recording in
on
progress.
this piece of paper that the PBOG made that they hold the right to change stuff. If we move forwards with this agenda, at any given time, those 10 people could say, we don't approve, and it gets shut down again. We don't have any recourse to
On
protect
the agenda,
ourselves.
you're correct. Thank you. That
Thank
point has
you.
been answered. Thank you. Microphone 1.
I think the point is there's 3 key pieces of information that this meeting wants to receive.
Okay.
And I think that what it is we want to have a report from the opposing position of the board in all kinds of areas, in certain areas. We want to invite somebody in as a guest speaker to give their side of the story. And we want some information as to why members were disqualified from being able to run for positions on the board. That's what we would like. And I don't think those are unreasonable things for us to expect. And so I'm appealing to the common sense of the common people to let this move forward.
I 100% agree with you. I feel like I haven't explained them carefully enough, and I apologize for that, but I believe that's exactly where we're getting to. When it's board Q&A, you can ask a question of any board member. There's no venue for having a minority report, but if there's a board member who feels differently about a situation, ask them to come up and speak to it. Say, could you please report to me on, you can get exactly what you want, exactly what you're asking for in a proper way by simply asking that member to come up and report on that. You just can't add it to the agenda, but you've got a Q&A time. You can get exactly what you're looking for. The other two have already been promised multiple times. You wanted to hear about why some names were not allowed to stay on the nomination list or not stand for nomination, and was not your second one about, repeat your second one, but I thought it was about this correct? Suspension of, was not the suspension, correct? And again, you said it was a member, right? Correct, yes. So, yes, sorry, you're right. Sorry, that should be the microphone. My apologies. Yeah, I should have caught that. So yes, I do, but yeah, I can summarize the three things. Two of them are going to happen. The one about bringing in a non-member is not, that's not something that's up for debate or up for a suspended member. A member, your bylaws are clear. A member who is not in good standing cannot be invited into the meeting. So again, specificity. So because they have the right to appoint the chair, there's no stipulation that the chair has to be a member. I'm really the only non-member that's allowed to be in here legally. And yeah, if you want to vote the sound people out in the caterers, you're welcome to do so. If that's what you're pointing to, yeah, absolutely. No, I'm not being facetious. You can ask for them to be removed from the meeting. I just saw someone pointing to the caterer side. So I would like to get us to break for lunch. When we come back I'm going to take these points of order because we need to, but I would like us to get closer to lunch, break for lunch. And when lunch comes back, I will have a proposal for how to proceed. And then it'll be up to you guys whether you want to go that direction or want to continue on with what we're doing. So microphone number 2, point of order.
Thank you, John Sampson. I just want clarification. You've numerous times said that the bylaws say that the board sets the agenda.
Correct.
Would you please clarify for me what bylaw says that there will be no approval of that agenda?
Well, it doesn't say that because it has to be approved by the board. So
No.
You don't have to negate that and say that and you never put a caveat after it and say, and it doesn't get approved by the
So
membership.
is there a bylaw that then states that there is no requirement of approval of agenda?
No, there is not.
So where is it? If there is no, it's a point of contention. So therefore, I think the membership should have a vote on that point of contention as to whether there is a vote on approval of agenda or not approval of agenda.
You know, again, and I'm just, this is becoming a bit of a circular argument. If you're correct in what you're saying and that membership should just be able to vote on the agenda, you won't be able to add a non-member in. You won't be able to add minority
didn't ask
reports.
that. Please don't go off topic. The
I'm
topic
just saying
was
there will be
strict.
no change to the agenda.
You're talking about agendas. I'm asking you whether there's approval
The answer
of
is no.
the approval of the agenda as presented by the board. What
The
bylaw?
board sets the agenda. There is nothing saying that it doesn't get approved by the membership, that it doesn't need
So
to
then it needs to be approved.
No.
According to Robert's Rules of Order, it does.
It absolutely does not. Robert's Rules does not require an agenda. It said that it's a normal practice. It does not require it.
So without a normal practice, there needs to be something to take it out.
Normal practice is to give people 10 minutes in speech. In your bylaws, you can make it 1 minute, you can make it an hour.
Right.
You
But
can
without
change
the
anything you
bylaw
want.
changing it, Robert's Rules of Order take precedence.
Absolutely, except that you've got a bylaw that is clear who sets the agenda.
Please
It
tell
does
me
not-
the bylaw that states there will
Sir,
be no
sir,
approval
your
of
point is not
membership.
well taken.
Recording stopped.
Your point is not well taken, and I'm moving on to the next speaker. I've answered my question.
You haven't
I don't
answered
agree
it.
with your assertion that it needs to be included, that there was lots of things you would have to include everything.
Recording in
The members
progress.
have to, it's not a logical way to look at
Common
interpretation of bylaws.
practice, very logical.
Sorry, your point is
Almost
not well taken.
every meeting ever held.
I'm going to microphone number 1, please. Thank you.
Sir, is Dennis Modry a member? Because you just said, well, you can't invite a non-member in. Like last week.
You would have had the right to ask Dennis Modry to leave before the speech, but there is no speeches, so I believe is gone.
No, but that you're missing my point. My point is the board was quite prepared to invite in a non-member. At one point in time, Vicky Bayford was on our agenda, so our board was quite prepared to invite in a non-member. But now you say, oh, well, no, you can't invite in a non-member. So what we're seeing again and again and again.
They probably
is
shouldn't have invited in a non-member.
Well, if the board wants to invite in a non-member, they can. But if the members want to invite in a non-member, they're not allowed to, because what are we, just peasants? But anyway, let's stop arguing. I agree with 3 things Steve said, but he missed one very important point. It's hot prime rib dinner.
There we go.
Let's stop for dinner. Let's everybody get away from the mics and go get some hot prime rib.
Yep. I'll ask the
Hang on a
two,
second.
I'll ask the two members, if you want to make your points, we'll continue, or you can pick it up after lunch. It's your choice. Go ahead, first member, if you want to state your point, go ahead.
Tammy Tatlock, Lacombe Pinoka. Tired, I have to look at my own name. So my understanding is that since we're going to recess for lunch, then that rule does not apply and a non-member is allowed in this room.
No, when a meeting is recessed, it is it's fully operational. It's not, the meeting's not adjourned. So a non-member can come into the room after the adjournment of the meeting at the end of the meeting. The meeting, during a recess, the meeting is still being conducted. It's just recessing to do some aspect of whatever it may be.
Eating lunch is just a recess, but we're still in the meeting?
Correct.
I move that this assembly take Paul Hinman a plate of prime rib.
I second that.
And I don't think that's unreasonable. Even I think Peabody would agree with me on that one.
So with that, if there are no further points of order, and I really should have been adding this up, did anybody keep a tally? Because this is a new record for me by about 50. Sorry, go ahead.
Please, I've been asked, no, don't, please.
Okay. There we go.
Until adjournment.
That's good. All right. At this time, is there any objection online with a thumbs down or any objection here in the room with a word objection? Is there any objection to recessing for lunch? All right. It is 12:14. Our time to, there was no objection and none online? Saying objection with a no, it has to be thumbs down. For no thumbs down, then there's no objection. Yeah, they were just waiting in queue. All right. So are we good to come back at 1 o'clock? Is that going to be enough time, caterers and everybody else? Okay, we're going to aim for 1 o'clock. As you know, I make myself available before the meeting and during lunch. So if you have questions about parliamentary procedure or rules of order, come and see me and I'll be happy to answer those during the lunch. Are there any instructions from the organizers or board or anyone for lunch? Any order? All right. Everyone who made a point of order goes last. And no, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Gets to go first. Sorry. All right. At this time, the chair is calling us back to order. And I recognize that there are still people getting their food. I'm hoping that there's no objection to starting the meeting while people are still getting food and eating. It's not ideal because it's obviously it's just a little bit noisier, but I'm hoping that you will go ahead and allow that to take place. I do have just a bit of housekeeping, some thank yous to pass along here before we start in. We've got Jordy Deuce, who has brought the computers and all the cell phone chargers stuff at the back. We'll give everyone a round of applause in just a minute. Andrew from Wilson Audio Visual has been working our sound and tech there and doing a super job with that. We're also going to say a thank you in a moment here to Baymont Hotel for hosting us and for all the staff here, and also Red Deer North CA for helping to organize the hotel, the catering, and all the setup. Can we give all those entities a big round of applause for the work they've done? All right. Before I entertain any comments from the microphones, I want to suggest a way forward, and it's really up to you guys whether we're going to proceed this way. But I know that most of you want to get on to the elections. Maybe not all, but I think most of you do. What I'm going to ask that I would propose as the order of items coming up in the next few minutes would be this. I'm going to propose that we do the special rules of order without debate. Vote yes, vote no. It's not going to make a difference. But it'd be great if we could do it without debating. You're allowed to debate on them. I will give a 1-minute spiel on what they're supposed to accomplish, do a quick vote on it. Secondly, I'd like to do the minutes. After that, minutes are not done by motion, just in case you didn't know that. They can be, but the correct way to do it is simply by correcting them if there are any corrections. Corrections will be either adopted or not adopted by majority vote. I want to quickly do those two things. Then I want to move into the reports, and I'm going to ask those making the reports to do them as quickly as possible. They are part of your mandated rules that you have set for yourself in your bylaws that those reports come forward. So not to be too repetitive. Very quick items on special rules and minutes, moving into the 3 reports, and then using any remaining time from the end of the report until 2 for Q&A. So the quicker we get to that, the quicker we do Q&A, but we would like to start the voting at 2 o'clock. We were all of the technology was set up for 1. We've bumped it up to 2 so that we can do our announcements and all of our instructions for the voting. Then the voting window would be 2 o'clock until 3:30. So that is what I want to propose as a way forward. I'll take a question here for clarification.
Point of information, whatever you want to call it. Can we, as an assembly, ask that the reports be accepted and tabled in written form?
Yes, I believe that would be appropriate. And yes.
I'll move, we table them.
Okay, so good. So you're going to make that motion. I'm going to just ask those who are making the reports, is there any concerns or issues with the idea of tabling them, and they would be submitted in writing? I would assume if you vote yes for this, I'm assuming that you would expect them to would be emailed to you or posted. Would either one be acceptable? Email?
Yeah.
So I don't want to go too far into this where I can't remember who's presenting. I'm seeing head nods. We're okay to write them up, send them out in a written form by email? Sorry? CFO agrees. Good. And that would mean the financial statements would be included with that as well, because that is part of the report. So, or do those get posted anyhow? Make sure all of that is posted, because that's one of the Societies Act requirements that those be brought. I think we can, as long as the membership's in agreement and it's not actually taking away that opportunity, I believe that would be appropriate. So I'm going to then say it has been moved. I'll state the motion more clearly, but do we have a seconder on there we got a seconder. Perfect. So it's been moved and seconded to table the reports from today's meeting. Table.
There's no debate on the tabling motion, I guess, you know.
I know. I just used the word table incorrectly. So, and then parliamentarian 101. So there's the word I'm looking for, receive, to receive the reports electronically rather than here at the meeting. Okay. So I believe this would only require a majority vote to pass. So I'm going to do it by raised hands online and in the room. For those online, simply raise your virtual hand if you're in favor when I call that part of the question. All those in favor of moving the reports to being sent out by email, please raise your hands. Sorry, go ahead.
Have we adopted the agenda? We're now in a meeting by which we can make motions in seconds.
So the meeting started at 9:30 when I called it to order, and has always been in session. Yeah.
Okay.
So
sorry.
we haven't adopted the agenda because the agenda is not up for adoption. So we've had a discussion of the agenda, but the agenda still is not up for adoption. So on this question, if your point of order question has to be related to what I just said about the reports.
It is.
Okay.
Are we able to discuss this motion before we vote on it?
Do you know what? We're referring one. You know what? I'm not sure. So I'm going to allow. I will allow discussion on it.
Mr. Chairman, there's actually no debate on a tabling motion. I moved to table it. I moved to table it, and I have the right to move to table the motions. And just so you know, the difference between sending it out electronically and tabling it is if we table it and then we're not happy with the questions and answers that we get during the question and answer thing, we can move to bring the reports back onto the floor and we can discuss them before we let this sorry group of people go home. So there's a difference between what you're suggesting and the motion I actually made. And so I move that we table the reports, and there's no debate on that. Let's have a motion on it.
So because the reports are being received without motion attached to them, it's not something that can actually be formally tabled. We can omit them and ask the board to do something different, but there's no motions related to, like, you don't make a motion to accept the reports or to approve them or any of those types of motions.
I thought we made a motion to have them on the agenda, and they were so that was part of that emotion that they would be on the agenda.
They're on the agenda because either the Societies Act or your bylaws require them to be on the agenda.
So they were on the agenda, and now I'm moving that we table them.
Yes, but now you're saying it's a tabling of a motion and can be debated. It cannot be debated. I'm saying you're just seeing it's the same end result.
Okay,
but
let's move on.
Yeah. I'm open to hearing some brief discussion on whether that people want to do that or not. So only accept the debate on whether to move these motions to being sent out to you.
I just want to give you a reminder about our discussion there during the break about having scrutineers watch the monitor for those who are voting online.
Yes, sir. I should have been clear. You can't tell me to do it, but you can now.
No, I'm not telling you to do it. We discussed it and you said that you would look at it. And I said, we need to have others other than this board scrutiny watching who's voting online or not. We can't just take their word for it. We need to have other people see the monitor.
So your point is valid, but out of order at this time. You can bring that up in about.
Oh, I just wanted to remind you again publicly.
Yeah, and I'm not.
Said you would.
That'll be up to the membership to decide if we're going to proceed with that. Okay. Yeah. So any comments in terms of not having the reports here? No, guys, we're going to end up spending a lot of time and then might as well have heard the reports. But we'll go to the person in the back.
Chris Holloway from Drumheller Settler. Just as long as we have the option later to bring up so that we can hear the reports here if deemed. So I wouldn't mind an electronic copy, but I also.
You
would
guys
like
have
to
the
hear-
power to rescind the vote you make now. If you vote to have them moved, you could rescind that vote. Reconsider that vote later in the meeting. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good. Excellent point. All right. Is there anyone wanting to speak to the motion? And again, to be clear, the motion is to move the reports. If you want to use the word table, we'll go with that, to having them sent to you electronically rather than hearing the reports here in the meeting. All right. I hope everyone is clear on the motion. I will now call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and we'll be checking, keep them raised on, in the room can lower their hands. Online, please keep them up for just a minute so that we can make sure that they are being counted. And again, people are seeing that online too, are seeing the visual hands. Okay, and I'm going to ask, because I think it's, okay. All those opposed, please hold your hands up. Okay, is there a clear number? Is it definitely lower for the opposed online? Definitely lower, because it's much lower here. It would have to be huge on that. Okay, so the motion was adopted and the reports will be sent out electronically to you. Again, if you want to reconsider that later in the meeting, that is the right of the membership. So we're getting closer to where I can either move ahead with my suggestion or not. We do have a member who I said was not in order at the time. Now your point would be in order.
Deborah, her name was.
Was that Deborah?
Yeah.
Okay, who had wanted to ask about having scrutineers at the computer over here. I'm just going to say, I think we know the intent we're saying so that we can make sure that the vote is being counted properly. I just want to remind people that there are 200 members who are watching that vote take place online. So it's not a private secret vote here at the table, but all the 200 members online are seeing how many raise their hands and how many don't. So I'm not sure the value of having someone stand here watching the screen here, but it's not my decision to make. They're talking about voting on motions, not voting on the elections. They're talking about voting on every motion. So is the person who, sorry, you just said her name. Was it member's name was Deborah?
Deborah, yes.
Okay, so Deborah, on that, you either have to move it as a formal motion that we appoint scrutineers or we move on.
Well, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else.
Just a point of information prior to that.
Sorry, anybody can move it. Doesn't have to be Deborah, but if somebody wants to move that we appoint 2 scrutineers to watch the screen, I'm good with that.
Deborah, do you want to move it?
You want to be the scrutineers? We have volunteers. Is there any objection over here by the board to having someone watch the screen? I would assume there wouldn't be.
So
Okay.
do we still need that motion?
I'm going to do this differently. Is there any objection to having names, Brenda and Frank, serve as scrutineers and watch the screen so they can see how people are voting? Are there any objection from anyone to have these 2 serve as scrutineers? Any objections online? Thumbs down? No thumbs down? Okay, not hearing any thumbs down. So that is passed by unanimous consent. All right. So we are now, I think, 1 step away from getting to special rules and the minutes, but I will quickly go to mic number 1.
No, I'm happy with you. I thought you wanted to have a motion to vote down the special rules, and I'd like to make that.
Oh, it's coming
motion.
up. So
Okay,
vote
fair
favor, vote not. So let me talk about the special rules really quick. The special rules are your members' rights to have rules that will better enhance your meeting. If you vote in favor of them, all it means is the rules that you saw listed out are binding. The majority of rules in there, very simply, are rules that even if you say no to them, will still apply because the majority of them are just pulls from Robert's rules or from your bylaws. There is a couple of them. So an example of that would be decorum. So if you vote down the special rules, and that means decorum is no longer listed on your rules, Robert's rule says you still have to have decorum. There's no change. The way that it would change would be that we will no longer, like, for example, speeches will not be reduced to 3 minutes. You'll have 10 minutes. You just follow Robert's more clearly. It also could have impact on how we do motions online. I will likely then need to switch to physical hands. But if you guys, I will ask for permission to continue using virtual hands. So those, if you had a chance to read them, are highly non-controversial. It doesn't matter to me whether you vote them in favor or not. It just could potentially slow the meeting down a bit, but I'm fine with either way. So they're totally debatable. They're amendable. We could spend the next day on amending or debating them. I'd rather just put them to a vote. So is there anyone who, I'm totally open to debating them because that's what you have the right to do, but I would rather push it to a vote as quickly as we can to save time.
A point of information. I'd
Go
like
ahead,
to
yes.
know,
Mike 2.
Part of the special rules of order are to allow the online voting. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So these have not been accepted yet, but yet we are accepting online voting. Is that correct?
So yes, some of those, again, I would have to go back and look whether that was one that was meant to give you permission to do it, but I believe that your bylaws are not specific about how the voting has, it just says ballot. It doesn't imply whether it has to be paper or electronic. So if you vote it down, the election, in my opinion, the election can continue just
Okay,
as we.
sir, you've used the word opinion numerous times.
Yes,
I don't think that you are here to give an opinion.
Absolutely. That's what I'm, sorry,
I
sir.
thought you were here to administer according to rules of the order.
So, sir, I'm actually, it's exactly what I'm here to do. So I'm allowed to do one of two things. On something that I am not sure about, I'm allowed to give my parliamentary opinion for you to make a decision on. I'm also allowed to make a ruling as the chair, which if there's two different potential verdicts on that ruling, then I put that, if someone appeals it, I put that to the vote of the membership. But yes, that's actually an important part of my job, is to offer parliamentary opinion on the process. Thank you.
But we have the right to put that, your opinion, to a vote, not accept it.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
From what I understood you just said is we have the right to put your opinion to a vote and either accept it or not accept it.
Most of the time, yes. Yep.
Thank you.
You nailed it. You got it. So is there any further debate or questions on the special rules of order? They require a 2/3 to pass. And I would like to just move to the vote unless there's anyone, is there anyone online, hands up waiting to speak? Wes, anybody online waiting to speak? Okay, so unmute the person online, please, and invite them to speak to the special rules.
Hello, my name is Lori Jeffries from Lacombe, Pinoca. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the question is, where do we see a copy of these special rules? Were they emailed out, or is there an online copy I can see?
Lori, could I respond to that question?
No, sorry, sir. It's to the chair, and chair is referring to the board of directors to help with that, please. Okay, that's an issue. They apparently were not provided electronically to those. That is an issue, which might explain why they didn't know some of the icon things that I was talking about, but maybe they did, or because I did say them verbally. The chair is going to think quickly. Best way to proceed.
Any chance I can talk while you're thinking?
No. So the only way that we could then approve these special rules would be for us to put them on the screen and take the time to go through them quite carefully, as you've all had the opportunity to do that. So I would also, I could ask if there is unanimous consent to simply not voting on the special rules, leaving them not voted on, moving on with the understanding that the special rules are not in place.
Yeah.
You want to vote on them?
No, we could live with that. We could live with that.
Sir, you want to, I'm hearing objections. Okay, I will clarify. Do you want to go through a formal vote? If we do, we'll put them up on the screen and I will carefully walk through them for all those who are watching on Zoom. It will only take about 20 minutes, and I'm not saying that to be, that would be about how long. It's not being.
No, life is short. No, we don't want to.
So, or we could do the vote. We can go to the vote, vote them down and proceed. Either
call the question. Yes.
Okay. So do you want to retract your call the question? Because if you do, I can go to the question. If you continue, if you say call the question, we have to do a formal vote to call the question. Be okay to?
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Good. Now we'll call the question. So what we'll be doing is we'll be conducting the vote on the approval of the special rules as printed. Actually, we can't even do the vote no because they haven't seen them. If you want to have a vote, a yes, no vote, we have to go through the process of showing it to the members online. We can't ask them to vote no to something that they haven't seen.
Exactly.
But I'm giving you the option, if there's no objection, to bypassing the special rules, leaving them unadopted. It's the same effect as voting no. There's no difference. They're not adopted. You vote no, they're not adopted. If we don't vote at all, they are not adopted. Okay. So that would be the quickest way to move on to the minutes. But if you want to have the formal vote, we will have to take the time to show it to the members online. Okay. So is there any objection to leaving the special rules of order unadopted, which is the equivalent of a no? Or if there is any objection, say objection now, or using the thumbs down. It won't let you do the thumbs down. Okay, but okay.
We need to do that motion.
Yes, if there's no hands up, then we're good to go. Yeah, if there's no one indicating. Is there a reason why that icon doesn't work?
It doesn't exist.
Like a reaction, like.
Right? Yeah. So are there any objections coming through online? Okay. Do you want to unmute and clarify? Are they objecting to bypassing the special rules? Okay. Ask them to unmute and ask them if they're objecting, because if we don't want to go through all the process if it's actually not an objection. Terry, are you objecting to to bypassing the special rules and leaving them unadopted?
No.
Okay, so that was not an objection. That happens often when we're doing these virtually. And I'm going to ask, because there was some not inappropriate, but just noise in the room. I want to ask one last time, any objection in the room? Okay, so the special rules are unadopted. We are moving on to the minutes. So I need to ask that the minutes be put up. Again, the proper way to approve of minutes is they are simply approved. There is nothing wrong. Still got a mic on there. There is no problem with voting for them, but there's no necessity for it either. What you do have the right as members to do are to propose amendments to the minutes. All right. And as they were not distributed, I'm going to ask you if you want them to be read in full, or do you want to just visually see them on the screen? Can't answer that, so I'll ask it a different way. Is there any objection to just showing them on the screen without reading them? Okay.
Point of order.
I don't think a copy of them is going to be, we can get those put onto the website, but to make it available here would take obviously a significant amount of time. I'm not saying no to it, but I'm just asking if the member for sure wants to move that we get provided in writing. And was there a point of order at the back microphone?
Yeah, well,
Okay, I'm going to first take that point of order. Go ahead, back microphone.
Matthew Mowbray, Red Deer North. Could I just make a friendly amendment such that the people online could still vote using the reactions versus raising their hands?
But why would you want them to vote not using raising their hands?
It's more difficult to see.
It's more so
on the
as a
screen. It's easier to see the reactions in the upper left corner.
okay. I'm not sure I understand the request. Repeat it again.
So in the special rules of order that we're not using anymore.
Yeah.
One of the special rules of order was an amendment to allow the people online to use an alternative voting method, right?
Correct. But as we didn't adopt the rules, we can't do an amendment to them. But you want
But I
to
can
make,
make
you can make a suggestion. Yes. Yep.
A motion
A motion.
to adopt that specific rule.
Okay. So now I get what you're saying. Yes, you can make that motion to do that. So can we do that electronically? I guess that's the next question. The motion can only, okay. I think now I understand. You want to do it so it's one vote so that we're seeing, but we're going to be doing the two votes here anyhow. So I don't think that's going to save time, but I will let, just to give you a heads up, because we have to do the for, in favor and against here as well. So it doesn't really slow it down much on there, but go ahead, please now state your motion one last time and then I'll put it forward.
So again, a motion to allow the people who are voting online to use the reactions versus raising their hands as if the bylaws or
Okay.
the rules of order didn't occur.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Okay, the motion, it's been moved and seconded. Sorry, you can't have an objection to a motion. Well, are you objecting? Sorry, let me hear what the objection is, just so I can, oh, you have a point, or you want me to do it by
Maybe
unanimous
for
consent?
discussion?
I'm sorry, was the objection that you wanted to debate the motion?
Yes.
Yes, so I haven't opened it up yet for debate. We haven't done that yet. So good, yeah. So it's open for debate. Who would like to debate whether we're going to switch to the reactions or we're going to use the hand down? We have no approved special rules, so this now is up for adoption.
So nothing, we're not all as techie as Matt. And I know that some of the meetings that I'm in, people will leave the reaction up long after they've asked their question or whatever. So my concern is that people may not all be on top of their dropping and lowering. Do you know what I'm saying? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Like sometimes they forget to remove it.
Okay, anyone else who would like to speak in debate for or against which icons we're going to use for the online voters?
Chris Holloway from Heller Stellar. I don't know if I got to do this every time. It maybe should just be left up to the people online, not maybe necessarily the people in the room, because we're not doing it.
I think that would be difficult for the members here to know then who is actually voting in which direction. So if I understand, you're just saying just put up any symbol to show that you're in favor?
No, the special emotes on the online. If we're going to vote on that, the people in the room here may want to abstain because they're not actually voting.
Oh.
Electronically?
Yeah, no, I think though they have a right to determine how those would be voting. So yeah, I'm going to continue on with the motion as is, because I believe the members here would have the right to. You can still abstain, of course, but you do have the right to vote on it. So is there any further debate?
I have a quick question, if I may. Open for debate. What I'm hearing is, and I'm not opposed to any of our members that vote online by all means, that bless them all for supporting whichever way they vote. That's our rights of humans. What I am concerned about is if I were to online and I let's say I raised my hand and I voted and I put my hand down, there's nothing to say I can't raise my hand again and be counted a second time. There's nothing to shut my screen off. There's nothing to say that 18 people could come up and vote on my computer. How do we know that it's just one person, one vote per screen? How do we do that? I understand the honor system, but understand if I raise my hand, I'm counted and I lower it, we've got 100 or 400 people online and all of a sudden my hand goes back up again. Are you going to remember that I voted?
Probably not much different than what's happening here in the room, depending on where you're sitting in the room, but there are people visually around. Others can see it on the screen to say, hey, you know what? I noticed that person voted twice. The only solutions I have would take hours to implement. So it's a valid point, but I don't have a solution for you at this point.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
Daniel Jeffries, Lacombe Ponoka. I've got some friends online and they're saying there's no reaction button online. I'm only seeing raise hands.
I just had that comment coming up on a text as well.
Yeah, no, so sorry, you can't hear. What was said here is that they're not sure why it's being set up, why it is set up that way in the Zoom platform, but they're agreeing that the only thing that they can do right now is raising hand or lowering or basically raising a hand. Is that it? Okay, so with that said, unless there's any objection, there's really only one viable way then to get their votes on these kinds of motions. This doesn't affect the elections, by the way, but when it comes to the votes on these motions, the only way I can think of going forward is for them to put up their virtual hand, put it back down, and then when I call for the opposition vote, that they put their hand up for that. And that's the only way that I can think of to process this. And it's not ruling against the motion that the person brought forward, but the motion that they brought forward is not actually doable on this platform. So I'm going to drop that motion and ask, is there any objection to simply using the raise hand feature for the voting yes, and then again for voting no? It appears to be the only option. Okay, I do not hear or see any objection. So with the minutes are up on your screen and we'll scroll through them. Again, I did not hear an objection where anyone wanted me to read them. So whoever is controlling this, if you can run them up a bit and get us to partway through. Now, can all the people online see this screen?
All the people here cannot read that print. Magnify it, please.
And Wes and the computer crew here, can the people online see this? Correct. Good. They can. That's great. All right.
Point of order.
Whoa, that was a loud point of order.
Yes.
All right.
You're
Go ahead,
asking
please.
us
Please
to
take your
vote
point.
for minutes of a meeting that should have been sent to us. We should have had time to review this, to review them with our CAs.
Do you want to have a motion to do this at the next AGM?
I want to have a motion to end this fiasco totally 100% right now because this is so out of line.
Sorry, I have a question
we take
for
it
you.
over.
Do you want to have the minutes, have this item postponed to the next AGM?
I refuse to vote on something I haven't been able to review.
Okay, well then sit down, please, and don't vote on them. But I'm going to continue on, please. Thank you. So if you don't want to vote on something, don't, or make a motion but you to complain that they weren't sent out in time, that's a valid thing. But then you have to decide what to do with that. Okay, so that's what I'm asking you to do.
Point of order.
So
that sounded like a motion to adjourn to me.
Oh, if we at any point you can make a motion to adjourn as well. But
point of order.
Microphone 1 first. Were you doing a point of order? No, I'll go to mic 2.
I move we adjourn this fiasco meeting right now.
Okay.
In a show of hands.
No, I'm opposed. We need to have a debate on that. I'm opposed to that. We've come too far to give up now.
Okay, I'm going to ask the membership to give me about 2-minute stand at ease, and I will get ready to process the motion to adjourn. I want to check a couple of things before I do that to make sure we do it properly and give you the proper rights to either debate or not debate on that motion.
Can I just say one thing before you do that? If these
Ed?
guys are competent at what they do, why didn't they give us the minutes at the time so that we could look at them before we came here? Otherwise, you could have sent us an email a while ago. We could have read through all of these earlier. This is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion right now. Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure that I have withdrawn that motion, sir.
Yeah, so your motion to adjourn was not seconded yet, so you do have the right to withdraw it.
Okay.
Okay. Very good.
Move on. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving.
Hi, I've been made aware that we're past our 2 minutes. The meeting will continue and come back to order once everyone's returned to their seat. And any members who are not in good order, or sorry, in good standing, are not in the room any longer. So at that point, the meeting will continue. Until then, it will stay in recess. Sorry, I'm unclear what it is you're saying no to. Sorry. Absolutely. No, I did not order you. I just said that the meeting will continue at that point. You can stay standing as long as you want. Sorry, the meeting is in recess. I'm not going to have a conversation with people milling around. When we're back into good order, I will continue the meeting at that point.
So we're in recess, everyone. We're in recess. Okay, let's start talking about business during the recess. What a bunch of BS. Let me just make a few comments, folks, because I think this is a huge misunderstanding. I don't need a microphone, so it's fine to have it. Turn on the microphone. Do me okay, there we go. Thank you very much, everyone. Even I'm certain you would all like to understand how we've come to this unfortunate impasse and who is who and where each who stands on the issues before us. The board, as I'm certain you have heard, is a very divided. We don't need a microphone if everybody just stands really quietly. So here, you want to say a couple of comments or not? So let me make my comments during this recess. I'm certain you would like to understand how we come to this unfortunate impasse and who is who, and where each who stands on the issues before us. The board, as I'm certain you have heard, is very divided into what I affectionately call the minority group. Everybody be quiet, please. I mean, we finally get to where we can have our side told. Please do me a favor and let's listen. The board, as I'm certain you've heard, is very divided into what I affectionately call the minority group and what I not quite so affectionately call the gang of 11. There are actually 5 in the minority group. Our leader, Paul Heyman, elected with 92% support, approximately 1,475 votes. Kathy Fleck, elected with 189 votes. Rob Andrews, elected with 172 votes. Todd Brown, elected with 135 votes. Steve Goodman, appointed. The Gang of 11 alliance that are, in my opinion, trying to subvert the will of our members are Wes Caldwell, elected with 49 votes. Rick Dorsey, elected with 218 votes. Bob LaFerty, elected with 22 votes. Kelly Batson, elected with 21 votes. Bruce Garcha, elected with 57 votes. Cam Park, appointed. Senator Kim, recently People's Party of Alberta president, now appointed to our board. Bill Jones got 75 votes, carried 16 out of 20 and did not get elected. Floyd Langenhoff, appointed. Glenn Dundas, appointed. Steve Van Mandy, appointed. I'm sure you can do the math and you'll realize that although the minority group is small, we actually received more votes from the members from the gang of 11. And now I want to talk, and I think the most disgraceful thing that's happened here in the last 2 weeks, and there's been a whole list of disgraceful things. It's hard to get to the top of this list, but I'll tell you what the most disgraceful thing is that this whole meeting, we have 60 days to talk about the fact that we didn't send out notice. But the whole point of this meeting, the whole point of our party is for the membership to be able to express their will. And the sad thing, by the fact that they denied Paul into the room, by the fact that they denied the lieutenant, I don't know, they lost track of how we've all gone kind of the thing tonight. But the sad thing is, like it's sad that they denied their right to run. But you know what's even worse than that? They denied us the right to vote for them. I'm not trying to talk about it. You have a vote, vote for you. I want to take a quick rundown, what disqualified lane. Our number one, one of my peers, we're out of the first, plus 15 days going off before they work. She goes to Goose, report the bucket. She goes down to the pickup time to cook before we work. She ran for the VPC in the last election, got 10.5% vote. Which for any of you who've ever knocked on the goddamn door, you know how hard that is. Yeah. She ran for the VPC as a Senate candidate. She got 110,000 votes. It only takes 400,000 votes to get a majority government in Alberta. She picked through a quarter of herself, and they denied her. She was not. She was she denied by. She's denied by West and Bill and Canada, who never stepped a foot in court. And Mary, as you know, the only one who got any votes at all to be on the board was on that committee was Bill, or was West, with 47 votes. Angela at the back. Spent a week in court and worried door knocking and feeding the truth. She was denied by West and Bill and Canada, who did I mention? Never stepped a foot in Fort McMurray. Craig Reed, early in the Fort McMurray by-election, gave up sign trains and delivered them to Grand Prairie last of it. Denied by Bill and West and Canada, who did I mention? Never stepped a foot in Fort McMurray. Tammy Catlock, who coordinated 11,900 personal phone calls into Fort McMurray. Denied by Bill and West and Cam, who never made a call into Fort McMurray and, did I mention, never stepped a foot in Fort McMurray. I've got a whole list of people we want to step down. Let's get the list done before. Okay, Sandra Kim, appointed as a regional director. And when she got appointed, I said to our VP of membership, my dear friend Cam, I said, well, we had like when Cam moved up to VP membership from being our regional director, we already had an assistant regional director in our area. His name is Jeremy Smith. And I said to Cam, well, he was our assistant regional director. We should have moved up to regional director. Why didn't we appoint Sandra Gibb? Well, because she had some political experience and she was a friend of West. I said, well, actually, I thought we were trying to create a party who lived by their doggone bylaws, not appointed their friends to places. And you know why? When West called her the regional director and the secretary, it was very clear in our bylaws. When you move up to secretary, it creates a vacancy at the regional director position. And you know why Senator Kim didn't get appointed to that position? Because West was trying to keep it open for himself because he didn't have the guts to run for secretary after one secretary. That's not the worst stuff. That's not, hear me out. Kevin Miller, anybody who knows him, he's one of those guys, like I said, I can't believe how much work he's done on this in the last 2 weeks. But anyway, he was an assistant regional director in Calgary, and when Suzanne stepped down, West called and said, oh, we decided not to appoint you as regional director. Well, I'd like to see the minutes of the meeting where the board decided not to appoint him to that. Oh, no, that's right. The board can decide whatever they darn well want to. They can determine the agenda. They can determine who they can appoint. They can determine when the meeting starts. They can I think the hell with that argument. Kathy will tell you, Wes and Bill called her one night and said they'd like to come and have a drink with us. So they went for a drink and said, you know what? We can protect you from having to face the peasants. Like, I mean, we can just get the point. All you trying to have to do is hear me out.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Stand at the front here. We've got some people who think they're important that own this building and this operation and this AGM. Hear me out.
Talk about the agenda.
Oh, good. They're getting in. Yoo-hoo!
regional director
I think you guys better come and stand at the front here. We've got some people that think they're important that own this building and this operation and this AGM. Go!
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Back there.
Step down. Step down.
This could have been avoided if you'd let us actually talk about the agenda.
Step down. Step down. Step down. Step down. Step down. Step down.
I'd like to make a motion of no confidence in our board.
I second it.
Could have been avoided if you'd let us actually talk about the agenda.
Recording stopped.
Make a motion of no confidence in our board.
I second it.
Is anybody opposed? Russ, would you like to vote against this motion, you cheap son of a bitch? Well, tell him he's gonna, we're gonna, yeah, there we are, thank you. Enough now, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we can all sit down now that we've got rid of the radicals from our party, the riffraff. Yes, exactly, yeah. That's good. Okay, but just while I'm here, just while I'm here, well, let me just fit I want to say something about Steve Osmond because he's such Steve Osmond is about a 30 or 40-year-old young man. He's got 2 or 3 kids. They lost a baby with SIDS sometime in the last year. Listen up, folks. Listen up. Actually, we've had about 3 or 4 months with the PBOG thwarting everything we've been trying to do, and all of a sudden we came here with a goal of getting rid of the PBOG, and now they're gone. Let's have our meeting, but let me finish my speech and then we'll carry on with our meeting. No, I don't think we want to recess. I think we're on a roll. Yeah, this meeting,
Finish his speech.
let me finish our speech. Let me Wyatt, let me finish my speech, please. And then I'm almost there. And let me finish our speech. I think since where did our chairman go? Did he leave too? Okay, fair. Well, then we can appoint a new chairman and we'll just get on with the business of representing the people of Alberta. Yes. Okay, yeah. Let me finish my speech and then we'll end the recess and then we'll carry on.
Say, ask Kelly to come to the front.
Kelly, would you like to come to the front?
Kelly
Lorenz.
No,
not just yet. No, not just yet. Just wait. We're in recess. Just a minute. Okay. I only have one person who was denied that I want to still talk about, and his name is Steve Osmond. I think he's watching online. He's been having communication problems. Paul and I first met him in Whitecourt 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. He actually lives in Camrose. He works for an oil company in Whitecourt. And sometime in the last year, he moved to Whitecourt and he put his name in to run for a regional director there, northern director. And I mean, Stephen Osmond is the poster boy of what people like us, old people, say we need more young people like Steve Osmond. Like we should have him in our Wildrose Hall of Fame because that's what we need. We need people like him. And you know why they denied him? Like he works 2 weeks in Whitecourt, 1 week in Camrose, 2 weeks in Whitecourt. He's done that for the 3 or 4 years we've known him. He finally moved to Whitecourt and they wouldn't let him run as regional director in northern Alberta because he said his address was Camrose. Or say, are you friggin' kidding me? But yet when they wanted Kathy to go to the northern region, it doesn't matter that you live somewhere in Edmonton. If we agree, like if us elite people decide it's okay, it doesn't matter about our bylaws. You can be that. So that's where we're at. So I think that's all I have to say. Do we need a motion to come out of?
Can I call out a meeting?
I'd just like to make a motion to come out of recess. All in favor of that? Yes. Okay. I think.
Well, do we need to get a chair first? Will we come out of recess?
First we come out of meeting and let's make a motion for a chair.
Okay.
Because now it's legal, not in recess.
Well, just a minute. Where's Kelly?
Kelly, have we accepted we're out of recess? Are you willing to accept the chair? Okay, well, we make a motion.
Hold on.
Go ahead. That we make him chairman.
There's been a motion to have Kelly Lorenz chair the meeting. All in favor?
We need to have a second.
Oh, we need a second. We need a seconder. Deborah, all in favor? Is anyone opposed?
Who's keeping the minutes?
Who's keeping the minutes now?
CFO, take over.
Who's keeping the minutes now? We're all keeping the minutes. Yeah, everybody keep Sam, can you keep the minutes? Sam will keep the minutes. Okay, Kelly, please give a warm round of applause to our new and member approved chairman.
Now you gotta go. You gotta go. Yeah, because I don't have our original agenda. I think it's an agenda. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know, fair enough. Okay, folks, listen up. Okay, we're getting back to a thing. And so now, like Kelly said, okay, that's fine. We've got the meeting's back in order. Kelly's gonna do his best, and I guess I'll work with him to try and move us along. Clearly, one of the things, I don't think you want to make a comment? I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, sure, fair enough. But basically, the most important thing we have to do today is we have to have an election. And maybe they're just on the phone trying to get the guy to shut off the microphones, but I think we could all, if we have to chip in to pay for anything, it'll be the microphones instead of the hot beef. Yeah. So I think we can find the money for the microphones. So, but here it is. Here's what we need. And I mean, again, I don't think we want to break any bylaws unless we have to. But on the other hand, if we have, I mean, does anybody honestly think we're going to get our own country without having to, stretch, you say, look, this is what we're doing. We're just going to go to the front of the room. We're going to go to the front of the province, and we're going to bloody well make things happen. And so I got a pretty big guy up here. I hope he's not going to make something bad happen to me. No, he's not. Good. Okay. So really, one of the things that Angela had on her agenda was that we put everybody who, listen up, folks. I appreciate you hanging in there with us while we wore them down and kicked them out of the room. But now we're getting down to the real business. So let's stay focused. But one of the things I don't think it's unfair to say that we need a motion to put everybody back on the ballot that sent their nominations in. And I think Paul Gullickson sent us an email yesterday with a list of everybody who had sent their nominations in. So Steve makes a motion that we put everybody back on the ballot who sent their nominations in. Would somebody like to second that motion? I think we have a whole room seconding that motion. So now what we need to do, I think, I think we're on the agenda, and before Mr. Brand left, he said the only thing we could actually do was elections, and now we're on to elections and we're doing it. So I think he'll testify on our behalf when we get to court. Yes. And so nevertheless, so here we are. Now we've had a pretty good run. Stephen said I'm probably going to lose the mic, which that's fair enough. I mean, if they want to do that, fine. But in any event, I think what we should do, we haven't had a break. We've had a pretty good run. I think we should ask Kevin and Chris to go up to your printer, and I think we should make up the ballot for the people we're going to vote for. And so could somebody bring me a list of people that, he's got it on the screen. Okay, so how about if we've got it. Listen up, everybody. Okay, so how about if we send Kevin and Chris Jones to print ballots? What have we got? 200 people in the room. So let's print 200 ballots, and let's let the people. Kevin, could you? Who's running the screen? Like, who can put something up on the screen? Probably not us. Let's make a list of the people who put their name in. Let's make a list of the people who put their name in to run. Go ahead, Daniel. Do you have a comment? Yes, we'll do. We'll put their names online. Exactly. Do we know if the link does anybody online still getting to see this, or the Zoom is still working? So that's fine. So we'll get the list online. But if we could get a list of who put their name in, then let's start letting the people who are in the room come here and give a 2-minute speech as to why they think they should be there. Go ahead. You have a question? I think we should put them all up for election. We're out of recess. We're in the meeting.
If you're going to put them all up for election, then you need to have a vote first.
Okay.
To resolve the vote.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. I've had a point of order by the assistant chairman. And so Gail, we'll take your motion right now. Yeah. Now we're on to the real special rules.
Can you hear me at the back of the room? Woo! My name is Gail Parks. I'm a member of the Lacombe Ponoka board. I'm very proud to be a member of that board. I have no confidence in the PBOG. I make a motion of non-confidence in the board. Do I have a seconder?
We have
we have a seconder that is so big. Oh my golly. The whole room. I want to say early.
Stevenson seconded. Gary Stephenson. No, we got a seconder here. Yeah.
Gary Stevenson.
Go ahead.
I would like to say earlier when Paul came in the room that I stood in front of him and said, you're not going to get through this 75-year-old woman without a fight from me. So yeah, this room lit up when he came in here. How lucky are we to have a leader who wants to be with us and support us as we support him. So thank you very much.
Wayne is suggesting that what we can do is if we just get rid of the whole board, then we'll just elect the ones back that we like. And then it makes everything a lot simpler. So the whole, yes, it's been moved and seconded that tell me the motion again that you've got the motion there. You want to read it out, Kelly? Here's our motion. Everybody listen up.
Hello. Okay. Gail Parks motion for non-confidence of the Provincial Board of Governors.
The whole Board of Governors. Sorry to some of our dear friends, but anyway, that's the whole Board of Governors. Barry, you want to speak to that? You're the seconder. Would you like to speak to it or go ahead?
Not a lot of you people know me, but I did sit on the original board when this party was first formed. Somewhere it went off in the ditch. They started no longer listening to the members. That's all of you and everybody else watching online. Enough is enough. This party, the founding principles was it belonged to the members and the people of this province. And we're going to take it back there. Enough. We're so lucky to have a reincarnation of Ralph Klein sitting here with Paul Hinman that's going to fix this province. We're so tired of seeing a single mother with her kids in a grocery store having to choose between nutritious food or gut filler, get by another day. That's going to change. We're going to start supporting our farmers like they're doing out on Highway 2 today. If they don't have farmers in this country, we don't eat. We need to start getting our priorities straight.
That's good. Let's get all of our election. Okay, good.
Let's get this election done, get our new Board of Governors, and get this party back on track where it used to be.
Okay, so I think while we're waiting for the ballots to get printed, let's go ahead. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay. It was moved and seconded. Is anyone opposed to that motion? If no one's opposed, there's no debate. We'll just have a vote. All in favor of Gail's motion. The first unanimous vote online. The online people, are you in favor of that? And could we get a screenshot of how many people are in favor of that vote of non-confidence in the PBOG? Yes, he's getting it. 1 second. Here it is. Here it comes. This is why we pay you the big money, fella. Thank you very much. Okay, let them count. Let them count. Yeah, go ahead. The people at home, some of them, thank you very much to the people of home who've been putting up with this nonsense all day. And Kelly's just like said, he's just here to give me guidance and to see that we don't completely fall off the rails. And so thank you for that, Kelly. He's an old army guy, sort of keeping us on the straight and narrow. Yeah. Just while the votes are coming in, somebody just compared Paul Hinman to Ralph Klein, but Paul doesn't drink quite as much as Ralph does. And if you remember if you remember the time that Ralph got in trouble for throwing the money at the people along the street, and I just loved him more the next day because okay, fair enough. Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone at home online that's opposed to this motion? Sorry. Thank you, Paul, for keeping me. I'm trying to tell stories and he's trying to do business. He's always such a party pooper. Yeah. Is anyone at home opposed to this motion that's censoring the PBOG? Actually, I think we threw them out of the room. But anyway, is anybody at home opposed to it? Yeah. Opposed is thumbs down. Or maybe there's no thumbs down at home. No, exactly. That's one of the complaints we were getting.
We can't do thumbs down.
Hands up for or hands up against.
Hands for yes or hands for no.
Let's let everybody take their hands down and then let's have a hands up if you're against the motion. But can you do that, or is that okay? So if there's a few people, well, there's probably 70 people that are opposed to it because there's 70 registrations came in after the deadline. So I suppose they're opposed to it. 11. Okay, 11. I think we could declare that motion passed. Don't you, Kelly? Yeah. Kelly thinks we can declare that motion passed. I want to finish. Yeah, there we are. I want to finish my Ralph Klein story because the next day he had one of those humble apologies and he said, yeah, I know. He said, I drink too much. And he said, I'm going to try and drink less. Like most of us would have said, we're going to stop drinking, but Ralph was smart enough not to do that. He just said he would drink less. So anyway, so here we are. So now we're waiting for them to print the ballots. Let's let the people, I think I'm going to give first choice to speak at the mic to the candidates who were denied. And Anne, I'm going to put you on, since you've got 110,000, People's Party supporters, like probably watching online. Come up and give us your 2 minutes. Are you going to be the timer, Kelly? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Give them 2 minutes from when they start. Come on. Please welcome Anne McCormick.
Hello, everybody. I want to apologize, first of all, for shushing Kelly and some other guy that we chased out of the room here. Sorry about that, Kelly. I meant it. I'm sorry that about the situation, not that I wanted to hear what was going on in the front. I think what we've had on our board is something that was called online this week of a misappropriated righteousness. I think we had a group of people who were just so hell-bent on saving us from ourselves that they were made decisions for us. They didn't ask our opinion. And we just had to say today, who do you think you are? They had a dereliction of duties and forgot their responsibility to their membership. So I'm standing here offering to volunteer as a governor at large, if you'll have me, because I firmly believe that not just candidates should be subject to recall. I should be subject to recall. I want term limits on these boards. I want limited, minimal appointees. I want enough appointees to get the job done, but they should be subject to some sort of up-down vote at least at the first opportunity. I think minutes for these meetings have got to be available to the membership, these PBOG meetings, and I think that some of these meetings darn well better be open to no in-camera motion making or anything like that. We serve the membership. So my name is Anne McCormick. We live on a little farm north of Vermilion. My husband and kids just live up there by Clandonald. I've had a little bit of experience in the political realm these last little while. Born and raised around Calgary, lived in Vermilion for 22 years, graduated from the U of A as a pharmacist. So consider me. Thank you.
110,000 votes. One time I drove 150 miles with 5 people in my car and only got 4 votes. So I have a lot of admiration for anybody who gets 110,000 votes. Angela, well, Angela, you got denied. Come on up here. Sorry, I told Tammy, but Angela, you've got 2 minutes to go ahead. Okay, Tammy Tatlock. Sorry, I just looked at my note. I know I told you next anyway. Tammy Tatlock.
I didn't make a speech because I've been really busy. I am so happy that this has happened today. For a while there, it was looking a little sketchy how it was going to work out. And I couldn't wrap my head around how an entire room of people that wanted something were maybe going to be denied that something, whatever it was. So as for me, I put my name in for regional director. I'm willing to be in that spot if need be. It doesn't matter where I go as long as I'm helpful doing that. And I do want to say that I did reach out to a gentleman over here named Chad Miller to try and learn about more of what has happened with our party behind the scenes. And in talking to Chad, I'm wondering if he didn't get a raw deal. I see in our financial report that we spent $70,000 on legal fees. And my understanding is that's still going on and it's mostly towards Chad Miller. So I would like to ask us all to think about what we've heard. Is it true what we've heard? Go talk to Chad, see what he has to say. And I would like at least the new board to investigate what had happened there so that craziness doesn't go forward because they spent over half of our money doing this. So I don't know. That's it, I guess.
Tammy Tatlock. Just in case you'd forgotten. Some people, it's Tammy Tatlock. Yeah, vote for me. Yeah, it's vote for me. Everybody that's coming up, we're voting for them. Angela.
So I'm Angela Tayback from Cardston-Sixica. And I had applied for the position, put in my nomination papers for president, even though it was not technically open. But I felt that maybe we might get to this point, and I'm grateful that we have. In the last 8 weeks, I cannot tell you how many times I have heard from other folks as we've reached out to other CA presidents and the such. This is not what I signed up for. And I have said that myself. This is not what I signed up for. But is it really not what we signed up for? I think after today, we can all I'll say this is exactly what we signed up for. We signed up because our voices have not been heard in Ottawa and in Edmonton. We signed up because our freedoms have been trampled. We signed up because we saw our children suffering in major degrees over the last few years. I know I am not the only one in this room who has lost a child to COVID, not the COVID disease, but as one of those deaths of despair. We have all been affected. That's why we're here. That's what we signed up for. We also know that separatism in Alberta has never worked. And when we look at the history of it, it's because for whatever reason, those who were in positions of power or authority or whatever you might say, always defaulted to the easy thing, which was backroom deals and mergers and those types of things. We know full well that will not work. The only way that we will ever be a sovereign nation is if the people of Alberta stand up and want it and understand what it means and strive for their own independence. And for that reason, that's what we signed up for. We don't want those backroom deals and mergers anymore. And so I'm so proud, so very, very proud of everyone in this room today. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And Stephen Osmond's been watching all day online, and I'm going to let him go next just after I read an email from Laura Michaelis, who's I think on holidays. But anyway, I'm reading. This is Lori Michaelis. I'm reading it. I'm a 41-year-old single mom of 3 children. I have twin girls who are 12 and a son who is 11. I believe in God first, family, and services to follow man. I became involved in the Wildrose Party over a year ago when I discovered Paul Heyman was active in the party again. I'm a small town business owner, and I had my business shut down by the government 3 times during COVID. I was forced to lay off many employees, some of whom never returned. My children and all children suffered with forced masking and deep segregation at school, all of which was unnecessary and abusive. I'm running for Regional Director South Zone because Albertans need a voice. We also need honest people in these positions who will not abuse their power or censor Albertans for having an opinion. I'm running to work for you. I'm running to have a helping hand in freeing Alberta from the globalist chokehold and make us the richest, freest place on earth. The future belongs to our children and the legacy we leave behind. Let's give them a lift we can all be proud of. Thank you, Laura. Please give her a round of applause. Now, Steve Osmond, I think you're online. Mr. Mike guy there, can you zoom? Yes, we've got him. Steve, welcome. Thanks for following us all day. Go ahead, Stephen.
No worries. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I had originally planned to be there. Things came up. The wife and her sister are out seeing some family. So I got the 5 kids with me here today. So I apologize for not being there, but I'm performing my fatherly duties. So I don't think you can blame me for that. But yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, my name's Stephen Osmond. I was actually born in Scarborough, Ontario. I moved to Halifax when I was about 9, moved to Edmonton when I was about 21. And well, the rest of my family's from Newfoundland, where I go every year to visit, at least before COVID. I'm now 33. I've been in Alberta for 12 years. I have a wife from BC. We have 4 children born and raised in Alberta. As Danny mentioned, we had one pass away from SIDS. Actually, it was Alberta Health Services tried to label it a COVID death, but thanks to Roger Hawkinson, we brought that to a screeching halt. I was previously the VP for WIPA 53 Camrose. We ended up dissolving that CA because of issues with the board. As you can all see here, we're still having. Here I stand again, trying to help WIPA by running for the Regional Director, Alberta North. But this time it's actually to fix this party rather than just focusing on the CA. I've been watching APP, and they've blown past WIPA in popularity in the last year, while WIPA has done nothing but fight each other. Quite funny, actually. I have the 5 children in the house, and so they're 7 and under, and the fighting I've seen between them is pretty much what I'm seeing there. So basically, it's just time to change this board up and actually move this thing forward. Like, I'm young, eager, full of ideas. I have a real estate portfolio, rental portfolio that I own and manage. I'm the area superintendent for an oil field services company in Northern Alberta. Like, I understand economics of business as well as the unique position Alberta's in. So I'm just ready to take on this role to create a bit of change here. Like, the fighting ends now with you people here voting to correct this board. So I mean, I hope you guys all do the right thing, and it's just time to move forward. I mean, you guys can all see these last couple of years, it's been nonstop, and we're wasting time. So appreciate everybody coming in and listening, and all the best.
Stephen, give him a big round of applause. Give him a He is truly one of the nicest young men I have ever met. Now, who is running Kathy Flett? Are you still running, or have you said, oh, I'm done? No, come on up here, Kathy. You've got 2 minutes. Well, you got 30 seconds to get here and 2 minutes to speak. Yeah. Now, who else is in the room that's also a candidate, just so I can get you? Oh, my, yeah, good. Okay, now I got you. Yes.
2 minutes, and apparently I'm being
held to that. Wow. Yeah. So what a day. Holy moly. So anyways, yeah, I was supposed to be all professional and that's going out the window really fast. But over the last year, I got the opportunity to switch things up a little bit and dip my toes into the communications realm of things. And it has been a really, really great learning curve. And not only has it been a really great learning curve as to how communications works and what's important and what's not, what you guys want to hear about, what you don't want to hear about. I've really had an opportunity also to talk to our CAs and to work together with them and to be able to really build up the members that way. And I think that's really what I have enjoyed the most about this role is being able to go to your events, get those events up on Facebook, let everybody know what you guys are doing, why you're here, why you care, why this is important, and getting that message out to other Albertans so that they can see that this is real, this is legit. And so I would really love to continue doing that. And to take what we've learned in the last year and take it even further. And one of the other things that we got to do this year is there's actually a Women of WIPA. And so there's a handful of us gals that all got together and thought, well, hey, we like to talk. Let's see what happens. And so every Friday we were getting together and doing these recordings. And some of you have seen them and mostly not because, you know, we're shadow banned on pretty much everything. But now you know it's there and it's on Rumble. So go check that out. Now we've got control back again. Ladies, I think we're going to do it again, aren't we? And yeah. So yeah, if you'll have me, it's just absolutely my honor to serve you in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Now, this is the lady I always affectionately call my favorite national counselor in the whole world, Marilyn Elliott, who's had a really illustrious career in the Federal Conservative Party, and I'm proud that she's here on our team. So, Marilyn Elliott.
Thank you to my favorite director from Vegreville, Wainwright. Good evening, everyone. Experience. That is what I bring. If you were a member of the Conservative Party of Canada, I represented you on the party's National Council from 2013 to 2021. National Council is the federal version of the PBOG. I have experience working with representatives from across all regions of Canada and having to come to a consensus on very contentious issues. My political experience goes back 40 years, sitting on boards, being actively involved in political campaigns, and doing my part to elect a politician with conservative values who believe in fiscal responsibility. Experience is what is lacking with our most recently eliminated Board of Governors, and it needs to be addressed. For example, comments made recently by the past president, Rick Northey, to the Western Standard are unacceptable and shows his lack of political experience. Voicing such concerns publicly should never be done, and it shows Mr. Northey's lack of good governance. In my opinion, Mr. Northey's comments violated the party's code of conduct, and he should resign. I also believe that as a member of the Board of Governors, it is your responsibility to assist the leader as much as possible. And if you cannot assist the leader, you should leave the Board of Governors. If you disagree with the leader, then your chance to do something about it is at a leadership review, not otherwise. As your regional director, I would hope to make changes that include regular communications to CA presidents on the activities of the Board of Governors, hold regular meetings of CA presidents to encourage an exchange of ideas, exchange contact information of Calgary CA presidents, and a promise to attend meetings on a regular basis. I believe my political experience and record of working diligently for those in my jurisdiction is what is needed, and therefore I humbly ask for your support. Please vote Marilyn Elliott for Calgary Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Now I have Todd Brown, Gary Proctor, Craig Reed, and Gord Elliott. Yeah, Gord, I've got you on the list, and then by then I think Kevin will be back with the ballots, and we'll. Tracy Walker. Sorry, Tracy. Yeah, sorry. Actually, no, ladies first. Tracy, are you ready? Come on. Ladies first. And sorry, Todd. I'd forgotten you, Tracy. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thanks for the prime rib.
Yeah, you guys, that would be me. Oh, right. Sorry, I did not prepare a speech. I didn't plan on it. My name is Tracy Walker. I'm from Red Deer North. I am been nominated for the VP of Comms, and which of course was a circumstantial nomination, just to be able to fill the spot. And so, but I do feel that I have a lot to offer. I feel that I can learn so much. I am willing, able, I candidly I want to get this party going. I want to have the world know about it, not just Alberta. I want the world to know about what we're doing here. And which takes getting that communication out there. But again, I want to be a part of the team. I don't want to be the leader. But like I said, I put my name out there. I guess I've been nominated. But again, if I can find a position that will work, please, I would love that direction and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. You didn't disappoint. Todd Brown, I think I can put this mic up for you and I. Go ahead, Todd Brown.
Hey guys, well done. Well done. Absolutely. First order of business isn't about me. I want to nominate Marilyn Elliott for president. Go from there. Most of you know me, or a good part of you know me as the former VP Policy and Governance for the last year or so, where I was working on all sorts of different projects. And in doing that, I have found all sorts of holes and things that need to be done. Obviously, the bylaws still need a lot of work. And after seeing what happened today, I want to be able to get as much input as possible to bring to you the best set of bylaws that have ever been written as well. So I want to run for VP of Policy and Governance and continue the work that I started after being unceremoniously removed from my position, because I wanted you guys to vote on stuff that the board didn't want to see through. So that's where I want to go with it. So thank you for listening, and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Todd. Gary Proctor from Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Danny. And thank you, fellow Wild Rosers. My name is Gary Proctor, and I am the president of Cypress Medicine Hat, CA. I enjoyed this today. I call it a sparring match for what we got coming up with Justin Trudeau, and I'm ready for that fight. I look at the PBOG that we just got rid of, and when you have a group that thinks that after what we went through today, that they can still be friends and govern, then it's not their fault. They simply don't have the IQ for the job. I'm surprised they found the exit. Good thing the sign's working. I've been sitting on boards my whole life, Canadian Home Builders Association, representing Medicine Hat, Canadian Home Builders Association in Alberta, in Edmonton. I've sat on the in the Medicine Hat District Candidate Society, which is a very large society, for 23 years. I was with my political career of working with people works back to Peter Lougheed. When he first ousted the social credit. That now tells you my age. So you got to respect your elders. I'm prepared to do whatever they give me to do. I don't care what it is. My board members are asking me if I would work as Southern Regional Director, and I'm prepared to do that. But I'm also prepared to do anything else that they ask me to do. I believe in this party. I've been sitting on the Loyalty Coalition meetings. I've never seen a group this united. Usually you always have a couple people with a different opinion. They stand together, and damn it, you know what? We went through every one of those board meetings, and we came here and we're still standing together to the point we're willing to go to jail to defend our leader. That's what's going to make us stand tall in the province of Alberta without big hats. Thank you very much.
Gord Elliott, and then Craig Reed, and then I have Robert Duncan at home. And then, of course, Kevin Miller is printing, so when he gets here, but go ahead, Gord.
Well, thanks, Danny. I joined WIPA back on January 27th. I resigned my membership in the UCP on that date. I had served on the interim joint board of the UCP when it was first formed, but the problem for me was that Jason Kenney was not going to stand up to Justin Trudeau, and I decided that I did not want to be a citizen of a country where Justin Trudeau was the prime minister. And I joined WIPA because I knew Paul Hinman. And I have a lot of respect for Paul. He's a sincere guy. He's an honest guy. He's straightforward. What you see is what you get. And so I'm proud to be a member of a party where he's the leader. I was part of the Loyalty Coalition, as Gary was talking about, and I agreed to put my name forward to be secretary of the party. So you'll have a choice when you vote for secretary, me or Wes Caldwell. So your choice.
Now Craig Reed. I'm sorry, that was Gord Elliott. But we're printing the ballots. And for those of you who were at the hospitality room last night, I mean, and this is a little bit out of order, but we're sort of we're building a new country here. We're going to be in uncharted territory a lot of the time over the next few years. And so I think what we'll do when we get the ballots printed, we'll read through them and then we'll hand them out and we'll talk about what we're going to do. You know what I mean? Because we've come this far, we don't want to screw up. So we'll just be patient. We'll have a sort of hopefully an adult discussion about how we move forward. But let's hear the rest of the speakers first, and then we'll once we're done the speakers, we've only got a couple more speakers, and then I've got a couple of things that I think we need to do before we get around to voting. So Craig, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm just very much pleased and gratified with the support that we showed here this afternoon in rescuing this place with our leader, Paul. Just a tremendous show of force. And that's the kind of fight that we're going to need going forward, right to the end, to when we become a nation, an independent country. Craig Reed, I've lived most of my life, or a lot of my life, up in the Lacrete area and stuff. Proud to say I'm from Lacrete. Live in Grand Prairie. Proud to be a Grand Prairie person. I served on the board of directors for Hockey Alberta from 2009 to 2016, and glad to help out any way I can. So I would like to just encourage Steve Osmond. I won't let my name stand as a regional director for the North. Oh, okay. Well, I would like to help out anyway. If it's to assist Steve, if he needs an assistant, then I'd gladly help him too. And I want to see Grand Prairie grow. I want to see memberships and stuff grow, and us getting to be a vibrant CA. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Now, is our microphone guy still there or no? Yes. Robert Duncan would like to speak on Zoom if we could make that happen. Okay, if he's not there, who else do we have? Oh, Alan Wesley. Alan Wesley, are you? Alan Wesley's from Fort Saskatchewan. Come on up, Alan. Yeah, by all means. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Alan Wesley, Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville. This is my first AGM. Are they all like this? That's a relief, because Ann McCormick asked me if I'd consider being CFO, and that's a pretty heavy position. I'm a quantitative person, so I love numbers and organization. And if you want a little bit of background on me, I teach statistics and finance at Grant MacEwan School of Business. I have a bachelor's of commerce degree in finance, a BSc in actuarial science, a master's degree in economics, and I'm in the PhD program for economics. So I am mostly, and I can pretty much guarantee, I am the most boring person you will hear today. But I do think that we need some financial responsibility here. And I think I read financial reports came out yesterday. I poured through them. Lots of gaps in the notes, lots of unknown stuff. I have no idea. I'll be quite honest with you. I have no idea what we'll discover once we start to do a little bit of a deeper dive in there. But I'd like to help doing that deeper dive if you give me the permission to do so. And if in a year I suck, feel free to let me know and I will resign, okay? Regardless of recall. Anyway, thank you very much for listening.
Alan, trust us. If you suck in 6 weeks, we'll let you know. You're not getting a year. We're all getting older here. Now, who hasn't got to speak? Is Kevin? Oh, here's our tech guy. Go ahead, Daniel. Okay, our tech guy. Let's have a round of applause for our tech guy and how hard he's trying. Robert Duncan. We'd like Robert Duncan let in, please. Yeah. You were said to be sure. Oh, Kelly said, like, just so everyone's clear. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Awesome. I'm just wanted to say first that some of these members of the board seem like they'd be better off with the Trudeau Liberals with their tyrannical views on the party and how they've been controlling it. I'm so proud of you all for taking back control of this party. This is a member-led party, and I'm just so proud to be able to witness what happened today. And back in the old days, they used to have something called the barn raising, where everyone came together to build the barn. All your neighbors and friends, and maybe there was someone better at being a carpenter. Maybe there was someone better at doing the food or whatever. And I think that's really where we're at as a party. I think we need to come together and really help each other. And as a provincial board of governor, I think my role would be to help you do what you're best at and allow you to do it. I'm not going to stop you. And so I think together we can build this barn, so to speak, of the Wildrose. And I'd like to leave this AGM more united than ever. And thank you. I'm running for governor at large and would appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Robert. Now, Kevin wanted me to make it very clear to Kelly, I'm sorry, Kelly. Kevin just walked through the door. They call me Dementia Dan in Streamstown, but in any event, but nevertheless, Kelly said, let's make it very clear that the board left the room. Like, they didn't adjourn the meeting. They just left the room. And is there anyone who isn't happy about that? No, everybody's happy with that. Okay, fair enough. So, but nevertheless, the meeting is carrying on. And I think everyone has spoken that, well, actually, we have two people, Barry Knodel and is Ernie Thiessen here as well? Ernie Thiessen, yes. Ernie, last night you talked about taking your name off the ballot, but why didn't you come up here? I hate to give away your speech. Thank you, Ernie. Let's give Ernie a round of applause for that. And I'll let you, and then for just that, we'll get to that in a minute, but these two people we'll get to that in a minute. Is that okay? Or what do you want to say? Go ahead. What do you want? From who? Okay, well, I'll let Barry speak. Okay, let Barry speak. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Hello, my name's Barry Knodel. I'm from Cypress Medicine Hat. I allowed my name to stand because we needed help. And today was just an example. We were held hostage today. We were not allowed, our voices were not allowed. Our voices were dispelled, disquieted, and discounted. Now, I'm willing to sit in the background and assist wherever. I was a Honda motorcycle dealer for 20 years. I'm a salesman and I'm a businessman, small businessman. We look after small businessmen. They learn to look after hundreds of dollars. We don't talk in the millions. That's how we get to the millions, by looking after the hundreds. So it's been an honor to be joined with you folks today. It was just amazing that we worked together. Together, we are going to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barry. Now, I think we're sort of at a point where you want to make a motion? Maybe. Okay. No, okay, just a sec. Okay. You're first, ladies first. Go ahead. Yeah, no, just a second before we start. Don't worry. Before we start voting, before we hand out the ballots, we're going to talk about the predicament we're in and say, well, this is what we have to do. We might move some people here and there or whatever. We'll talk about that as we go forward. You want to say a suggestion? Yes, she's saying we remove I think we moved a motion of non-confidence in the board, which is my understanding is we removed the entire board. We passed that. So now we have 20 vacant positions. We've got the ballots printed. As it turns out, we've actually, in our enthusiasm, we missed a few names, but I think we can write them onto the ballot. And so let's just get to the end of our speeches, and then we'll talk about that. Jeremy Smith is Jeremy Smith, where's Jeremy? Here we are, Jeremy, sorry. Absolutely. He was one of our, he's the guy who didn't get appointed because he didn't look as good as Sandra Kim. But anyway, we still like him.
Yeah, no kidding. Hi, I'm Jeremy Smith from Stettler. I'm part of the Stettler Drum.
reason I'm here today is because I didn't like what was happening in our province and country. Yeah, over a year ago, we started going to rallies and stuff around the province and seeing pastors get arrested and thrown in jail, and restaurant owners and stuff was fairly disgusting in my opinion. And I'm a small farmer and a pipeliner, and I bounce all over the province doing that. The Wildrose Independence Party looked to be like the only option to me to take action. I wasn't going to sit back and complain about the governments anymore. I feel that we all needed to take action. And so I grabbed a membership to the Wildrose Party. And then one thing led to another. Next thing, I'm up in Lloydminster, Vermilion country, and going to meetings with this fella here and a few others. And then I was asked by Cameron Park to be a regional assistant director. And that was last fall. I said, absolutely, I'd love to help out wherever I can. And then into the new year, I get a phone call saying that Wes Codwell was going to be the regional director instead of Cameron Park. And okay, fine. And I was up in Fox Creek working, so there wasn't a whole bunch I could do at the moment. Long story short, I don't hear from Wes Codwell till 2 weeks ago. And hear about the Sandra Kim deal, going up to be the regional director and Wes into the secretary. And so anyways, I am here to help out in any way, shape or form I can to this party and take our province back, take our country back, whatever we got to do. Take action. We're all here to take action. Thank you very much.
Danny, a point of information.
Okay,
Danny,
go ahead, Daniel.
We have a handheld mic here now, so if you need to address the chair for whatever reason, there's one available back here now.
Okay, yeah, Ernie's good. Ernie wants to put his name in. Well, okay, I guess, are we getting to self-nominating here? Like, that's fair enough. He was on the ballot. We haven't actually crossed it off yet. Go ahead, Ernie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Ernie Thiessen.
This is what you call grassroots. What we saw here today. We also made history today for Wildrose, and I had my name in for one position. I'm willing to stand for another position if you want me to. I've been an independent, self-employed for many years. I'm familiar with the oil and gas industry, and I believe that we need to have a party that has transparency and integrity and truth. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ernie. Yes, but we're not going. Yeah, we'll get to nomination. Stephen just wanted to make a comment and make one motion before we carry on, but carry on. I think you'll understand the motion when you hear it.
Thanks for letting me speak for a few moments. When we started today, we had a couple of ideas as to how things were going to progress. I never expected it to end up like this. This is not my first AGM, but this has certainly been the most exciting and enjoyable AGM. You know, we heard a few moments an analogy to a barn raising. I think today was a barn burner. I have never been so proud of a group of people as I am in all of you. Thank you. Now, we have a very important item of business that we need to address. So I'm going to make a motion now. I move that this assembly reinstates the membership and leadership of Paul Hinman.
I think there's one.
Can I get a seconder? Okay, yeah, Marilyn Elliott just seconds it. Is anyone opposed? Boy, that'd be a dangerous motion to make. Okay, so all in favor of the motion to reinstate Paul Hinman? It's absolute, oh, online, can we see the online votes? All in favor? They're coming, here they come. Just while the votes are coming in, I'll tell you when in 2011, we had our Wildrose annual meeting in Red Deer, and we had that motion that, remember, Danielle got sort of offended about over, I even forget the issue, but there was about 40 people on one side of it. And I thought to myself, and there was nobody at the no mic, and I thought, gee, I could be on the national news if I just had the nerve to go to the no mic, but I didn't. So anyway, here we are. How are the votes coming there? We're good? How many we get online? It was unanimous. Okay, I have to ask if anyone's opposed online. So, oh, just wait. Yeah, the online people have to take your hand down now. Thank you for voting. And then is anyone online opposed to this? Oh, you cleared it? Okay, thank you very much. Now, is there anyone opposed? 11, okay, 11 opposed. Well, so the 70 people are registered later starting to drop off. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, we have two choices here. Like, to me, we can work our way through, maybe we should work our way, I think we should work our way through the ballot. I think we should hand them out and then we'll just talk our way through them. And I think we'll ask some people to switch to another place. This may be, I guess we're in uncharted territory. What do you think here, Kelly? Like, we're definitely in uncharted territory. We do have the ballots printed. So, I mean, we'll do. So, but here's my suggestion. So let's work through the ballots. We have the ballots here. If somebody, Tammy, you go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I move that because of what has happened, we vote for 20 people and let those 20 people sort it out. Who's best fit in what position?
Okay, just a second. Okay, that's one. Is that a motion or just a suggestion? Okay, let's call it a suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Before we move on, so the reinstating Paul Hinman was unanimous in the room, and what was it, about 40 to 11? 11 against online. So anyway, let's give a round of applause to our recently instated new leader. Angela would like to make a motion that we remove our interim leader without pay. And so would anyone like to second that motion? Is anyone opposed to that motion? Is there anyone online? Could we have an online? Or is anyone at home? The motion is to remove our interim leader. I think that sort of went without saying, but it'd be nice to have it on the record. So we'll have a motion. We have a motion we had a seconder. Yes, who put their hand up? Ann McCormick seconded that. So moved by Angela, seconded by Ann. They'll be sorry they threw her off the committee. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, okay. When we get done voting, we've got a bag here. We'll put the ballots in, and Kelly's going to be our head vote counter. And have you got a couple of people to help you, Kelly, yet? Do you have anybody to help you, Kelly, or do you need people to help you? Sorry, do you have anybody to help you count? We had those two scrutineers. Oh, Wayne Ellis will help you. Exactly. Okay. And okay, fair enough. Okay, so
can I make?
Yes,
sorry,
go
point
ahead.
of order?
Go ahead.
I think it might be good to vote for the president, the secretary, and the CFO separately, and then we could elect the rest of the people as a block. But I think those three positions should probably be dealt with separately, and P&G too.
What did our old chairman say? Well, I don't like that idea. How did he say that? When he said, I'm not keen on that idea. Like we have a ballot here. To me, it's not that easy to just vote on them separately because we'd have to hand the ballots out and print them again. So with all due respect, let's not bother, Danielle. Do you mind? I don't see what, how about this? Let's talk our way through the ballot. And then we'll see if we haven't come to a consensus where we say, look, we all sort of agree on this. Let's do this. So okay, folks, I know everybody's getting a little bit antsy. And Kelly informed me that basically our bylaws, which we sort of alternately follow and don't follow, say that we're supposed to elect the president, the chief financial officer, and the secretary. And so now we actually have, for president, we only have one nomination, Angela Tabak, because I think we removed the other people. For chief financial officer, we have Alan Wesley. See, I actually, like, I mean, this is a little bit of a technicality, but bear with me. Kelly, I think Kelly's right. We're supposed to vote for the president, the secretary, and the treasurer first. But since we only have one ballot, we'll just, when you get your ballot, we want you to vote first for the president, then for the CFO, and then for the secretary. I want to do it without handing the ballots back in again. But, we're sort of letting, if you want to call it, the loyalty coalition people come up and speak. Some of these people who sort of chose to left with the PBOG, if they're here and they want to put their name forward, well, I think we're certainly opening to listening to their sales pitch, and be sort of like selling anyway, whatever. Okay, we're running out of time, Paul says. Okay, Robert Klebanov, are you here? Mangeet Paul, are you here? Gary Etherington, are you here? Sonny Batra, are you here? Phil Moline, are you here? Okay, is there anyone who was wanting to be on the ballot that was on the ballot that we haven't mentioned? Rob Anders, that's right. So we have Rob Anders, he's not on the ballot. Well, is anyone opposed to writing his name on, or we'll just have, no, let's not bother. Paul said, and I agree, whatever. These people are here. They put their money in. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's go through the ballot. We've got President Angela Tabak. Well, we can deal Tabak. Chief Financial Officer Alan Wesley. Okay, so we nominated Angela Tabak. Would someone like to second that? Todd Brown did. Okay. Oh yes, you're right. All these names that were sent in were seconded, so they've already been nominated and seconded. Fair enough. Good enough. Okay, so let's read through the ballot. See, on the back of your ballot, there's some of these names. So let's start there. Okay. Let's take a minute or two and we'll hand out the ballots. They're right here. Hand out the ballots. We're going to be on the honor system. Ballots go in here. Everybody gets one ballot. Don't anybody mark your ballot till we're done talking, please. Give everybody a ballot, but don't mark your ballot till we get done talking. Don't start marking your ballots, please. Don't start marking them. Just wait. Just please don't start marking your ballots. Everyone listen up. Please don't start marking your ballots. We've got a few things we want to sort out here before people end up spoiling their ballots. So please just wait till everybody has a ballot. And then actually, if you don't have a ballot, how about standing up? If you don't have a ballot, we can all stretch anyway. If you don't have a ballot, stand up. If you've got a ballot, just hold on to it. You need a pencil. Do we have to do everything for you? Holy smokes. Can you call a friend? Yeah. Is there anybody that doesn't have a ballot? Daniel, are you asking if there's any way of getting this? Is there any way of giving this ballot to the people online? No. I guess that's the risk of not coming to the meeting, and I sincerely apologize to the folks who are at home, but what can you say? At least some of us are getting to vote. Okay, now has everybody got a ballot? Is there anybody who doesn't have a ballot? Okay.
Recording in progress.
So let's start with Angela Tabak. Angela, would you stand up and give us a wave? Here's Angela Tabak, everyone. Give her a round of applause. Okay, there's Angela Tabak. She's running for president. Chief Financial Officer Alan Wesley, please stand up. People, please don't mark your ballot till we get done talking, please. Just don't mark your ballot for just 1 second. Okay, so we're on the back page here. We see VP Policy and Governance. Kathy Flett, please stand up and give a wave. She's either going to run or she's not going to be on the ballot. Kathy Flett, did you give us a wave, Kathy? I'm sorry. Yes, Kathy Flett's there. We've got Regional Director North, Craig Reed, stand up. There's Craig Reed. All the Loyal Coalition people know him. Steve Osmond, he spoke very eloquently online a few minutes ago. In Regional Director Edmonton, Don Barron's at work, but I assume he's online. Sonny Batra, personally, I think it's like we voted him off. He's not on. Okay. We're supposed to have an up-down vote. So for Sonny Batra, for all, we're supposed to have an up-down vote. So mark, write yes or no, just write yes or no. And this will be a little complicated for Kelly, but nevertheless, so he'll count out, and we'll need to get, if more people put no than put yes, well, then they won't be a claim. So the voting is you have to you write in yes or no.
Point of order,
yes,
please.
go ahead.
So for the people who are online there, they're asking how will they do the up-down vote and participate in this? They'll either need an online poll or some sort of open chat for them to express there, because I don't think they have the same sort of ballot.
Okay, because somebody got the ability to create an online poll? Like, can Our tech guy, can you do an online poll for us? Good. Okay. Well, we'll work through the ballot while he tries to get an online poll for the people at home. So for Regional Director North, we have Craig Reed and Steve Osmond. So I guess you have to either put
Point of
yes or no.
order.
Yes, go ahead.
So if you're asking some people to stand up who are running for position and not others,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you should have
No,
everyone stand
Yeah,
up.
no, yeah, you're right. So I asked Alan Wesley stood up, Kathy Fletch stood up, Craig Reed, you want to stand up again? Yeah. Steve Osmond's at home. He doesn't get to stand up, but we heard him speak very eloquently a few minutes ago. Don Barron isn't here. He doesn't get to stand up. Sonny Batra isn't here, and we're happy. We have the regional directors. We have Gary Atherton. Is Gary here or did Gary leave? I think Gary left. Okay, but I mean, you can only vote for two, so you can vote two yeses.
Point of order again. Sir, the
Yeah, go
list
ahead.
is right here. So why don't you just say if you are running, Todd Brown, blah, blah, blah. For example, you skipped Tracy Walker 3 times.
Well,
and you've called
I haven't.
flat out 3 times.
I haven't got to her yet. I'm just working my way through the ballot. Are you
But it's
following along
right
on
here.
the
It's the
pardon
same
me?
list.
Point of order.
Yes.
People are having troubles listening to you because they're so distracted, like by Kathy being in 2 places and there's chitter chatter and
Okay,
concern. And
well,
we keep
that's
telling
why.
you that.
Like I know the day is wearing on.
I know you
but
were
it-
going to address it at the end, but maybe.
Well, okay, I can jump ahead to that, but folks, we're talking about taking over a $50 billion budget. And quite frankly, like if you can't stay focused for 15 minutes, we're going to have trouble with a $50 billion budget. But nevertheless, I'll try.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Power's going to your head, Danny. You're talking down to us.
I'm sorry. Point well taken.
All
I'm sure glad we didn't put recall on the bed,
Now, in all seriousness, I think we have to address each position one at a time. We do not have the ability to create a new online poll because the AGM account is locked and this just can't be fixed. So the best thing that we can do for the people participating online is to have them raise their hand and then it can be lowered. So I think we'll have to go through president, that person's name, they raise their hand, and then it gets cleared, and then they raise their hand for no because it has to be an up-down vote.
Yeah.
So it has to be very deliberate and very slow, and we only have the room till 5 o'clock, from what I understand.
What time is it right now? Okay, fair enough. Okay, okay, we're reading through this. I'm not quite clear. So I just did regional director, and I mean, Kathy, the point that Tammy made is Kathy Flett's name is under VP communication as well. But since her name is already on the ballot on the other side of the page, I'd like to suggest, and I would hope that Kathy would agree to it, that we just cross her off on the VP communications. We can sort this out on the board, Leah, once we have a board. Is that all right by you, Kathy? Yes. His name is also on as the governor at large. How many governors at large are we looking for? Where's VP policy and governance? Okay.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
There are numerous people that are 2 and 3 names the same on the chat. They're logged in 2 and 3 times, according to our tech here. Multiple people.
Well, let's keep reading through the ballot and we'll let the tech guy see what he can do about that. So Kathy, are you happy with this crossing your name off of VP community? Okay, so we have VP fundraising, Paul Mandeep and Gary Proctor. So as secretary, we have Gord Elliott, John Barron, Robert Klebanov. Did you guys figure something out on that? Or okay, John Barron is asked to have his name stroked off the ballot. So that's one place you can mark on your ballot. Stroke off John Barron's name. So fair enough. Okay, so governors at large, we have Todd Brown, Robert Duncan, Michael Gibbons, Barry Knodel, Boyd Langenhoff, Ernie Thiessen, and McCormick. And I think do we need 3? Yes, pick 3. Barry Knodel has taken his name off the list, so you can cross out Barry Knodel. Boyd Langenhoff was on the board and we dismissed him just a little bit earlier. So we have 5 names. Michael Gibbons, are you here? Is Michael Gibbons here? Okay, well, we'll leave the names on the ballot.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I was just talking to Ken Walker. He wants his name removed. Ken Walker wants his name removed.
Where is Ken Walker, Regional Director, Calgary? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we actually want to scratch Tracy Walker off of VP of Comms. Okay. So Tracy Walker is asked to be scratched off of VP of Comms. I thought we had just okay. So fair
Point
enough.
of order.
Go
Point
ahead.
of order, Danny.
Yes.
I think the best way to sort out the online duplicates
Yes.
is for you to make the announcement that we are going to remove any duplicates.
Yes.
And then they should be able to log back in the one time.
Okay.
And if you make that announcement now, they should be able to come back in time to
Yes.
vote.
For those of you online, we've had some 2 or 3 duplicates, so they're gonna cancel a bunch of people out. If you get canceled out, just come back in. Please don't come back in twice. There's a little bit of confusion with the online voting. If you're only logged in once, I guess you're fine. But if you're logged in, or are you just kicking everybody out right now?
We're going to remove all
Oh,
duplicates.
the duplicates are getting kicked out, okay?
Okay.
Tracy Walker had, and if everybody will turn their ballot over to the back of the ballot, Tracy Walker wants to put her name for VP of membership, VP membership. We have to write that in, put a box there on the back of the page, okay? VP of policy and governance, Kathy Flett is being scratched, and we're going to write in Todd Brown. Todd Brown is right here. Todd Brown is written in as VP policy and governance. It's on the back page, the bottom number on your left, bottom on the left. So
Point of order.
yes.
I know that this will mess up things, but because we didn't expect this to be happening, can I suggest that we reprint the ballots?
Yeah, we don't have time.
This is getting way too confusing for everybody and we look like,
Tammy, like, well, I mean, what?
can we vote on that?
Can somebody, could Tammy, we'll consider that. Can you go talk to the hotel and ask, like, if we have to be out for 5
No,
or do
we have the room all day long.
Okay, we have it all day long, so then we have time. So like, well, let's finish the ballot and then let's send
I'll double
Kevin.
check.
Okay.
But
I
he
think-
told me earlier we had it all day, like midnight. I'll go check.
Tammy, are you going to go talk to the hotel and ask them if we do have it for the rest of the day? I think Tammy's right. If we have it for the rest of the day, we're here now. We might, was there any prime rib left over? No, anyway. But anyway, if we've got it for the day, we'll go and we'll print the new ballots and then it'll be clear what we're doing. Yes, exactly. Yeah. We'll actually print 2 ballots. Kevin, we'll print 2 ballots, one for president, CFO, and secretary. Could they just have that on one side and the others on the, no, 2 ballots. It's Paul's paper. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we got lots of paper. Yeah. So you got that. Paul, are we sure? Are we sure that we've got the ballot the way we want it now? Go ahead, right there.
Before you print a new ballot.
Yes.
Why don't we simplify this? Elect the 3 positions that are required, our president, our CFO, and our secretary. Thank you. Then just elect the members that we want for directors board members, and then let the board figure out who's going to sit in what position. Because realistically, if I get a paper and it's only got one name for that position, what choice do I have anyway? What does that accomplish then? Wouldn't I just be better off voting them? No, I don't want them as a board member. That's what I mean. So wouldn't it be better as I just say, no, I don't want that person as a director or a board member?
It does. Although
And then if the membership as a whole says, no, this person
okay,
doesn't get.
I think we're sort of losing control here. Go ahead and restate that again. Sorry, I was getting some advice here too, but
Sorry.
listen up, everyone.
So
We're
they
almost
just
done.
said the up down. So we don't lose that because I'm going to pick a name here. Hopefully nobody's running with that name. Jim. His name is on there. If 51% say no, then he does not go on the board. If 51% say yes, he goes on the board.
Yes.
What does it really matter? The position at that point? That's what I'm saying.
Kevin, just before you leave, why don't we put the ballots with a yes, no block? Paul just said, let's use the ballot we have. Let's use the ballot we have to do the first 3, president, CFO, and secretary. So let's do that. Let's vote on those 3. We can hand the ballots in to Kelly and he can be counting them. And then Kevin can print the ballots for the other positions and then we'll vote on them. Okay.
Point of order?
Yes, go ahead, Gail.
Thank you, Danny. Could you tell me, was there a motion request for additional people to be nominated that are not on the ballot?
No, there wasn't.
And if we would like to add somebody, then we need a motion from the floor to add that person from the floor.
I think we're past that already. The point we made, which I think is stretching things a little bit, is to let everybody who sent their money in by the deadline to be on the ballot. And so I think that with all due respect to anybody, well, like Paul said, ask the meeting, does anybody want to make exception to that rule? What I thought we'd agreed was that we were going to print the ballot ballots with all the names who'd sent in their $100 and met the deadline for being nominated?
It is
Yes.
specific to one person, actually.
Okay, Kelly said all these people had their name in with a secondary at the deadline, so we can't accept new nominations, and I agree with that. We're confused enough without starting to add to the problem. So that's just adding to the confusion. So now, would someone like to make a motion that we use the ballot we've got and we vote for president, secretary, and CFO? Go ahead, Gail, and then.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just when you get to it, you can only vote for regional director in the region that you live in.
Yes, good point.
Thank
When it comes time to it, you'll have to vote for the regional director in your area. We're going to be on the honor system on a lot of this, but that's what we're building, is a party where we trust each other. And I don't think anybody here wants to be the first one to be untrustworthy. So I think that'll be easy. Tammy, your turn.
I'm gonna
Then you,
object.
Todd. Go ahead, pardon me.
So I'm gonna object.
Eject or object?
Object.
Okay. To what?
To having two sets of ballots for everybody. We can wait. It's only 3 more check marks. Let's have it clean because we're gonna have to explain all
Okay,
of this.
fair enough.
Let's do it
Okay,
proper.
okay, fair enough. So
We're waiting for Corey, the assistant manager for the hotel, to text us back to confirm if we can have the room.
okay, fair enough, because these are too confused. Okay, so do you want to print so do we want to print 2 ballots? We'll print 2 ballots, so one with 3 names on it?
No,
One-
no. One ballot with all of the positions on it. Proper, no people
Okay.
doubled up, get everybody in the right spot. I think it was just that we rushed to do that and fumbled it. Point of order.
But she wants it all the names on one ballot. But I think we should print 2 ballots, 2 clean ballots. Just a second. Okay, go ahead. No, we'll get back to Tammy in a minute. You go ahead and raise your point.
Okay, Trudy Negley, Tabor Warner. I just want to make sure that Marilyn Elliott has removed her name for president's position before we do the ballot. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Kelly is just talking to Tammy about, I guess where we're at right now is, do we want to print 1 ballot with all the names on it? Or do we want to print 2 ballots that has president, secretary? But why not put president, secretary, and CFO on one side and all? Okay, Kevin's working on that. You want me to tell a story, or what should I do now? Paul Gullickson, who was on the nominating committee, wants to speak online. So if you would just put Paul Gullickson on.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Paul, are you there?
Okay. There's some really important things that you guys have to do. And as former CFO and dealing with the Societies Act and Elections Alberta, the first one, and we learned this the hard way in our hostile takeover, is that we have to be, the most important thing to do now is to form our board, find out who our CFO, president, and secretary are, get that information in the form of legal minutes, and we have to get it to the bank, so we take control of the bank account. Next, we have to file with Elections Alberta, let them know what happened, and then we have to file with the Societies Act and tell them there's been a change of the executive and get that on file. That makes you legal. If whoever beats, and I have a fear that there may be some effort to beat us to that. I don't know the legality of it, but whoever, for us right now, after the election, after we've established these VPs, Monday morning, it's too late now, Monday morning, we got to be on the phone to the ATB in Cold Lake and say, here's the new CFO, and you have to have a signature from the CFO, from the president and the secretary verifying that, and then bang, they're off, because we booted them out. We don't want them on there messing with their bank account. Okay, so just some heads up on that, and it's kind of good we're going into Friday here, because nobody will be able to, or Saturday I should say, and so we're kind of protected for the weekend. That'll give you guys a couple days to, let the dust settle and come up with a firm board, okay? But I know the people at Elections Alberta, I know the people at the Societies Act, and I know the people in Cold Lake. I live here, and if whoever's the CFO, if you want to call me and get information, I'm available. Okay, that's all.
Well, thank you very much. We're praying for your son, and I have to say the letter. Yeah, well, let's give him a round of applause and show him our prayers for our son, for his son. Thank you for that bit of advice. I think the letters of yours that we circulated this morning actually sort of set the tone for our meeting. Tammy, it's your turn.
Point of information, we
Yes.
have AV till 5 o'clock and then staff be coming in here at 6 to tear down the room.
Okay, so we've got till 5:30 or so at the very latest, 5 o'clock.
AV for online voting.
Oh, I see. Oh, AV for online voting till 5 o'clock. Well, we've got an hour. I think we can get it done in an hour. Okay, fair enough. So they're printing the ballots. I think it's time we had, unless anybody has a better suggestion, I think it's time our leader gave us his address. Let's welcome our leader to the stage.
Just brought in one of our election signs because at the top it says, "Together we will save the Wildrose, and then we're going to save Alberta." I'm so proud of each and every one of you, the tenacity, the resilience that you had to sit in here and to put up with so much gobbledygook for so long and talk about a dog chasing its tail. It's one of the sad things in my time involved in politics is how many good people have left. It's disheartening. This board that just got voted out systematically went after one by one, which is what happens, is that I guess I want to start off with, this world is divided. It's divided into a light and a darkness. The light seeketh truth, and the dark is evil and likes to take control. And it's always sad when you see what goes on with the secret meetings, the collaboration that goes on in darkness. One of the things that really disappointed me with this board was that the meetings were never made public. And they acted like that, oh, we can't send that out. And if you want to come and read the meetings of a board of governors, you got to come to me and make a special appointment. And I will have a paper copy, and nobody's allowed to make any copies of that copy. And when you're done, I take it away. And this has been part of the problem for the last year. Last November, they voted to quit paying me. Wasn't because of about the money. They were convinced that if they quit paying me, that I would quit. And so when I didn't, and I talked to a few of my good supporters, and I says, it was one of the conditions. There was 3 conditions that I really pushed onto the board when they asked me to become leader. Number 1, it had to be full-time paid position. This is an incredibly difficult job. There's not enough hours in the day, days in the week, weeks in the month, and there's not enough months left for the year to our next election. And I says, no, we've got an incredible job to do. This needs to be full-time and need to compensate the leader and the leader's team. They said no. And I said, well, great. Don't have to worry about it then. Well, they called back and they agreed. The second one is that I says, twice, and I don't know if you realize this, but I was the leader of the Alberta Alliance. I was the first leader of the Wildrose Party. I don't like politics any more than I like being in the pig pen in the farm, but I love eating pork. But somebody has to do it. And I talked to my family, talked to my children, my grandchildren, and this is almost as chaotic as my house right now. I have 11 grandchildren under 11. We have 4 dogs, and it's chaotic, but it's all worth it. But to go back to the light versus the darkness, this is a good versus evil. We have an incredible, difficult job ahead of us, but boy, we really forged some steel today in the refiner's fire. But it was your resilience to not let that evil, I guess, basically get you to the point of disgust and say, I'm done with this. The number of people just in this last year that we have lost because they were disgusted and says, you know what, I'm tired. I would go to the board meetings and they would criticize me and say, oh, membership's not going up. This isn't going up. That's not going up. I felt like there was 15 of us in the boat. 5 of us were paddling all we were worth going upstream. Well, the other 10 complained, stuck their paddle in the water, hit us over the head. And it's been a difficult year. And we've lost some really good people, including Paul Gullickson off the board, who just says, you know what, I don't need to deal with this. There's truth to that old saying, birds of a feather stick together. And when you have a bunch of filthy birds that just want to poop in the nest and cause grief, the good people leave. It's just the way it is. Good people don't want to stay in a box of bad apples. And so I'm so proud of you to stick them out, and we threw out the bad apples today. And you need to congratulate yourself for that. What I will give them credit is that they did a darn good job to try and stick around. But when Barry, I think it was Barry, said that we were going to adjourn the meeting, at that point I had to intervene because we couldn't, we would have lost at that point. Had we adjourned the meeting, they would be the governors at large and the board of governors, and we would be without a party for the members. So at that point, it's out of control. I walked into the room, didn't care what the results were going to be because wasn't going to let that happen. But for me, what the Wildrose Independence Party is all about, it's about truth and trust. When you have people, and again, it never ceases to amaze me, but yet it should, is how toxic power is. This cabal of agents were so set with this many people in the room, and I'd sure like to get a count so we kind of know how many we have. They didn't care. They weren't going to back down. They figured that they had the power, and what I found is power is a lot more intoxicating than a lot of alcohol and drugs and stuff. Once they get a little sense of that in their head, it's just about impossible to get them to wake up. And we witnessed that today. They were drunk with power, and they weren't going to leave. And so once again, I thank each and every one of you for sitting through that, because too often good people just walk up and say, I'm done with that. But we have a big job going forward. We need to go back and get our CAs together. We need to find individuals that are willing to run next year in the election and represent us. But the truth is if the party and those people that are running don't trust you, we should not trust them. And trust starts with me by giving your word that I'm accountable to you, the members. Are those that are running for MLAs are going to give their promise to the people that we're accountable to you. And if 50% plus one of the number of people who voted in the last election vote to remove you, we will step down as Wildrosers. We're not going to be like this board of governors that sat in that position and says, oh, we were elected. I think most of you all realize that half of them were never elected. They got appointed. And that's what happens in rogue regimes where you have totalitarian, authoritarian individuals. One of the more disgusting things when they kicked Todd off as VP of Policy and Governance, and I argued with them for 20 minutes with the bylaws, saying that please show me, and I'd read that it says here that there's no vetting. One of the members on our board had the audacity to say, we, the board, will decide what they get to vote on. We, the board, will decide who gets to vote. And that's what they did with the nomination committee. Interesting part too with our policy and governance and our code of conduct. Not one of those individuals that put their name forward that they disqualified, that I'm aware of, and I could be wrong, got a letter from the board saying that this is a letter of censorship because of what you've done. They talked about it. They wrote some, I guess, well, no, the only censorship letter that came out is when they said that you were disqualified, and many people didn't get it, and they wouldn't send it out 3 weeks ago. They wouldn't send it out the day of. That is not an open and honest and a trusting board of governors. It's been discouraging. We've lost a lot of members. Stephen talked about another entity saying they're blowing by us. They're not a political party. We're number one in the province for the third choice. Some of the board, and again, where the real divisiveness and the anger came up, and I don't know if all of you have read all of those wonderful reports that the board put out about me and about the leadership race and about the by-election and about the trying to make a deal with me as a leader. What they wanted to do was to pay me enough that I couldn't be successful, so I wouldn't sign it. And they haven't paid me, but we've carried on. But we knew that there was going to be a by-election on the 16th of August, and the board didn't want to do anything. We had one of these arrogant individuals who said, there will not be a by-election. We're not going to waste any time preparing for a by-election. We had other ones that says, well, we're going to be spanked. We can't beat them. And I made the comment, and sometimes I even call my own kids, even my wife the odd time, the wrong name. I may have misspoken that night, but it's very clear in my mind what I said was, I can guarantee you, if we're not in that by-election, we won't win. And then they twisted that around to say that I guaranteed that we were going to win if I was in the by-election. Not so. Like I say, it's been a real struggle with these individuals, and I'm just excited to come out of the refiner's fire today with a team that wants to push forward. Realize that we have 87 battles next May. Don't worry about what's happening in downtown Edmonton. It's your CA. That's a single solitary battle, and that's where we need to win. I have said this since I first ran in 2004. I'd sold 283 memberships, and I said to the president of the party back then, I'm not going to open up. They wanted to open up and get the first nomination done for the Alberta Alliance. And I says, no, I'm going around, I door knock, I talk to my friends, and I says, you know, I'm disgusted with government. I'm so upset that I'm willing to run. And I would talk to people and I'd say, but I can't run unless you buy a membership to vote so I can win the nomination. A lot of people, and again, politics stinks. Governance is important, but politics stinks. Don't get into that political strategic thing on how do I get elected. What we want to do is to be an elected representative. And so as I sold those memberships and we got up to 283, the leader of the party says, no, we're going to call the nomination. And all of a sudden, after my nomination was over and I go around knocking on doors and trying to sell memberships, people will say, well, what for? And they say, well, we need you to be a member, you know, so that you can vote the next AGM. Says, no, I'm not worried about that. It's very difficult. But if anybody in here or anybody you know that's interested in running, what you need to tell them is I'll help you sell memberships. And when we get 500 memberships sold and we've got $5,000 in the bank for a campaign fund, we'll open up the nomination. You don't need to worry about me stepping in and saying, you know what, I don't like people that wear black hats. Gosh, we got 2 in here, 3. But this is what goes on in politics, is that you have a leader or you have a corrupt board of governors that step in and say who can and who can't run. And we witnessed that just running here for a provincial board of governors. If you have 500 members sold and $5,000 in the bank, I'm counting on those 500 members to pick the person that they want. And the only reason why they'll be disqualified is if a background check or something, which should be done before then, but sometimes it isn't. But if the background check shows that somebody's been bankrupt and they don't qualify, or if somebody, you know, had charges or whatever it is, there are some parameters where people will be removed. But they'll be very explicit and why they're doing it, not because, oh, this individual posted something 13 years ago that's offensive today, so I'm not going to allow it. We're better than that. And that's what we got to do. But so what you need to do is to grow the membership in your CAs. We got to find people that are willing to stick their neck out and run, sell 500 memberships, get $5,000 in the bank, and then we can call a nomination. Don't worry about other CAs. We're going to start having monthly get-togethers on Zoom or whatever, saying what's successful. Angela has been traveling around in Carson, Sissica, but very few other presidents know. But each different area is having success. But this board of governors, like any totalitarian government, it's isolation. It's creating silos. They don't want us to know each other. It's been very difficult. Anyways, after they took Todd out, and again, I argued on the board saying that, no, he did the right thing. It says in here that the members get to decide. He sent it out to get the policies done, and he was removed because of that. Kathy was also removed because she sent it out. We lost our ability to communicate with you guys a long time ago. They took that over. And again, more disgusting behavior of totalitarian regimes. But this is about freedom. This is about what you own. We own our bodies. That's our first property that each and every one of us own and have a right to. It's always interesting to me how government and healthcare officials will draw lines saying here or there. But the fact of the matter is, it's been established. If a person's in a car accident and they say that, no, I don't want blood transfusion, and the doctor and everyone says you're going to die without it, they respect that. We need that respect across the board. We don't need a government that picks and chooses. When when you have your freedoms and when you don't. We will develop a constitution that recognizes the supremacy of God and the rule of law. Yep. Yeah. We will have a constitution that realizes that the government gets its power from the people. Government has no authority that an individual can't transfer over and say, yes, you have this authority. That this tyranny of the majority is wrong. Our current constitution, it has some good lines, but it has a few really bad lines that are divisive and tears apart our country. I often use the analogy here that, you know, we got to pay for this afterwards. We're a democracy. We need to vote on who needs to pay for this. Anybody who's wearing a hat has to pay. Who's in favor of that? That's not the type of constitution. We don't want politicians to be able to divide and conquer. So our constitution will protect our God-given inalienable rights of life, liberty, property, and our pursuit of happiness. This idea that they say we own our property, but we have to pay taxes to keep our property. In a sovereign free Alberta, we're going to get rid of property taxes. In a sovereign free Alberta, we're going to reduce the taxes. You know, there's people that say that we can do it at 10%. I don't know. We'll sit down as Albertans. We'll decide that. But we need to reduce the size of government, the scope of government. And that's what our focus will be. But at this point, we have an opportunity to vote on a new board of governors. It's critical that we get it done. But I can't say how proud I am of each and every one of you for what we've done here today. And we need to keep purging. When we have problems show up, we need to stand up and say no. We need to change our bylaws so that people are accountable through recall and we can get rid of them. And it's just, like I say, very sad. And my last piece of advice, rules are for fools and guidance for the wise. And for that individual up here to say that, oh, this is the rule, and if you do that, then the meeting is void and null and everything else, that to me was a fool. Thanks very much. We'll turn it over back to Danny, and let's get our president, our CFO, and our secretary elected here. But thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so the ballots are being handed out. I understand. I haven't actually got a ballot yet. Maybe I forgot to donate at the door or something. I don't know. But anyway, so we've got 3 ballots. Is there just one name? Is there any of those that have 2 names on them, or there's just one on each ballot? Is there? There are 3 names. That's the ballot. There's 3 names on it. 4. Okay. They're handing them out. We're handing them out. Wayne, we need a few more ballots up here, please. We need a few more ballots at the front. Paul, have you got a ballot? Kelly isn't going to vote because he's the returning officer, and so that's great. Thank you, Kelly, for stepping in here. But Paul needs a ballot. I need a ballot. Sam needs a ballot. Is there anybody who doesn't have a ballot? We're just about ready to start voting. Yes, Robert Klebanov, his name is on the ballot, but I must say I don't think there's anyone here that's planning on voting for him. But yeah, we have no way of confirming whether he wanted to be on or off. And like say, one of the reasons some names aren't on the ballot because go ahead, Wayne. Yeah, just mark yes. Just mark yes for these 3 people on the Robert Klebanov, Gord Elliott. Just vote for Gord Elliott if you don't mind me saying so, because well, you do mind me saying so. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. So is everybody prepared to start voting? If you go ahead and vote, once you've voted, hold up your ballot. Kelly will come around and pick up the ballot. Here we go. Let's get started. This is what we came for. Now we're having fun. Yes, point of order. Go ahead.
Is Todd Brown also in VP of Policy and Governance?
No, this ballot only has Todd Brown isn't on this one ballot. There's just 3 names. There's Angela Tabak, Alan Wesley, and then there's Robert Klebanov and Gord Elliott. And I apologize if I offended anybody by showing my preference. So any event, hey, hold up your ballot once you've, did you get a ballot, Sam? Okay, so hopefully our printer is whipping off some more ballots. Hold up your ballots so somebody comes and picks them up. Mr. Techie, are we letting the online people voting, or have they got any way of voting now? Okay, well, should we let the online people vote? Yes, okay. So we're going to let so for the online people we're voting, we have Angela Tabak for president. Okay, for the online people, thanks for staying with us. For the online people, Angela Tabak is the only name on the ballot. If you're in favor of that, put up your hand. So this is the online people. Put up your hand. We'll count the ballots. We'll count the votes. I trust our scrutineers are keeping an eye on the screen. We'll give them a couple of minutes to vote online. It's been a long afternoon, so we'll give them a couple of minutes to vote online. Then we'll ask them to take their hands down, and we'll see anybody who's opposed to that. We'll ask them to put up their hand, I guess.
Sir, I can clear their hands from my
Yes,
end.
thank you very much. Yes.
I will do that all at once. Once you say just clear votes, I will clear the votes and then begin for the opposite vote.
Yes, fair enough. Thank you. Sir, at the mic, at the tech, like, can you sort of tell me when you think the votes have stopped coming in, and then we'll just say, okay, there's no more new votes coming in.
Okay, we're about peaking at 45, 46.
Okay.
47, maybe give it 2 more minutes.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Paul just said, those in favor, put your hand up, and we'll keep it up for one minute, and then we'll clear that. And then we'll give the people who are opposed a chance to vote. So go
Danny,
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Is Sam able to get the final numbers? Is she recording the final online numbers?
Yes, she will. Yes, she will. Thank you.
Okay, it seems like we peaked at 51.
51. Okay, so we have 51 online yeses. Okay, put your hands down, folks.
Lowering them. Yeah, all hands have been lowered.
Okay, all those who are opposed to that. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
All hands cleared.
Those who want to say no to Angela Tabak, put your hand up now. We'll give you a minute and a half to vote. So if you want to say no, put your hand up now.
Are we counting husband and wife as one vote or two? Just one vote per hand?
One vote per hand, yes.
That's the best we can do
Yes,
with this.
yes, it was basically one vote per email, which is one vote per hand, yes. Three opposed, I think we can clear that. Okay, so that's, we'll get the count on a minute. Can we start voting on the chief financial officer? Yes, we can. So yeah, the room has already voted. So, Mr. Techie, could you, those people are online. The chief financial officer is Alan Wesley. If you're in favor of that, put your hand up. We'll give you a minute and a half to vote. So if you're at home and you want to put your hand up, if you're supporting Alan Wesley for Chief Financial Officer, put your hand up. When we get to the regional directors, you'll have to put your name, you'll have to put your zone on the ballot. But right now, we don't need to put anything on the ballot. Just mark it.
Point of information, Danny.
Yes, go ahead.
So the second round of ballots for everyone here in the room is in my hand here, printed by Kevin. But let's take this moment to clear off all the old ones, rip it in half so that we don't have anything that gets spoiled. So just destroy those, get the trash away. And then when all the online stuff is done, we'll distribute these out.
The old ballots, tear up your old ballots. We're on the honor system here. We're building a new country. Can we clear the voting for the, I thought we were voting at home for the chief financial officer, aren't we? Where did our techie fella go? Okay, he'll be back in a minute. We'll see if anybody, hopefully the people at home are voting on the chief financial officer. Have we opened, Andrew, have we opened up the voting for the chief financial officer? If you're voting yes at home for the chief financial officer, put your hand up.
49 so far.
49?
51.
51 again.
Oh,
okay.
bounced up and down. Now it's
Pardon? What number are we at? Are we at 50?
52.
50. Okay, so we have 50 yeses for.
No, still bouncing here.
Okay, still coming in. Has it peaked, Andrew, or has it peaked?
It was up to 52. Now it's down to 49.
Okay, well, let's clear the yeses off. So if you're at home and you want to vote no to Alan Wesley, we'll give you a minute and a half to vote no to Alan Wesley. So you've got about another minute to vote no to Alan Wesley.
We've got 30 minutes left, so we got to move this along.
We've got till 5, but we've got a real hard 5:30. We absolutely have to be out of the room at 5:30. Now, Andrew, can you clear? This is the no votes for the chief financial officer, Alan Wesley. If you'll clear that, okay, that's cleared. So now we've got one more vote, and then we'll have all the votes, and then we'll add them together. So this is for secretary. Now you can vote for Klebanoff or Elliott. So I guess we've already voted in the room. So I think somebody's been writing them down, haven't we? These numbers when they came up. Yeah. Okay. The negative vote for Alan and Wesley was 5. So now we're voting on the secretary, Robert Klebanoff or Gord Elliott. So that you get the people at home. Let's just say let's start with Robert Klebanov. If you want to vote for Robert Klebanov, put your hand up. You've got a minute and a half at home to vote for Robert Klebanov. So let's see the votes come in for Robert Klebanov. We'll count them. Somebody will, once we've counted them, somebody will, got another 30 seconds. It's peaked out. Andrew, what's the number on the screen? 6. Okay, 6 votes for Robert Klebanov. You can write that down, Sam. Okay, can you clear that, Andrew? Clear that, clear those votes off. And now, if you'd like to vote for Gord Elliott, put your hands up. Put your hands up for Gord Elliott. We'll give you a minute and a half to put your hands up for Gord Elliott. Okay, can we have the count on that?
48.
48. Okay, do you want to add them together there, Sam? And when you're ready, you come.
It's now 49.
Just while Sam's adding everything together, I'll just read you an email that just came from the Board of Governors. Today, a group of people following the former leader disenfranchised the vote of over 400 members at our AGM. We are a party of principles, and this action demonstrated a disregard for our bylaws that had been approved by our members. This is exactly what we cannot stand for as a party. The board attempted to conduct our AGM, which interrupted and ultimately ended when the former leader entered the meeting without permission and allowed his supporters to take over the meeting. The result of this action is that the AGM chair was required to end the meeting. Actually, he didn't, but anyway, that's just one more untruth that they're telling our members. It must be noted that these actions are in complete violation of our bylaws, and anything that happens subsequent to that event is out of order and without force. Please disregard any communications coming from anyone claiming to be the new board or from our former leader. The positions that were open and to be voted on remain vacant, and the board will meet shortly to determine next steps. Sincerely, the Board of Governors. Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? Yes. So, okay, Sam, have you got the numbers? Okay, here, go ahead. Here's our,
for President, Angela Tabak had 139 votes. For CFO in person, Alan Wesley had 139 votes. For Secretary, Robert Klebanov had 3, Gord Elliott 136. So the total votes combining the in-paper ballots and the online, our new president is Angela Tabak with 190 votes in her favor. Our new CFO is Alan Wesley with 190 votes. And our new secretary is Gord Elliott with 185 votes.
Which is approximately 15 times more votes than our ex-secretary got when he got elected. Anyway, thank you very much. So the ballots are here. Do we need a motion to destroy? I guess we'll have a motion to destroy ballots when we're completely done voting. So are we handing out the second? Go ahead. You have a question back there? They're handing out the ballots. So anybody who doesn't have a ballot for the rest of the board, please put up your hand. Here we are. Here come the ballots. We'll do a motion on destroying ballots when we're completely done, or do you want to do one right now? That's right. Kelly makes a really good point. The ballots for this have to be held on file for, I think it's 90 or 120 days, or maybe even 180 for elections, Alberta, in case the election's contested. But I don't see anyone contesting this election.
Danny?
Yes.
Sorry. Can you begin the online voting for the rest of the governors so that that can move through very quickly?
That's a great idea. So if somebody would bring me a ballot so I knew the names that were on, then I would get right at that. That's a good idea. Oh, are they there? Okay. So let's start for the governors. Okay. So we're going to go one at a time. So let's have, we'll just vote in the order on the ballot. Robert Duncan, if you want to vote in favor of Robert Duncan, right? If you want to vote in favor of Robert Duncan, this is just for the online voting. If you're at home and you want to vote for Robert Duncan, put up your hand. We'll give you 1 minute. You've got 1 minute to vote for Robert Duncan. On the regional directors, you can only vote for your region. So if you're in the North region, you can vote for Craig Reed and Steve Osmond. If you're in the regional director in Edmonton, you can vote for Don Barron and Sonny Batra. I think we should have an up-down vote on Sonny Batra the way that's going.
I understand there's an error again.
Sorry, we're absolutely running out of time. We're going to have to beg for mercy from some of the people. Wait, are you Tammy? Go ahead, Tammy.
Barry should be on Regional South as well. No, Barry should be on Governor at Large as well. Somebody who knows somebody's pointing. Barry should be on Regional South.
Could I make it? Paul, do you want to comment on this?
Well, I think we've got an error here because Ernie Thiessen was going to run for Regional South, correct, Ernie? And he's under Governor at Large. And like I say, is there only supposed to be 2 governor at large? Why do we have 3?
No, there is 3. But here, could I make a suggestion? Barry and Ernie, Ernie's on the ballot under Governor at Large. And couldn't we just write Barry Knodel in under Regional Director South? We need 2 Regional Directors South anyway. So if we just wrote Barry Knodel in.
And then do a yes, no vote.
Just do a yes, no vote. And then, so does everybody hear that? Regional Director South.
Is
we're gonna
there
write
any way that we can put it up on the projector, Barry Knodel, or is it, his name's not on here for people to spell? So I don't know if you want to go Barry K or Knoedel. That's under Regional South, and only those of you from the South need to worry about it.
Yeah. So on this ballot, I don't think you need to put your name. I guess you can put I don't know if we should put our name or just put our riding. Does everybody want to put their name on their ballot? Put the name. Okay. Yeah, it's got to go to Elections Alberta. Okay. Put your name on the ballot. Oh, yes. Let's get started on the online. Andrew, are you ready to do the online? Here we are. This is online voting. Oh, actually, we did Robert Duncan. Did we get a count for him or no? 15 seconds for Robert Duncan. Yes, I just got a text from online too and say you have to move faster if we're going to be done by 5 o'clock. Andrew, you tell me when the names start going up. As soon as the number stops going up, we'll clear it off and we'll go to the next name.
We have 14.
How many?
17.
70?
717.
71. Okay.
17.
Oh, 17. Okay. 17. Okay, so I trust somebody's writing this down. Okay, Andrew, if you'll clear that off, then Michael Gibbons. We've got 15 seconds to vote for Michael Gibbons. 15 seconds to vote for Michael Gibbons. 15 seconds to vote for Michael Gibbons. Okay, have we got a number? Have we got a number, Andrew?
It looks like
2.
2.
2. Okay. Clear it off. Okay, we have 15 seconds to vote for Floyd Langenhoff. We have 15 seconds to vote for Floyd Langenhoff. Okay, have we got a count there, Andrew? Can you see a number yet?
It seems to be 5. 6. No, 6.
6?
Yeah.
6. Okay, clear it off, please. Ernie Thiessen. We'll just try and go in about 15 or 20 seconds. Ernie Thiessen, please. The people online were voting for Ernie Thiessen.
33.
33 for Ernie Thiessen. Clear it off, and we've got Ann McCormick. 15 seconds to vote for Ann McCormick. This is for the at-home people. Thank you very much to the people who are here for being so patient with us.
Okay, we have 40. 40.
4-0. Thank you very much. Tracy Walker voting from home. If you want to vote yes for Tracy Walker, you've got 15 seconds to vote yes for Tracy Walker. These dear people at home have waited patiently for this. They're actually voting pretty quickly now. How are we doing?
We have 35.
35. Okay, if you want to, did we do a no vote on this? Since there's only one, I guess we need to. Tracy Walker, a no vote. If you want to vote no for Tracy Walker, you can vote now. 15 seconds to vote no for Tracy Walker. Does anybody want to vote no?
Votes are going down. That probably, we'll just wait for it to settle. Okay, it's 13 remaining hands.
13.
1-3.
13,
no.
1-3, vote no for Tracy Walker, okay? And how many were the yeses?
Still going down, actually.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
10, yeah. So 10.
10 no's, and how many yeses did we have? Does anybody have that number?
35.
How many? 35, okay, fair enough. Okay, we're moving on to Kathy Flett. If you'd like to vote for Kathy Flett for VP Communications, vote now.
51.
51, okay. If you'd like to vote, can you clear that off? Voting for James Albers. Okay, are we done now?
Yeah, we have 6.
6 for James Albers. Okay, fair enough. Clear that off. VP of Fundraising, if you would like to vote for Paul Mandeep, put up your hand.
They have 5.
5
Even
for
5.
5 for Paul Mandeep. Please clear that off. Gary Proctor for VP of Fundraising.
Okay, it seems to stop pretty quickly. 46.
46. Okay, fair enough.
47. So
40,
yeah, 40. It was up to 47 total.
Thank you very much. 47.
Thank you, for the folks online being very attentive. We
Yeah, they are.
appreciate it.
Thank you to the people online. VP of Policy and Governance, Todd Brown, if you'd like to vote yes, put up your name for Todd Brown.
48.
48, okay?
Yeah.
Clear it off, please. If you'd like, VP of Policy and Governance, Todd Brown, if you'd like to vote no, vote now. Okay, did we get a number, Andrew? 4, okay, Todd Brown, opposed 4, okay. So now we're moving on to Regional Director, Craig Reed and Steve Osmond. If you'd like to vote for Craig Reed, vote now,
Okay,
okay?
it seems like 15.
15, okay, fair enough. If you'd like to vote no to Craig Reed, vote now. If you'd like to vote no to Craig Reed, vote now. Oh, there's 2 people. Yes, that's right. There's 2 people. We don't have to. You're right. Okay. Steve Osmond. Okay, clear it off with Steve Osmond. It's done. Okay, how many did you get?
Yeah, we're sitting at 8.
Steve Osmond got 8 online. Okay, so we're going to Regional Director, Don Barron. If you'd like to vote for Don Barron, vote now. Okay, Andrew, what did we get? 9 for Don Barron. If you'd like to vote for Sonny Batra, vote now.
Seems like 7, 6 now.
6 or 7?
It peaked. It was up at 6. It's resting at 6 now.
6. Okay, we'll take 6. Okay, Regional Director Central, pick 2. If you'd like to vote for Gary Etherington, vote now.
Okay, only seeing 2.
2. If you'd like to vote for Jeremy Smith, vote now.
17.
70?
Is that 17?
17. Thank you very much. If you'd like to vote for, if you clear that off, if you'd like to vote for Tammy Tatlock, vote now.
Okay, I'm seeing 20.
20. Okay, fair enough. Now we're going to Calgary region. If you'd like to vote for Kevin Miller, vote now.
Seeing 9.
9?
Yep.
Fair enough. If you'd like to vote for Phil Moline, vote now. What do you
Okay,
think?
only seeing 2.
2?
Yeah.
Phil Moline gets 2. Okay. Marilyn Elliott, if you'd like to vote for Marilyn Elliott, vote now.
Okay, 7 looks like.
7. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving on to Regional Director South. Lori Michaelis, if you'd like to vote yes, vote now. Laura, I mean. Yeah, there is. Yeah, we're one at a time. Yeah, we've got Barry Canodal written in there. Yes, exactly right.
14 that we had.
14, fair enough. Okay, then Regional Director South, we also have Barry Canodal. If you're in the South region, you have to write in Barry Canodal's name and then vote for him now.
14-1-4.
14-1-4. Thank you very much, Andrew. I think that's the end of the voting. We can give the ballots to, we'll give the ballots to Kelly, and Kathy wanted to make a public service announcement while we're doing some voting here or counting.
As we bring our remarkably exciting, active, crazy day to a close, I think it's most important that we share with you guys a bit of how we got to this place. Over the last several months, there's been a team of people from right across this province that has gotten together diligently and kind of secretly, honestly, in anticipation of today, in anticipation of what was coming. And there wasn't really a name for this group of people, but it just sort of happened and it fit. And they are called the Loyalty Coalition. So everybody who has been on that Loyalty Commission, I want you to stand up right now, please, and let's give them a great round of applause for making today happen. It's because of the work and the travel that these men and women did, coming all the way from the north, all the way from the south, on their own time and on their own dime, that we got our party back. We are going to keep forging forward, and we are going to become our own nation. So thank you to all of them.
We just need anybody who is elected to stay behind. Maybe they already said, I was out of the room. The Western Standard wanted to write an article, so I was out doing an interview with them. So we've got our first one. I don't know if you've ever been in a bad position where maybe you got bucked off a horse and you're in the manure or whatever else, but like we kind of were in the ditch, in the muck, and then I feel like I just got out of a nice clean shower, and I'm kind of excited that we get to go to work here and all of that riffraff is out of the way. They're going to keep pounding. You've seen the email they sent out. What our plan is just to start a new nation builder. We've got the nation. We're going to start and we're just fresh, and we'll just ignore these individuals. Don't let them get under your skin. We press forward. We talk in our CAs. We build our CAs, and they're little cluster of 10, 15 people, whatever it is. Ignore them. That's the best thing that we can do. Don't let them get under your skin. Don't start retaliating on social media. Just ignore them is my advice. But I can't thank you enough. God bless each and every one of you. May we say we've saved our party. It's time to save Alberta. The forces are against us, and I think this battle is actually the easy one. The next one's going to be much tougher, and the fact of the matter is when we run in May, we'll be asking for a mandate from the people to exercise our full autonomy inside of Canada, and when they come and tell us that we can't do this, can't do that, I will not be as patient as you were this morning on them telling us on what we can do.
Yes, we're getting close. Yeah, we're just waiting. We're getting close to the end of the meeting. They're just finishing up counting the ballots. So we've got a few more minutes till our hard close. And so we have to be done by 5:30, which we will be. And as Paul said, the new board we'll find a spot for the new board to go and have their first meeting.
I just wanted to say that when all this was building up and all the emails were coming out all over the place, and I was getting blasted on my emails about how we're all childish and blah, 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 and take me off your list. And I'm not coming to your meeting because you guys are screwed. And I'll sit back and wait and see what you do. But they didn't want to come. They didn't want to sit here all day, participate, pay the money. You guys did. And so.
Yes, thank you. I didn't get to it this morning. I talked to Michael Wagner, but thank goodness we got around to recording the meeting, because Michael Wagner will certainly have the subject of a new book to write based on today's meeting. And I mean, I think when some of you are as old as me, you'll be telling your grandchildren, I was at that meeting. And hopefully you'll be tough enough not to cry when you're saying it. But anyway, like right now, I'm proud to have been here today. We're just putting in a little bit of time. But one of the things, it's pretty clear, one of the things that's going to happen going forward, Paul hasn't actually been paid since somewhere around the 1st of November. And just while we're on this, you okay?
The last time I was paid was the 2nd of November by the provincial board. One thing that I am guilty of is that I don't like paperwork, and I usually don't get it in on time. I get there at the deadline. I filed everything for Elections Alberta. Everything is fine. All of the allegations, I'm happy to show anybody and answer it. But when I sent in, when they were so mad and they voted not to pay me anymore, I think it was the 17th of November, I gave them a verbal explanation where it was at, and they were livid about that. And I said, I'll get it to you. But more often than not, I was driving home from a function and often starting to call in on our board meeting. I hadn't even been home yet, and I just didn't have it done. But when I filed up and they wanted to know where the first $34,500 were, when I added up all of my expenses, I'd spent $36,500 and something. So I was over $500 or $1,000 over, and I bought the signs for the Together We'll Save Alberta, so we could get out campaigning. We bought $100,000 worth of, or 100,000 brochures for $4,500. And I said to them, they says, well, we didn't authorize that. And I says, I'll respect it. If you guys don't want to pay for that, that's my loss. I put my trust in you individuals, and that's where it is. But other CAs have stepped up. I think I've been given $11,700. It doesn't even start to cover my expenses for the last 6 or 7 months. The claim is that I paid myself an honorarium in Fort Mac. I did not. I had a couple of individuals that I gave honorariums to. And again, I'd be happy to share those with you, but I've redacted the names of the companies that we dealt with and the individuals that got that. And you have to realize we need to do this. Government is corrupt. And when government sees which printing company works for us, or we did it, or something else, they often approach them. And anyways, there is some redacted information. There's a reason why Elections Alberta does it, is to protect businesses and stuff. As a new premier and running, we will not be requiring the official opposition to be presenting all of that stuff. So when you form government, that there needs to be full disclosure of who's donating. But I've been doing this for a long time, since 2004, and the number of business people that would tell me, say, Paul, I can't afford to donate more than $250. And it used to be $500, and they reduced it to $250. And then they reduced it to quarterly because they want to track you individuals that are sabotaging their power and their corruption and their control that they have. And that's why they do it. And so that's something else that we will not be asking the official opposition, is who's donating to them until they form government. And then there has to be the records, and it'll become full disclosure. But I thank you for coming out. We've got a tough battle ahead, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I couldn't even answer, the last board wouldn't allow me to put out an email. I couldn't, counter any of the garbage that they put out, but I'm happy to do that. And then we'll get that stuff presented. But again, can't thank you enough. Norm just wants to give a closing here as well. And I'll be around to answer some questions.
We're not done until.
Yeah, we got to announce, yes, we got to announce the numbers.
So I just wanted to say, we don't have,
Yes,
all-
could I be the first to introduce the new president of the Wildrose Party of Alberta?
okay, so I just want, I mean, we're waiting still for the ballots, right? So we don't know exactly who our team is going to be. We do know a few of us already. About 6 weeks ago, I wrote a letter to the PBOG with a list of all the things that we needed as CAs when it came to support from them, to support us with our boots on the ground and all those things that we were not getting. I did send that out to a number of CA presidents as well. And they in turn wrote back to the PBOG and said, yes, this is what we need. Here is my commitment to you. We're going to have some legalities. We know that. Let us worry about that. You guys go back to your CAs, get your boots back on the ground, and let's do this. We're going to be here to support you. We'll be looking at that list and whatever else you guys tell us that you need from us. And we are committed to help you be successful within your own CAs. Yes, there's a whole story, the whole 87 ridings, but what you are concerned with is your CA and what you can do. And so I'm 100% committed that I will be here for you to help you grow your CA in any way possible. And we can do this. We have a huge mountain to climb. We've already been climbing it. We can continue doing it. So please, I know you're going to continue to get emails from them, whatever. You know, our membership is going to continue to do that, to receive those. Do your best to reach out to your membership. Let them know what has happened. Let them know that the membership has spoken, that the people are taking control of this and that we can all work together. And there will be so many that will be drawn to this after they find out what happened. I'm sure there will be. And again, a little bit of a slog, but we're here for you, 100% committed. And I'm just so very excited about what we have coming up next in these next 10 months. It'd be great.
Just to know, this is your 6-minute warning. It's 5:24.
Oh, okay. We got 6 minutes here. One thing that a lot of people are somewhat discouraged because of the mimicking of what the other parties, the UCP and one leader in the UCP is saying, we're building a bridge to freedom. That bridge we're making out of concrete, but it's got rebar in it. The bridge that these other people are building, they think it's the same, but there's no rebar. It's going to collapse. There's three things that you need to realize when people say, well, what's the difference? Number one, trust. You can trust us to be accountable and have recall. That's huge. They're going to say it, but we can't trust them because historically they haven't done it. They talk about it, and Jason Kenney promised that he's going to pass recall. And what did they give? It's an insult what their recall is. Number two is that you need to realize that the world is out to shut us down. This garbage, that CO2 is poison and that we got to reduce it, is to shut down our oil sands. Every one of the candidates in the UCP that I'm aware of all say we're going to meet to carbon net zero. And that's just not going to happen. Carbon is a miracle for humanity. If there's anything that we should and could be doing, it would be sending refillable propane bottles and fertilizer to these countries that can't feed themselves and can't do that. And it's just critical that you realize that we're going to do that. But we're not the same. We actually have the rebar, and we're going to cross that bridge, and it's going to support us. But freedom is such a wonderful, wonderful gift, but there's very few places in the world that actually has that. And again, when you think that the freedom of a government that doesn't tax you on your properties, that there's a flat tax, and then we have an excise tax on what we export and what we import, Alberta will be a land of prosperity. The attraction that we can get with capital to come in will be phenomenal. We'll truly be open for business. One of the saddest things while I was in the government is when the PC government voted and says that we're only going to allow 1 of 5 upgraders to be built here in Alberta. We have the oil sands is $1 trillion asset. The world needs more oil. There isn't more ethical, more clean and better oil than what Alberta can provide. And we're going to do it. We're going to get a pipeline to the West Coast where we can export it and meet those demands. And the Indigenous people of Northern BC, want to have the Eagle Spirit Energy Corridor. We'll be meeting with them. But it's exciting to me, the opportunity that we have going forward. Don't get discouraged. We'll get all this down for you and we'll be able to differentiate because we are the real thing. We're about freedom. We're about protecting your inalienable rights, and we're going to do it. And realize, don't get discouraged. Because even the last time that one of these leaders, Friday, they thought they're going to win the election and Monday they lost. And we're in this race and it's not over until the day the votes are counted. And so even 3 days out, it's amazing how the mindset can shift, and we're in a very, very volatile world. But again, I can't thank you enough for coming. The patience that you've had here all day is amazing, and we're going to need it going forward. But thank yourselves again. Give a clap, and I think they're ready to announce their numbers. Thank you.
Just looking for Michael Bose.
Pardon me?
Is there a Michael Bose here?
Did he win the lottery? I might be.
$25.
Okay, well, maybe we could donate. They're just adding up the numbers. We're just awfully close. Yes, let's thank Samantha and let's count our vote counters. Let's thank them. Norm is just going to say a really quick closing prayer, which would come last if we had time, but we don't. So he's going to say the prayer now. Hopefully the counting will be done by the time the prayers are done. Go ahead, Norm.
Just a quick little thing here. I do want to thank Kelly for stepping in. It was over and above. Thank you, Kelly, for stepping in. I'd also like to say my kid told me at one point, he said, Dad, you need to get out in 2018. He told me you need to get out and do something simple with your life. So I took on politics. And at that point, I'd like to everybody to entertain me for a minute. Father, this morning we met in prayer. A group of us met in prayer today. And we asked you, Father, to be with us like you were with Joshua and have our voices be like the trumpets that took down the wall of Jericho. Father, you answered yes. Father, we asked you to be with us like you were with David, and to help us and arm us to take down a Goliath. And Father, you came forward and you said yes. Father, we want to thank you for being with us today and getting everything that was done properly and good, and getting rid of the evil and bringing light on us and saving Alberta and our future. And in the name of Jesus, I'd like to say amen.
Steve just made a really good point. He said, before we leave, let's be sure we have a motion to adjourn. We're not asking for it right yet. Thank you very much. And but in any event, as we all know, let's be clear on the record. They left without adjourning the meeting. You know what I mean? They did not adjourn the meeting. It's not our fault they walked out. In fact, one of the things our loyalty coalition talked about was not walking out. Like, we're not going home till the fight is over. They could have stayed here and debated with us, but they weren't prepared to have a debate. And now, I guess, as the saying goes, we're in charge. And I mean, we'll have to fight to be in charge, but nevertheless, we had a duly constituted meeting. We had notice, we had motions. I mean, we stayed here, we did the business. I think one of the things that we need to all remember is the parliamentarian. One of the things that he said was the only thing we had the right to do was deal with the elections. And quite frankly, we dealt with them very nicely, if I do say so myself. And I mean, we can quote him and say, well, that's all that's left to do, because those sorry sons of guns had left everything else off the agenda. But nevertheless, it might be sorry they left nominations on, but or elections. But anyway, we'll see about that, won't we? They have to be kept. The ballots have to be kept. I don't think we need a motion to keep the ballots. The ballots have to be kept for 3 or 6 months or 9 months in case there's an appeal. Sometimes you have a motion to destroy the ballots, but we're not going to destroy the ballots now.
And Danny,
So,
as a
yes.
note, technical note, this is the AV Tech here. We've had some people asking about if this is being recorded. I am currently recording the Zoom call and the whole production here. However, it is until we end the Zoom call, I'm not confirmed whether I have the link or it is being sent to the WIPA account that initially started the meeting. So once we finish the Zoom call, I will have an answer as to whether I have actual access to the file or if it was sent to the old account, which I do not have.
Thank you, Andrew. That we'll end here in just a couple of minutes. I know you're being we're getting pretty past your heart.
I understand. Voting takes a little.
I know,
so
exactly.
It's okay. Thank you for the consideration.
You're welcome. Are you going to use your microphone there?
Is it on? Yeah.
There we are. Now, this is what we came here for. Listen up, folks. Thank you very much, Sam.
So I'm just going to read out the final board members. Just for time, if you could say applause to the end. So our new governors at large is Anne McCormick, Ernie Feason, and Rob Duncan. Our VP of membership is Tracy Walker, VP of communications, Kathy Flett, VP of fundraising, Gary Proctor, VP of policy and governance, Todd Brown. The regional directors for the North are Craig Reed and Steve Osmond. Edmonton directors are Don Barron and Sunny Batcha. Central directors are Tammy Tatlock and Jeremy Smith. Calgary directors are Kevin Millen and Marilyn Elliott. South directors are Laura Michaelis and Barry Nodal.
We need a motion to adjourn because I think now our business is done. Would somebody like to make that motion? Barry Canodal and Todd Brown. Sorry, fair enough. All in favor? Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, everyone. Travel safe. God bless you all.